Good morning. I'm calling to order the Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 meeting of the State Election Board. My name is John Verveer. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm joined today by members Dr. Janice Johnson and member Janelle King, and member Jeffries will be joining us this afternoon, and also tomorrow. Member Gazal had another commitment and could not make it, but we have a quorum and we will be able to conduct business today. I appreciate all of you coming. Let me make a few comments to start. Well, actually, let's start with the invocation, and then we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and then I'll make a few comments. Dr. Johnson? Oh.
Can you hear me? Let us pray. Heavenly Father, God and Creator of all, the beginning and the end, the Alpha and Omega, bless us, protect us, and guide us as we do work today. Bless our President, Donald J. Trump. Bless our Governor, Brian P. Kemp. And bless all those who work in government and official duties. Give us discernment, give us wisdom, and give us patience, and show us the way and the truth. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
Amen. If you would stand now, Member King will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member King.
Thank you.
Now for a few housekeeping and a couple of comments. For those of you that haven't been here before, we have a very heavy agenda. We have a large backload of cases to be heard, and we're going to try and work through those this year, which means that our meeting is going to be case load heavy. We start out with the public comment sign-up sheet, and typically the way that works is the first 30 people that sign up will get to speak in the morning, and then anybody past 30 gets to speak at the end of the meeting. We only had 7 people sign up, so you'll all get to speak this morning. In public comment section, we ask that you limit your comments to 2 minutes, please, and you'll come to the podium here. I'll call you. I'll keep this timer up here, and at the end of 2 minutes, I'll give you a nice tap like that, and if you would please end your comments at that point and return to the seat, and then we can get through that pretty quickly. After that, then we'll go into approval of board meeting minutes, the Attorney General's report, and then start hearing some consent orders from the Attorney General. And then we'll get into the investigative reports. Those generally are cases that are possibly dismissed, and then cases after that where the board may take further action. I've had some requests from some people who have traveled quite a distance here today, and we'll try and move those up to the front if we can, depending on what category your case is in, so we can get you back home at a reasonable hour. Although I know you'd love to fight the Atlanta traffic leaving today. So, yes, ma'am. Well, are you going to say something nice or nasty towards me? All right, come on up here and you can sign up then.
I know, I thought about that too. I was like, which one of us?
If you'd see Alexandra over there. I'm gonna start vetting y'all before you get to sign up in the morning, so. That's right. Yes, sir. No. This is just for public comment. Yep. No. These are for people that generally want to get up here and tell the board how great they are. So you have to.
Or the opposite.
Yeah. So we'll go through the public comments real quick. The other thing is I ask you to please be respectful of everybody's comments. I know people like to cheer and do all that. This isn't quite the crowd that we're used to having, but we all have opinions. You may like them, you may not like them, but we all have opinions, and we need to be respectful of everybody's opinions. And there are many of us, that believe differently than others. That doesn't mean we can't respect what they and listen to them respectfully. We don't allow any loud outbursts and that kind of stuff. It's just unnecessary. We're all adults. We just need to be considerate of other people. A couple comments I do want to make. this board has been active. You might have seen we've had a lot of meetings recently. This year, we were able to hire 2 investigators, which are joining us today, Ann Dolmas and Jesse Patton. They will be doing some investigations. They work directly for the State Election Board. They're in training right now. We're trying to get our technology in place for them to be able to work with us. This board continues to move, separate itself a bit more from the Secretary of State, and the first thing we have to do is get our own technology in place and have our own email, government-issued email access, have our own in-house tech person, and all that stuff. And Alexandra's been working hard on that, and so we're moving down that road. Our investigators are working with Secretary of State investigators to get training and go into classes and things like that. And so we look forward to having them on board and being active in some investigations going forward. The other thing is I've received a lot of questions lately about our executive director. We are in the process of interviewing for an executive director. We finished the interviews yesterday, and the board is meeting again on May the 21st, and we'll further discuss that executive director. We had quite a long list of really credible candidates to choose from, and I think that we're going to come up with a really good one, and we're all excited to get them on board so that this board can get more into a governmental or a governance role and less of a day-to-day management role. So we'll be excited to get a new executive director on, and we'll introduce him or her, I guess at this point it's just a him, at the next meeting. And lastly, I've had a lot of questions in the last few days since Friday about the budget, and people were confused as to what the budget is going forward. You know, the board had asked for an additional funding this year. Last year we were budgeted approximately $789,000, and this year we asked for additional funding. The legislature saw fit to give us an additional $600,049 in budgeting. That budget went through the governor. The governor signed off on that budget. So the board will have additional funding this year that we will use for operational expenses. You know, we can use it for a website, we can use it for technology, we can use it for a lot of different things. And so it's another step towards moving this board towards more independence and down the road. So the budget was signed, the budget was approved for all of you that heard otherwise. So, yes, Dr. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, may I ask that we invite everyone in the room to come closer if they would like. We have a lot of empty chairs, and it looks like there's no need to create this distance between us and the public.
Yeah, I know how y'all feel. When I go to church, I always sit on the back row too, but come on up. You know, in my long career at Waffle House, whenever I went to an officers meeting, the first thing they would do is they'd look at the people on the back row and make them move to the front row. So I always sat on the second to the last row.
Oh, they moved the entire back row to the front.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
Now I won't need binoculars, does it?
Yeah. Now we can see your smiling faces. Now, once again, thanks for being here. We're going to try and do this as quickly as possible. Like I said, we do have quite a number of cases. We'll call for a comfort break at around 10:30 and then lunch around 12, and we'll have a 45-minute or so break at lunch, and then we'll just go as long as we can stand it today, but not past 5 o'clock. And unless we just have a few cases left, and then we'll finish up. So. And then we'll move forward.
My head is not in this time zone.
I know, yeah. It's going to be interesting for all of us. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start. We have the public comment sign-up sheet. Let me tell you, I will mess something up. I just want y'all to know that. Technology has never been my friend, so I will mess something up, but I will do the best I can to keep this all in order. I used to have Director Cohn that sat here and kind of lead me, but there's all kinds of buttons to push up here, and I'll push the wrong one, I promise you. The first name on the list is Elizabeth Hendrickson, to be followed by Earl Ferguson. So if you'd come to this podium up here. And Elizabeth, you have 2 minutes when I say go. Go.
My name is Elizabeth Hendrickson. I have served in many voter protection roles in Georgia, mostly in Cobb County. I support the idea of a rules committee of people with expertise in and knowledge of election law. Many of the rules proposed to this board have been created by those who believe, often without evidence, that certain results in an election mean there must have been irregularities. They then try to suggest rules changes they believe would correct extremely insignificant or non-existent problems. Elections officials, on the other hand, are public servants who are appropriately focused on making sure the process is as accessible and secure as possible, and on keeping all citizens informed with everything they need to know to exercise their right to vote. I encourage you to seek input as well on the potential impact of all rules and proposed changes from the professionals who run the elections at the local level, elections directors and their staff, and then to give much weight and respect to what they have to say. They also have knowledge and experience to help inform decisions of this nature. A rules committee could certainly contribute to better rules being presented. Thank you for your service and for the opportunity to provide comment.
And you win the prize today. Mr. Ferguson's next, and then Michael Beach will be after Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, go.
I'm Earl Ferguson, and I challenge Fulton County electors who have left Georgia and registered to vote or vote in their new states. This makes them ineligible to remain on the Georgia voter rolls. Further, they're subject to timely removal. My challenges have consistently been denied by the Fulton County Board. It appears that these challenges are being denied partially based on a Secretary of State official election bulletin on the NVRA, National Voter Registration Act, or Motor Voter if you prefer. It appears that these, the correct references would be in Section C, Section 8C of that document, but they have only referred to the rule in 8D. 8D is for people who are legitimate, who are eligible voters, and B is for ineligible voters. So, in March of this year, I submitted a request to the Secretary of State Election Division inquiring about the currency of this bulletin that I've referred to, suggested a possible error. I have received no reply on this request. On April 24th, I mailed a letter to the Secretary of State with detailed reasons for my objection. I followed this with a copy of FedEx and added Blake Evans as a addressee. I have received no response to this correspondence today, as of today. So I'm here today to provide public notice and to advise the SEB of this problem and request any assistance the board can provide. I provided copies of my letter to the board, and I have extra copies for anybody who would like to have one who's here today. And I will be sending out copies on an email list, and I'm making it public. And so thank you for the opportunity to present this. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. We have a copy of your letter. Give it to us.
You have a copy?
We have a copy, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next is Michael Beach, and then Rebecca Anglin. Mr. Beach, go.
Okay, thanks for your service, folks, and allowing me to speak today. I'm Michael Beach. I'm in DeKalb County and assistant poll manager. I'm going to speak to the rule, which I think is actually best postponed to the next meeting. But I believe in transparency. But I know you voted on Rule 183, 112, 13A3 before, but the proposed addition appears duplicative and unnecessary. First, the Georgia Open Records Act already specifies scanned ballot images as public records. You can download them from the Secretary of State's website for free. I did it yesterday. Making every county post these files individually within 72 hours post-election could be a great deal of work, particularly in small counties and with limited web support and that sort of thing, as we all know about, for something that's already in place with the Secretary of State's website. Second, adding a cast vote record to the requirement, which is not part of state law, also seems duplicative, unnecessary. That cast vote record is essentially the same as the scanned ballot image file. It's what's being fed through the scanner. A count or ballot image of what went through that scanner. Requests for this duplicative file really started showing up at election offices after the 2020 election denial conspiracies came up and has been inundating election offices. Since that time, multiple Georgia Secretary of State audits have shown our elections are accurate. That included reading all 5.3 million 2024 election ballots that revealed 87 errors, all on reading absentee ballots, all human errors. When the text reads were lined up against the QR code, they essentially all lined up. So where do we go from this is kind of one of my questions. They lined up exactly, over 5 million. These audits should make us consider turning over a new leaf for 2025 to make these discussions about enhancing the right to vote versus continually chasing debunked theories about stolen elections. And I know many of you have attended the legislative sessions. Boy, we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars fixing an unbroken system. And that's really not what the taxpayer needs at this point in time. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Next is Rebecca Anglin and Victoria Cruz. Is that Dr. Victoria Cruz?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman and
I'm sorry?
board members, for allowing me. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm telling you.
I'm trying to beat the clock. Thank you, Chairman and the board members, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of Gabrielle. My name is Rebecca Anglin, and I'm the current election director in Greene County. Hopefully, you all received the association's letter regarding Rule 183-1-12.13, storage of returns. I'm actually piggybacking off the gentleman that was in front of me. This rule cites two code sections that are related but are fundamentally different, as you all know. I'm sure you are familiar with OCGA 50-18-71K as well as 21-272. There are a few key points that I would like to focus on this morning surrounding the ballot images. These images can be, but are not necessarily, uploaded on the EMS server on election night. Many counties assess how many ballots that have been cast on the ICP before deciding if they want to take time to upload these images immediately. When a memory card has the upwards of 6,000 ballot images, it can delay reporting and uploading so many images. The days preceding the election can be used for uploading images, and for those of us who use the EMS for adjudication, write-ins, and so forth, they have the time to do their job effectively and adequately. Ballot images are produced and released by the Secretary of State's office through the ballot repository. This ensures that ballots cannot be traced to a specific voter. While many may think this isn't possible, in a smaller conducted election in counties with lower voter populations, it is totally doable. I personally have worked an election where we have had 32 voters on election day in a 12-hour period. The voters are so spaced out with check-in and ballot times cast, you could definitely match a voter to a ballot if we did not have the current system in place. Myself, as well as my constituents, believe in transparency. It is of the utmost importance. And we understand that an unsuccessful candidate is working against tight deadlines if they wish to contest an election. With that in mind, we submitted suggestions for an amended rule with our letter that you all received. I thank you for your consideration and your continued service to the state of Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anglin. Dr. Cruz, and then it is Dr. Cruz, right? Yes, it is. And then Adrian Boatwright will be next. What? Phil Searcy will be next then. Ms. Cruz.
Good morning, Board. I'm taking this opportunity to give you a
kind of an off-the-top-of-my-head comment. I had a nice discussion with the chairman coming in, and he certainly has helped ease my mind about what we can look forward to this year with the promulgations of rules and regulations. To repeat what the published duties are of the State Election Board, they promulgate these rules and regulations to provide uniformity in the practices and proceedings of election officials, how they are conducting the elections, and the legality and purity in all elections. That is the aim of anyone who is bringing forth a rule to help the board in that job. We want to have fair, legal, and orderly conducted elections. However, I'm very disappointed with the results of all the efforts that the citizens put in last year with the promulgation of their rules and regulations changes. The opposition was partisan, and there was a lot of opposition from Gavrio. I do appreciate election officials. I appreciate them all. And I understand that they are understaffed and underworked. But I also understand a very complex system was dropped on us in 2019, dropped on election workers and the public. And then that was followed by a very controversial election during a period of a pandemic. What I have heard is that Dominion ran most of those elections. I don't think there was enough training of the election officials. I don't think they realize the implications of the kind of system that we have that is connected to the internet. Someone already came up and said that if we question the system, we're election deniers. Well, something happened in 2020 and people know it, and I'm sure that more of that is going to come out. So what I don't appreciate is election workers saying, I can't do that, it's too much work, it's not worth the trouble, why do they need to see this? People want to see it. We, the citizens, want to have as much information as we can, and I think it would be good for all those counties who are not up to par to get up to par, especially if we are going to be continued to be saddled with this complicated system that only an IT person can understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. I think I messed up the timer on that one. Mr. Searcy, and then, I'm going to get this last one wrong, so I'm going to try my best. Nomusa Venita Smith? Is it close? All right. Mr. Searcy.
Good morning. Field Searcy from Grady County. I'm with Jordans for Truth, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board. And I stand today in support of Dan Gasaway in his case that's before you on the agenda, case number 2018-104. I really appreciate that you guys are working steadily to get through a lot of back cases, but it's troubling that we have a case from 2018 that's just now coming before the board and the public to be finalized. I'm sure people may not be familiar with the case, but Mr. Gasaway was a representative. He lost his election by 67 votes in 2018, and he discovered that there was the illegal voting district where he lived. It's past the statute of limitations now, but since then the congressional district lines have changed as well, and it appears that in the last 2024 election, as many as 100,000 voters are voting in the wrong congressional district. So I rise in support of that we enforce our laws like we should be. I understand that Cobb County enforced a strict restriction on redistricting, and that was adjudicated very quickly, but this case has been going on for 7 years. And I know it's not all your fault. I'm just hoping that this will be heard by the people and by the legislature and by whatever authorities need to be involved at the federal level to bring justice and transparency in our elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Smith.
Good morning. I'm Namusa Vanita Smith, and I appreciate that even though I wasn't aware that I could sign up to speak, that you allowed me to do that. I want to address some things that took place, and I want to be transparent. I don't know if everybody is aware of it, but I respect government, and I respect the Constitution fully. I respect we, as the people, that the government is supposed to work for the people. I was an independent candidate to be a write-in for President of the United States of America in 2024. I did all the proper precautions. I did everything that was supposed to be done with the Secretary of State. And for early voting, our names were not made available. So there were certain people that were at the Secretary of State that assisted me. They were very, very kind and professional. And I made a complaint, a formal complaint in regards to our names were not made available for the qualified writing candidates for the President of the United States of America. When I did those things, you know, certain things transpired, and to no avail. I was trying to get attention to Mr. Brad Dazenberg, the Secretary of State, so he'll be aware of what was going on within the government. I feel that all people, regardless of your stature, regardless of what it is that you feel deemed as a Republican or a Democrat, if there's qualifications and forms and documents to be filled out for people to be applying to be the President of the United States, regardless of what people think, I think that all people should have the opportunity without any type of issues because we're not deemed a Republican or a Democrat. I'm a one-party independent candidate. I learned a lot through the process, and I didn't know if people were aware that they were writing qualified candidates that were made available or was not made available. It's supposed to be throughout the 50 states. So I'm here today not only because of those issues that took place, but now that President Donald Trump has made it an executive order to investigate, interference of the election or fraud, then that should cover all avenues, because I did everything I was supposed to do and to no avail. Twists, turns, it was just pushed under the rug. I don't know why. I had to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Here's my document that was received. It was pushed under the rug. Nobody, it's like it goes away. And I don't even know why. But I'm born in this country. I'm proud of this country. Now I don't feel very confident in the fact that the policies that we're trying to change as we go along to try and hide certain things is not right. Because all people should be able, if there's a possibility for you to be the president or vice president or whatever office, if they make it available, we should not be made biased. It was biased things against me. And then when I have my children to say, listen, you're supposed to vote. It's time to vote. We need to vote just for whoever, Donald Trump, whoever it was. And, the investigation came for that. But the hearing for my situation and anybody else's situation, it went away. So I just wanted to show that I went all the way I drove to
Ms.
the
Smith,
Supreme
if you
Court.
provide a copy of that to the
I have a
board.
lot of, I didn't want to interrupt everybody, so I'll do all this after,
Okay.
later on. But I respect this country, I respect the Constitution. It's sad that we have to do whatever politics is. It's not supposed to be that way. The people are supposed to vote, regardless if it was 1 vote, 2 votes, or 1 million votes. But don't make somebody, because I don't have the income or whatever the statute is for any one of us, or yourself or anybody, that you feel that, wait a minute, we're going to just do whatever and make it go away. So I appreciate you.
I'm happy to talk to you about it at a break.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody. And everybody should also understand that everybody's worthy to be anything they want to be in this country. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. Whatever you want to be, but be with integrity and morals.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. That concludes our public comment section of this meeting. The next item on the agenda is approval of board meeting minutes For the February 25th, 2025, a copy of those minutes are in your binders for the board. Are there any questions or comments related to those minutes?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Johnson?
Review of the minutes. Questions, let's see, the minutes for 2/25/25, in the cases pulled for presentation and discussion, SEB 2022-362 was voted on and the motion failed. However, Mr. Chair, I see no disposition of this case.
202-362. There was no disposition of the case. The motion did not carry, but, yeah, I remember that one well. There was just no disposition of it. Alex, we will add that case to the next agenda. Any other comments?
No other comments.
Okay. Any comments? The chair would entertain a motion to approve the minutes for the February 25th, 2025 as presented.
With the amendment that this case will be placed on the next agenda?
Well, it wasn't, that will be on the next agenda, but it can't be in the minutes because we didn't agree to it during the meeting then
Correct.
for 2025. So it'll be on the next agenda. I'll put it on there, yeah. Okay. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
So moved.
We have motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have motion second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next item on the agenda is approve the minutes from the April 3rd, 2025 meeting. It's tab 2 in your book.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from April 3rd, 2025.
We have motion to approve the minutes from April 3rd, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any dissent? Hearing no dissent, the motion carries. Those minutes are approved. 3-0. The next item on the agenda is to approve the minutes from the April 14th, 2025 meeting. It's on tab 3 in your book. Any comments?
Mr.
Sure.
Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from April 14th, 2025.
We have motion to approve the minutes from April 14th, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. There being no opposition, so moved. Motion carries 3-0. We are racing along through this agenda.
This is 3 of us.
That's the quickest we've ever gotten. We're now to the Attorney General Report section, consent orders and final orders. The Attorney General's representative is here to join us today.
Good morning,
Thank you.
and I was asked to introduce myself for the court reporter, and for anybody in the audience who may not know who I am, I'm Elizabeth Young, with the Georgia Department of Law. We're going to start today with consent order and I believe counsel for respondent is here, Sarah Trevino. Oh, there we go. My understanding is They don't necessarily intend to make a presentation, but are here in the event the board has any questions about the terms of our consent order. This is a case that involves a Florida resident who's an attorney, and during the 2021 Senate runoff elections that were very hotly contested, Mr. Price went and made some colorful comments at a political speech at a political organization in which he suggested that he was going to move to his brother's address in Paulding County, Georgia, so that he could vote in that election, even though he was a resident of Florida. During his colorful commentary, he suggested other members of the audience might want to do the same thing, gave his brother's address for them to consider using as their residence. He indicated that he would go live there, but just for the few months of the election, and then would move back to Florida. The next day, Paulding County's voter registration officials did receive an online voter registration application submitted in his name with correct identifying information. That application was not processed. It was held for provision of additional identifying information. And also, I think by this time, Paulding County had become aware through media reports of this situation. So Mr. Price was never actually registered, did not vote in the 2021 election, but was charged with violation of several provisions of the election code, including false registration, false entries, conspiracy to commit election fraud, and unlawful voting. We have worked very cooperatively with Mr. Price's counsel and arrived at a consent order that we think is appropriate in that it reflects the seriousness of the offense, while also taking into account the fact that respondent has raised certain defenses and did intend to contest some of these allegations, and also reflects the fact that our fines are capped at a maximum of $5,000 per violation. So the consent order that we have that we are presenting to the board contemplates a $3,500 civil penalty to fully resolve all charges in this matter. With that being said, I'll leave it open to the board if they have any questions or if anyone wants to.
And all
make a
parties have
motion.
agreed to that?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
We have a fully a consent order attached to the materials with a notarized executed order signed by Mr. Price.
Thank you, Beth. Are there any questions from the board? Dr. Johnson?
Mr. Chair, a question from my perspective to the Attorney General is, I appreciate that you're taking false voter registration and false entries on voter registration seriously, and that, that this suggests that there should be a significant penalty for applicants who knowingly violate the law and try to register to vote with false information or false registration that they know they are not qualified to become a registrant in the state of Georgia. Thank you.
Member King, any questions?
No.
The chair would entertain a motion on this consent order. Approval or not?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent order.
We have a motion to approve the consent order on case number SCB 2020-235. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving the consent order on SCB 2020-235 signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, the chair also votes aye. Motion carries 3-0. Beth? You're up.
Okay, sure. Moving into the final orders, before I jump into the particular cases, I wanted to make a few comments at the outset that apply to more than one of these cases, starting particularly with the fact that you'll see that the first several cases on the agenda are quite old, and there is a reason for that. We recently, this board, I'd say within the past year or two, began the practice of entering into these types of final orders. Prior to that time, we had a situation in which cases that were perhaps appropriate for either a consent order for a low penalty or an order that would recognize a violation but not penalize the respondent, such as a cease and desist or public reprimand. We're really kind of in a state of administrative limbo, because before we were doing final orders, our options really were only to either work out a consent order with the respondent or send it to the Office of Administrative Hearings for a full Administrative Procedure Act hearing, which imposes a significant cost on the board every time that we do that. And so we had a number of cases that might have been either appropriate for no penalty or a small penalty, in which we attempted to work things out with the respondent, but perhaps the respondent would be unresponsive or would refuse to cooperate. And so they kind of sat in an administrative limbo for a while, because we didn't really have a way of moving them forward until recently. So we have been going through our backlog of administrative cases during this time that we're not, our staff is not completely swamped with litigation, as it often is, and have identified some of these older cases that were kind of in that administrative limbo that we can now bring forward for a final order. So just wanted the board to know that context as you see case numbers that have years like 2012 and 2013 in front of them. Starting with the first case, 2012-064. Respondent's name is Cynthia Reed. This was a Dougherty County case, and this is one of these cases that fell into this kind of administrative limbo situation where there was a violation, but an unintentional violation is what it appeared to be from the record, and therefore not something we would have necessarily sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings for a penalty hearing. This involved an employee of Pines Personal Care Home, an assisted living or facility or nursing home, in which the respondent assisted a number of the residents with filling out their absentee ballots. She did sign as assisting them. There was no effort to do anything untoward, we believe, on behalf of this respondent, but I believe this came up in a signature match scenario. You know, although she signed as assisting for them, she may have signed the names for some of these residents. They may have had mobility issues or other issues that might have, you know, felt like she needed to help them by doing that. That is not appropriate under Georgia law. When the investigators went to the personal care home to interview both Ms. Reed and the voters in question, a couple of them actually denied that she had done this for them and said, no, that is my signature. But with the remainder, the respondent acknowledged, yes, I did do that for them. I didn't realize I couldn't do that. So this is one where we do feel like there was a technical violation of the code, and that the proper remedy, rather than to penalize her or to take her to an Administrative Procedure Act hearing, is a cease and desist and public reprimand, instructing her to not take those actions again. So we are recommending a final order to that that reflects that.
Is respondent Cynthia Reed here? No? Any questions from the board on this? The recommendation is final order consisting of a reprimand and order to cease and desist.
I have a question.
Yes, Member King.
Is there somewhere where those who work in these facilities, are they instructed on the rules, or how are they educated And how to-
I'm not entirely sure. I do believe I have seen materials that the Secretary of State's office may distribute to assisted living facilities and personal care homes like this. But that might be an appropriate thing for the board to take a look at, because as you will see, this is not the only case like this on this agenda, and it is something that we see from time to time, and there's nothing wrong with, obviously, people that are living in assisted living or have disability issues have the right to vote with assistance, and there's nothing wrong with assisting them as long as it's done properly. But we do frequently see errors in which people don't understand exactly how to do things the right way in terms of signing as an assister and making sure they know what the limitations of doing that are. So that may be something that the board might want to think about, looking into what materials are already out there, and if the board feels like there's some updating or a deficiency in that area, that would be a great, I think, thing to do, to send materials like that to these types of facilities.
Last question. How frequent would you say, on average, how often do you see these type of cases?
I don't know that I can give you a, statistical average. I will say they are, definitely one of the more common types of violations that we see.
Over 50%?
And I'm not sure if specific to nursing homes, but we do frequently see people that, are in good faith attempting to assist somebody with ballots, making errors that are unintentional or inadvertent in one fashion or another. So those are fairly common cases.
Thank you.
And education for people that we know are frequently put into that position would be a very good thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Johnson.
To the Attorney General, is there a definition of, in the election world, of assisting a voter? Is there a definition of what assisting means?
If you'll give me a second, let me take a look. The statute that is cited here is a fraudulent entry statute, which is the violation that this respondent was charged with. I think in general, assistance is meant just generally to be, to facilitate the voter to cast the votes of their choosing, and that's where generally the lines are drawn. Assisting a voter to physically sign is generally not permitted. I do believe that there are circumstances in which, an elector can sign with an X or make some kind of a mark if they can't physically sign their name anymore. But that is a question of fact, and I don't know that that's something that was really at issue here. I think this person assumed that she could just help by writing it for them if they couldn't do it themselves.
Correct. So my question is, signing a person's signature is not legal?
Correct.
Under any circumstance?
Correct. And that is, I believe, how this came to the attention of the board, is because elections officials do look for matching signatures. That can be challenging over time as handwriting can deteriorate, but there is a procedure for those to be validated in that scenario.
Correct. And to the Attorney General, is there a definition of what disabled is in the election code?
Not specific, it's a flexible definition because you have to look at the facts and circumstances that are presented by each individual's scenario. There's a wide range of disabilities that might require a variety of assistance.
Correct. So there are all sorts of definitions of disability or disabled, certainly in the medical world.
Certainly. It would
There
be a
are.
fact-specific inquiry, in terms of the elector's ability to perform the tasks of voting and what level of assistance that they might require.
Correct. Generally, it's, as far as voting in elections, one thinks of a visual disability, that a person cannot see the ballot and needs assistance. Or maybe they have crippling arthritis and can't hold a pen or pencil or actually handle the touch screen adequately. And is there a definition of illiterate as is written in the election code? Is that
Not to my
non-English
knowledge.
speaking or not able to read English? Or not
There-
able to
you
read?
know, you're getting into a very complicated area of the law because there are a wide variety of federal laws that touch on English speaking ability and, have very different rules, sometimes depending on the county. For example, Gwinnett County has very specific rules related to bilingual ballots. You have rules that are applicable to U.S. citizens that were educated in Puerto Rico and American flag schools where the primary language is Spanish. There's a lot of rules around literacy.
Right.
So
my point is is just for the public is that assisting a voter is not choosing what choices are made on the ballot. Each person is entitled and has a right to vote freely of their own free will, and the assistance is simply for the accomplishment of the task of that voter voting of their own free will. So assistance does not mean going into the voting booth and picking choices for another
absolutely
person,
not.
correct?
That is absolutely not permitted.
Right.
It is the voter's decision, and the voter must make the choice, but can have somebody help facilitate that choice to be recorded, whether it's on an absentee ballot or on a touchscreen.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Chair would entertain a motion on this. The recommendation is to final order consisting of a reprimand and an order to cease and desist from any further violations of the election code.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the final order.
We have a motion to approve the final order. We have a second?
2012-064. Yes.
We have a motion and a second to approve the final order, issuing a reprimand and a order to cease and desist on case number SCB 2012-064. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The vote carries 3-0. Beth, you're still up?
Yes. The next case that we have is 2012-182. The respondents in this case are Serafin Sanchez and Shirley Nicholson. This involved the Muskogee County, November 6, 2012 general election. This was a complaint that was filed by the Secretary of State's office. And this is one of our more challenging cases, and one that really is more focused on the actual delay in the case. This is kind of the exception to what I had said earlier about most of our older cases maybe not being ones that we would have chosen to take to the Office of Administrative Hearing. It's an unusual case. This, again, involves some violations by hospital staff members that were attempting to assist hospital residents. But it's a little strange in that we are actually missing some of our investigative files in this, and so we've had to kind of piece together what exactly the allegations were in this case and what happened. What we do know is that hospital staff were attempting to help residents and gathered up some absentee ballots and bundled them together in a FedEx envelope, which in itself might have been appropriate. Absentee ballots are able to be mailed, and there's not necessarily a violation for assisting somebody to put it in the mail. But unfortunately, they FedEx them all to the Secretary of State's office rather than to the local county elections officials. Some of the ballots, 2 of the ballots that were included in there, also did not have the proper outer oath envelopes, and the oath envelopes that were in there did not have signatures indicating the assistance. But given the questions that we have about, exactly what happened due to us missing portions of the file, we're recommending just a straight dismissal on this one. Also, due to the passage of time, it's difficult for us to, figure out what, if any, charges for Ms. Sanchez or Ms. Nicholson are appropriate at this juncture. And again, there's no indication that there was any actual intentional violation, whatever happened here. I think this was good faith, although, albeit, unfortunately, somewhat erroneous effort to try to help people get their absentee ballots filled out and sent in, with some missteps along the way. This one, we're recommending just a dismissal based on the facts that we have before us.
Mr. Chair,
Member King.
were these patients?
I believe so, yes. It says hospital residents.
So are they patients that
I don't-
didn't have families?
I don't know anything, this is something that we're not real sure about
Okay.
because we don't have the investigators'
Okay.
reports to see.
Okay.
I'm assuming these probably would have been longer-term patients rather than somebody that was temporarily there in the ER or something like that. But that's all I am willing to speculate on.
Okay.
Question. Does West Central Georgia Regional Hospital still conduct this ABM program? I know this is an old case.
Yes, it's a very old case, and I don't know what the status of that hospital is currently and what, if any, services they might be trying to provide in terms of assistance to their residents. I think back at this time, they were trying to be helpful and just made errors along the way.
Correct. In your records, although they're incomplete at this point, did the hospital attempt to contact the election office to send a registrar to assist these hospitalized patients? As is written in the code, it's permissible in the code for the registrar to send someone that's hospitalized to help them vote.
I don't have any indication that came up. But again, that, would be an appropriate thing for the board to provide some education with. And in fact, if the board wished to, include in its administrative dismissal that they want to issue a letter of instruction to the hospital or send some materials to the hospital, that would be entirely appropriate.
This might be helpful. So West Central Georgia is a consumers in need of behavioral health care services. It's an inpatient for behavioral health and adult mental health and forensic care, so. It's not a standard hospital, it's a behavioral health.
Mental
Yeah,
hospital.
mental hospital, yeah.
Correct. I know some hospitals have actually rehab facilities, which ends up being sort of like a long-term care facility, and there are patients that, would like, that would be there over an election and would like to vote. The question about a case such as this that I question is why not use the registrar's office and their employees to facilitate voting for a hospitalized person, to send out registrar teams to facilitate this, rather than these coming in a packet of ballots that could be construed or look like ballot harvesting. And we know that Georgia does not allow ballot harvesting. So I think a letter of instruction would be in order.
I think that my speculation is that might not be a widely known option to people who work in these positions, and that if made aware of those options, they can do a better job taking advantage of that, because I'm sure that they would prefer to not get mired down in the details of how to manage absentee voting as well. So they may be very grateful to hear of that option, so that they can place that responsibility in other hands.
Correct. So there's sort of that overlap between hospitalization versus just long-term care facility, a long-term care living facility or residence. So are there any other questions?
I have one more question. Is there a form or something that the family is to fill out that says, yes, we want someone from the facility to assist my family member because we're not going to help them or we are not able to? Is there any type of documentation?
I'm not aware of that. I would say generally, just based on my experience with volunteering with some long-term care residents, that I think there's a significant number of residents that don't have family support and that look to staff members of their facilities to do a wide variety of things for them in their daily life. So I would think that in, hospital forums like that would be an administrative item that the hospital would take into account. So I'm not certain that there's a state form that's provided.
Okay. All right,
That is
you.
something I think the SCB could investigate and consider creating, if that might be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Chair will entertain a motion in this case.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve this with the recommendation or request to send a letter of instruction to this long-term care facility, or this facility, West Central Georgia Regional Hospital, with instruction of the proper handling of voting for hospitalized patients.
I guess there's a procedure somewhere on that. We'll have to
Changing it, right?
see what we can come up with on that one. We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on this with the instructions on the proper procedures for voting for hospitalized patients.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
The next case that we have on our agenda is SCB case number 2013-035. This is a Sumter County case. The respondents are Edith Green and LaShawna Williams. The complainant was the Sumter County Election Supervisor, Robert Brady. It was referred to our office there were 3 cases total. One was resolved with a letter of instruction. And each of these involved, again, this is an assistance on an absentee ballot issue. As to respondent Green, she assisted Bessie and Arthur Robinson with their absentee ballots. There doesn't appear to be any dispute that they were entitled to receive some assistance, but she failed to sign the absentee ballot envelope as assisting. When the investigator conducted their interviews, they felt that there was no intent to either misdirect the voters or misrepresent the voters' intent, that she was trying in good faith to assist them and made a more technical violation by simply failing to fill out the assistance portion of the absentee ballot envelope. So on those facts, we don't think this is a penalty case and would recommend that the board accept a reprimand and cease and desist order. As to respondent Williams, there was a count of unlawful possession of ballots. There's some evidence to suggest that she violated OCGA 21-574 by mailing absentee ballots of the same individuals, Bessie and Arthur Robinson, to the Board of Elections for them. But she's not related to them and did not live in the same household. At the time that the violation occurred, both the SOS and the board had kind of a strict liability rule regarding the possession of ballots. After this case came over to our office, the Attorney General issued an opinion, 2016-02, that says that merely having a ballot in your possession for some period of time is not unlawful possession under that statute, and that conduct therefore does not constitute a violation of that statute. So we're recommending dismissal of that charge. There was also a violation of OCGA 212409B, which is assisting electors who cannot read English or who have disabilities. Respondent Williams assisted a cousin of hers with his absentee ballot, and again, there's no indication, there's no dispute that he would have been entitled to assistance, and she did sign his ballot as assisting, but she was related to one of the municipal candidates who was running, and therefore was disqualified as a person to give assistance. That does, mitigate, in terms of why this case was referred to us. But given that this was just her cousin requesting her assistance, there was no indication that she was trying to do anything untoward, and that relationship that she might have had to one of the candidates would have played into that. Also, there's a federal statute that provides that voters that are requesting assistance are entitled to choose a person of their choice. So for that reason, we are recommending a dismissal rather than a reprimand in this case, because I think there's, a good argument that any technical violation of the law is sort of superseded by the facts in the statute, the federal statute.
Member King.
Just want to point out something, because we do have new investigators here as well as our seasoned investigators. You mentioned a few times that you determined that there was no intent to do anything, malicious based off of several different things. Do you have a criteria? Like, how do you determine what someone's intent is?
Well, obviously, intent is very subjective, and it's hard to determine what is going on in an individual's mind. We look for any indications in the file that would suggest an intent to us, and we did not find any in this.
What are
There's
some
no
of those?
evidence of
What are
that.
some of those indications?
So, I can think of cases in, not this case, but other cases where we have been able to make a case for intent based on facts and circumstances. I can think of cases where the assister, there was the appearance that the assister wasn't really trying to reflect that person's actual vote and was trying to get votes for a particular candidate. That there was a link between the candidate, there is a link between this candidate here, a candidate here, and the assister, but this is a different case than what I'm talking about, because this was not somebody going around trying to round up votes for this candidate. This is a cousin who's very close to the person, who would be a very logical person to try to help their cousin vote. So, we're not seeing that, a case that could be made for an intentional sort of, we're trying to manipulate that voter's vote rather than just help the voter to vote.
Okay.
But
Do you know the
we look
relationship?
for-
Do you know the relationship you had with the candidate? Was she a cousin? Was she a?
It says, all I know that is she was related to one of the municipal candidates as well. If you can give me a second, I might
Could be close, could be
be able
far.
to see what that relationship is, but it is not in my notes.
Okay.
I do think that there was pretty persuasive evidence that the cousin that she was assisting was a very close relationship, that, it appeared to be logical that she would be the person helping him.
And they probably voted the same? That's what we're assuming, because of their relationship?
Well, I've got some real close family members that vote very differently than me,
That's
so
why
I
I'm
wouldn't
like-
necessarily assume that, but,
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Dr. Johnson, any questions?
Just a question. You just mentioned that a voter can select anyone they want to assist, but there's the caveat about not being related to the candidate, correct? You're saying...
Well, there's a
are you-
conflict between federal and state law here. There is a federal law that it's 52 U.S.C. 10508 that talks about the voter being able to assistance from a person of their choice. And yeah, that is that does conflict to some degree with 21-409 and the provision that there should not be a relationship there with the candidate. I think the combination of the fact that this is likely to be the person that the voter wanted, and the fact that there is federal law in that leads us to believe that, this would not be a charge-worthy violation of 21-409. If the board so wished, it could vote to do a cease and desist and a reprimand in lieu of a dismissal. But I don't believe this is a penalty type of case, and I wouldn't recommend that the board pursue a penalty against this person. But if the board wanted to do something a little more curative, the board has that option. It's up to the board to decide.
Yeah, the one issue for me is the relationship here, because I have 47 first cousins I don't even know, but so is it somebody that they're closely related to and they know, or somebody that's just a relation?
Give me just a second, I'll see if I can find
And if we're not
any details
determining, if
about
we're not
this.
doing DNA testing, then, it shouldn't really matter.
Well, if I was doing the investigation, I would want to know what your relationship is with them. Like I said, I have cousins, I have no clue who they are and really don't care, which wouldn't affect my voting then. But if it was my sister, I'd be sure to vote against them.
I got it.
Give me just 1 second. I'm looking to see if I've got any more details in here that didn't make it into my notes.
I just feel like if there's no way to properly confirm, I can
Yeah.
say it's my cousin, and,
Yeah.
if there's no way to properly confirm, then it's just anyone who says it's a family member.
It kind of goes back to the intent with me, though.
Right,
You can figure out intent a little bit more if you know what that relationship is, so.
that's true.
I would just be cautious to suggest that it's okay for relatives of candidates to send out and, cover the county with soliciting all the cousins' votes.
Right.
If we're going to fall into a problem here with voting that's in question.
Looking at this, I do see a note in the file that the assister was the sister-in-law of the candidate. So
That's
that is
pretty
also a close relationship as well. If the board would like to pull this and look at options such as a cease and desist reprimand, we could.
Yeah, letter of instruction.
The board has the ability to, our office does not have the ability
Yeah.
to require or recommend a letter of instruction, but we certainly can unofficially suggest that would be appropriate here. The board has the authority to issue letters of instruction as it chooses.
Yeah, you want to make that public? Let's have some discussion on that. So we have a letter of instruction, we have a recommendation for a letter of
Cease and desist.
cease and desist and the letter of reprimand. Problem I have is with the age of the case.
Right.
And one thing I would caution is, the analysis of when a federal law preempts the state law is a complicated one. And that is, something that we would have to take a very close look at and I think we should be careful about assuming that the federal law either does or doesn't fully preempt the state law in this scenario. We certainly don't see this as a case where we need to get the courts involved in terms of, on this particular issue to make that determination. But we may want to exercise some caution in terms of any orders or letters of instruction, that we are mindful of that, because there is a statute that, puts a heavy weight on the voter being able to select the person of their choosing.
Yeah, my thought, Dr. Johnson, is if it were a newer case and not 12 years old and we had access to more of the file, then I would feel more comfortable with a reprimand as opposed to an instruction. But if it had happened last year, but it's just such an old case, and I haven't, we haven't really been able to digest the entire file on that, so.
Yeah, and I was thinking that because of the length, the timing, that if this person is still here, they're still voting, I would rather them be instructed on how to go about this the correct way, so that we don't see them here again, because then at that point, I think we would have to escalate. But just given the fact that it's pretty old.
I'm not certain that the voter is actually still living at this time.
Exactly,
So,
let's assume they're here, yep.
The chair would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we approve with a letter of instruction.
On the third.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we need to address each of them.
This is on SEB 2013-235.
So there's three different things here. The very first case with Green was recommend the board accept proposed reprimand and cease and desist order. The second one was to dismiss because there's not a violation, and the third one would be to issue a letter of instruction.
Yes, on the third.
Is
Yep.
that your motion?
Yes.
So we have a motion on this case, SCB 2013-035, to issue a letter of reprimand and cease and desist with Respondent Green, a dismissal on the first claim against Respondent Williams, and a letter of instruction on the second claim against Respondent Williams. Is there a second?
What is the motion, please?
The motion is to issue a letter of reprimand and a cease and desist on the first violation against Respondent Green, to issue a dismissal where no violation was found on the first case against Respondent Williams, and issue a letter of instruction on the second case and violation found against Respondent Williams. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no dissension, so moved.
our next case is 2013. Oh, sorry.
Please.
Our next case is 2013-070. This came from Calhoun and Early County. It was referred by a candidate. The respondent in this case is a gentleman named Neil Megahe. It was referred to our office at the April 3rd, 2018 meeting. The candidate had submitted a complaint to the Secretary of State's office. This involved the November 5th, 2013 City of Arlington, Georgia municipal election, alleging that people that had lived outside the Arlington city limits were voting in the city election. When they went through, they found that all of the challenged individuals lived in the city and were properly voting in that city, except for one, Mr. Megahe. And he initially told investigators that he had been living with his parents and had just moved to a new address right outside the city limits, and that he had forgotten to update his registration. But he also said that he had been getting some pressure from people to vote in the Arlington election, including from his boss. He seemed to have some difficulty understanding that it was a violation of election law to vote in a city that you do not reside, in which you do not reside. Over the years, we attempted on numerous occasions to try to work out a resolution with them, because this was what we believed to be a fairly clear violation, but not a particularly significant one. We did think that a fine would generally be appropriate. but a very small fine. We had initially proposed $250, and then we said, tried to get him to agree to $100. We cannot impose a penalty without going through a full APA hearing. And when he just, completely refused to enter into a consent order for a fine, and then changed the story and said, basically, I was living with my parents at the time, which, is not corroborated by the facts that we find in the file, but again, it is our burden of proof to prove by the preponderance of the evidence where he was living, and his testimony on that is going to be admissible in evidence. So based on these facts and the fact that this is not the type of case that would generally result in a significant fine, this is one that kind of, we didn't feel like we should send to OSA for a full hearing, but we're kind of stuck in the situation of not being able to get a consent order either. So that explains why it kind of sat around for as long as it did. Now we think this is kind of one of the perfect cases for a final order and reprimand, finding that he did violate the law, and telling him to cease and desist and not to do that again. And I will note in cases like this that to the extent that this particular respondent or any respondent in which a final order is entered, if there is ever a violation of election law again by that person, then at that point a reprimand order would carry a lot of weight, I believe, with an administrative law judge and make that judge much more inclined to impose a significant penalty for any future violation. So, we think that this is one where a final order is the appropriate resolution for this matter.
Is Respondent Neil McGahee here? No, okay. So Mr. McGahee lived outside city limits. That was confirmed. Then he was untruthful and said he lived with his parents, which we know was not true.
Well, initially he admitted that he did,
Right,
and he said, "Oh, I just forgot to change my registration," and then later he said, "No, I was living there at the time."
He had alternating stories.
I think when he realized that
Love those.
that was a violation of the law, that he decided.
They said the dilemma for this board is that if it went before the administrative law judge, they would probably just slap the guy on the wrist, and we'd pay a lot of money. The board pays for those administrative hearings, and we'd pay a lot of money to give the guy a minimal fine if that were the case, and it's a 12-year-old case again, so.
Is the maximum fine still the $5,000?
Yes.
And he rejected $100?
He said that he was not willing to enter into any kind of consent order. He did not want to admit any violations. And we do see that happen from time to time. Sometimes people will just dig in, and more often we'll just refuse to respond. I believe this respondent did, respond to some degree that he was not going to accept a consent order.
It just sounds like we have someone who is, like you said, having conflicted stories, not being truthful, and then not willing to take accountability either. Can we ensure that he's fined?
Not without a full Administrative Procedure Act hearing.
So basically, he's just...
we would have to prove that he was not, in fact, living at that address at the time in 2013. That's, we don't have sworn testimony from him. We have, written recordation of hearsay statements that were made. There's no guarantee that if we brought this to the Office of State Administrative Hearings that we would get a finding that by the preponderance of the evidence that he had in fact violated the statute. It is our burden.
So our option is either we have to pay a lot of money to go through this process for him to get a $100 fine, or pretty much let him walk free from this with no accountability.
A cease and desist and a reprimand. A reprimand is a sanction, and it is one that I will say. ALJs, if they see that person again after they've already been reprimanded once, I think that makes an administrative law judge far more inclined to impose a much more significant penalty than they might for a first-time offender or one that they feel like might have made a more innocent mistake.
Okay. Thank you.
Beth, what is the violation that we're talking about?
Okay, so we have two code sections. It's 21-2-218F, which provides no person shall vote in any county or municipality other than the county or municipality of such person's residence, except as provided in subsection E, which does not apply to this case. And also 21-2-216A, no person shall vote in any primary election unless the person shall be a resident of the county or municipality in which he or she seeks to vote. And
is the code 21-570 applied? I'm sorry, 571? Voting by an unqualified elector?
quite possibly, our office typically, when we see a case that could have possibly implicated other parts of the election law, but that we were not referred a case, finding those violations, we tend to not want to, on our own initiative, add additional violations that this board has not recommended, but certainly an argument could be made. We actually see that fairly commonly. There might be cases where we might feel compelled to add a violation if we saw it, and I think the law would permit us to do so. But in this case, since 21-216 and 218 very clearly cover this and are appropriate violations, that's all we've included in our final order. By the way, I do want to make sure that everybody on the board is aware that we did send around a corrected final order. Thanks to Dr. Johnston for noticing we did have a copy-paste error where we inadvertently included a provision that was not the correct provision, just due to a simple copy-paste error, and a corrected version has been recirculated. So if the final order does end up being signed, we just ask to make sure it's the correct one. Thank you for catching that.
So this is such an old case. Is the respondent still alive?
I have no reason to think that he would not be. He was living with his parents at the time, so I assume he was, possibly, I'm not certain, but I can try to investigate that further if you'd like.
So we're unsure if he's going to even get the letter of reprimand. Do we know where he is right now?
We have pretty good resources to be able to get current addresses, not as good as actually the Secretary of State's office has access to information that our office, or at least that I at my office do not.
We're not going to send it to
Depends on what
parents'
division
house.
you're in, what kind of access you have to GCIC and other things like that. But we have some pretty decent resources.
We're not going to send it to his parents' house. He doesn't live there.
We can provide we should be able to provide a pretty good address for that person.
Maybe we should send it to his parents' house.
Copy of it, yeah.
So this case is so old, and I'm glad you're cleaning this up and bringing this to us, these cases that have sort of fallen between the cracks. There is every indication that this person violated 218F and 216A, and potentially, although it was not referred to you, there was a possible violation of 571, 21-571, which is a felony. So if you vote, if you're an unqualified voter and you vote giving false information when you sign that ballot that everything is true and correct and you're eligible to vote, that is a felony. We want people to vote, and we want people to vote legally and of their own free will. So I don't think it's our place to add 571 to this case, and I would recommend that I'd make a motion that we approve the final order for 2013-070.
We have a motion to approve the final order, which issues a letter of reprimand and cease and desist. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second to approve the final order for SCB 2013-070. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved 3-0. The next case is SCB 2018-021.
2018-021, that is coming out of Stewart County. The respondents in this case are the county and Alfreda Hudson, who at the time was the interim elections supervisor. And this came at a time where they had gone through some turnover. In fact, Ms. Hudson was not, she was working there at the time, but I'm not sure she was working in that capacity. The board voted to refer this over for violations of 21-381, 403, 418B, 379.7, and SCB Rule 183-1-12-.02, subparagraph 3D7. This began when the respondents issued the wrong absentee ballot to an elector. This was back before we had our current voting system, so this was the old machines, if people remember those, the really big DREs. The respondents apparently issued an incorrect absentee ballot to the elector, who then came in and tried to vote on the day of the election at the Richland Precinct polling location. They had problems at that poll that day. They had some big problems because the voting machines had gone down. There were not accepting voters at that time because they were trying to figure out how to get the voting machines back online. They were busy contacting the county registrar, other counties, Secretary of State, and Kennesaw State, where there's experts there. And so as they were doing this, the same elector came in trying to say, hey, you gave me the wrong absentee ballot, I want to vote in this one. And what should have happened is that elector should have been issued a provisional ballot, but I think they basically just sent him away. There was also some evidence that there was some failure just to display the card instructions and voting rights posters, and that there wasn't a voter disability device equipped to some of the DREs at that precinct. The elections supervisor acknowledged that they were, in the middle of a chaotic situation. They had had a lot of key election staff, including the previous election supervisor, leave about a month before this. After the election, they implemented a ton of poll worker training that, much of which specifically addressed the problems that had happened on that day and how things could have been handled better. And also since that time, we now have new equipment that, would hopefully prevent this from happening again. Based on this, we did not feel that it was appropriate to penalize the elections worker, even though errors were made, and are recommending that the final order be entered calling for a public reprimand and cease and desist rather than impose any penalties against Stewart County for what happened on that day.
Is there anybody from Stewart County or is Alfreda Hudson here that would like to respond to this?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Is there anyone from Stewart County or is Alfreda Hudson here that would like to respond to this particular case? No. Any questions from the board on this case?
A question, Mr. Chairman. Does the letter of reprimand go to the supervisor that quit or the current county registrar or supervisor?
Well, so if there's a final order entered, we would send it both to Stewart County and to Alfreda Hudson. I'm not sure she even still works there anymore, but since she is the named respondent, we would want her to be advised of any final order that is entered that might involve her. But the board is certainly welcome to provide additional information to any county officials that they feel like might need additional information. I do think that they learned from the experience and did conduct specific training to hopefully avoid a repeat of this type of incident in the future.
Stewart County has a population of 5,314 people. Not a large county, but my sympathies go out to any person that is dubbed the election supervisor 1 month before an election, and certainly there's a laundry list of violations included in this final order. So I just wanted to make sure that all of you are aware that the previous supervisor quit 1 month before the election, and some poor supervisor had to try to pick up the slack and run an election.
Any questions, Member King? Yep. The chair will entertain a motion on this case. The recommendation is to issue a letter of reprimand and a cease and desist.
Yeah, I make a motion that we approve it and as is.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand and a cease and desist on case SCB 2018-021. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion for a comfort break, or you're going to lose your quorum.
I'm so moved.
We have a motion to take a
Second.
10-minute comfort break.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries.
I took it.
Sorry, go any longer. Oh. Welcome back. I hope y'all are as comfortable as I am at this point. The good news is we got through page 1 of the agenda. I want to make a couple announcements. We're going to go out of order on some things today to try and accommodate those of you that have driven for long ways. Also, anybody that came for the specific purpose of hearing the discussion and adoption of the rule that is listed in the agenda, the person who proposed that rule emailed yesterday and wanted that rule continued to the next meeting. So we will not hear that rule today. It'll be heard at the July meeting. So if you're here for that sole purpose, you can leave. And then we have the next item on the agenda after we finish the Attorney General cases is to hear investigative reports, and the case will be dismissed. We're going to go out of order, though, and I want to be cognizant of those people that have driven a long way to get here. So if you're from Decatur County or Thomas County or McIntosh or Ben Hill, Bryan County, Chatham County, Toombs County, City of Richland, City of Fort Valley, City of Camilla, and the Glenn County cases, we're going to hear all of those at the very first so that y'all can get out of here today. And then, depending on how things go, it may or may not roll into tomorrow, but we will be out of here at 5 o'clock today probably, and maybe back in the morning. So that's the order that we'll go in. Let's go ahead and continue with the cases presented by the Attorney General report. So the next case on the agenda is SEB 2020-001. It is tab number 11. Maybe, hang on a second. Okay.
Is my mic not on? Okay. And I've been told to speak louder and to make sure that I speak into the mic, which I will try to do. This case comes from Putnam County. It involves the November 6, 2018 general election. We're getting closer to this decade. And this is a pretty simple case. It's another one of these improper assistance on an absentee ballot case. This is Mr. Reed. Samuel Reed is the respondent. He was helping his 80-year-old sister, Ms. Leola Reed, with her ballot. She had a shaky hand, according to him. She was 80 years old, and he signed her name for her. He did identify himself as the person assisting the elector. This is similar to the other cases, some of the other cases that we have seen today. It's a technical violation of the election code, but it doesn't appear to be an intentional one. Not one that we would recommend sending to the Office of State Administrative Hearings to try to seek a penalty sanction to be imposed against this gentleman. And no evidence that Mr. Reed was trying to do anything other than properly assist his sister in getting her ballot completed. So we recommend this one for a reprimand and cease and desist final order.
Is Samuel Reed here today? Mr. Reed's not here. Is there any questions from the board on this case?
Question.
No.
Is Mr. Reed continuing to assist and sign the signature for his 80-plus sister?
Not to my knowledge, but we would not have that information in our file necessarily. So this one got caught on a signature mismatch by the Secretary's office. That's how this one came to our attention. I don't know to what extent Ms. Reed, who was, it sounds like 80 years old and in poor health at the time of that particular election, I'm not sure what her voting history after that would have been.
Is signature match still being performed for absentee ballots?
I am not aware exactly what the Secretary's office is doing in terms of seeking that. It is one of the ways that ballots can be authenticated, but we've had a lot of changes to the absentee ballot rules that require more provision of voter ID rather than relying on signatures in an effort to try to give something that that doesn't require elections officials to go through and match signatures. So I think that the trend has been more toward seeking provision of identification documents rather than signature mismatches at this time. But there are still records available if there's some kind of a dispute. Those could be looked at.
All right. So my question, it's a rhetorical question, is if somebody assists an absentee voter and matches are only performed on, say, a driver's license number or last four of the social security number, then there's no review or verification of the signature of the voter versus the assistant, correct?
Well, I know that SB 202, has changed the way that absentee ballots are processed, and whether that will reflect any changes in terms of how that, causes enforcement cases to either come to our attention or not. It's kind of too early for us to tell because we're still just seeing, cases coming to us, under these new rules. So it's too early for us to tell how that might impact these types of cases.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion. The recommendation is to issue a final order with the reprimand and cease and desist.
I make a motion that we approve the consent as read.
The final order
The final order.
as presented. We have a motion to approve the final order issuing a reprimand and a cease and desist. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving the order to issue a letter of reprimand and cease and desist signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 3-0. SCB 2020-089 has been removed at the request of the Attorney General, so we'll go on to SCB 2020-155, which is tab number 13 in the binder.
Yes, so this is a case that comes from Chatham County, the November 3rd, 2020 general election. And it involves a respondent named Edward Gresham, who had posted on his Facebook page that he intended to give away free food to individuals at a concert that evening if they showed up with their I voted sticker. That is a violation of OCGA 21-570, which provides that it is illegal to incentivize people to vote, even if it's not for any particular candidate. You're not supposed to provide financial rewards or any other kind of incentives to cast your vote. However, although he did post that on his Facebook page, what ended up happening at the concert that night was that he ended up kind of giving away free food to anybody and wasn't really looking for I voted stickers. And he testified, told the investigators that he didn't intend to really give specifically free food just to people with their I voted stickers. Given the way things played out and that he didn't really actually appear to be giving any additional incentives to people that wore I voted stickers versus not, we don't think that this is a penalty case, although the technical, even just the offer to do that on Facebook is technically not appropriate. We didn't think there's any intention to violate the law, and so are recommending that a cease and desist and reprimand be entered in a final order.
I have a question. So this past election cycle, I went to a couple of precincts and it appeared to be almost like a carnival. There were people that after they voted, they were handed funnel cakes and snow cones and all kinds of things after they would vote. How is that any different from what this gentleman is doing? Or why is that allowed?
So and I don't want to speculate on the facts, of any particular thing where I don't have a full knowledge of what happened. I would say that one distinction that seems apparent to me is the attempt to induce somebody before they vote. So this person had posted on Facebook, if you show up with your I voted sticker today, I will give you free food. That could, in theory, cause somebody who wasn't planning to vote to then go out and vote. Whereas, the things after the election, the voting is a fait accompli, you've already done it, it would be, I think what a respondent would argue, it would distinguish that from being a violation.
So having a DJ and giveaways on the corner beside the precinct before they vote is not enticing them to vote?
I would want to be very careful about weighing in on opinions of a case that could come to us later when we haven't, given the investigators the opportunity to gather evidence and present a file. I think your concern is noteworthy, and it becomes a question of degree and whether the facts would.
Yeah.
You have to look at the particular facts of the situation and whether or not they rise to what you would consider to be a violation of the statute, which really looks toward incentivization.
Yeah.
But,
So I want to be fair, and to reprimand one individual while we have these elaborate parties going on at precincts on election day seems a little unfair to me. But I think we absolutely need to look into that because it is enticing. There's signs out that says, honk if you haven't voted, or come here and make sure that you vote here. That is absolutely enticing people, particularly when you're doing it during early voting, when you don't have to go to an assigned precinct. So if I'm just riding down the road and I happen to be hungry and I see signs that say, hey, grab a funnel cake after you vote, that's enticing them to vote.
Well, again, you'd have to look at the facts and circumstances. You'd also want to look at things like, SB 189 provides some, specific ground rules, areas where you cannot provide food and water, for example, by negative implication. Outside those areas, it may be permissible. And again, you would look at, because general get out the vote campaigning and activities are perfectly appropriate, as long as they don't run afoul of one of these provisions.
Yeah.
So, you'd have to look at exactly what happened in the particular circumstances and see, did they stay, within the area of what's permissible versus not. But in general, offers of food specifically, if and only if you vote, free. Like this case, if you, and we've had other cases like this as well, I remember one involving free slices of pizza at the pizza restaurant if you had your I voted sticker. As nice as that sounds and as good as a thing as voting is, we don't permit people to be incentivized to vote. You need to vote out of your civic duty, not to receive a reward.
So my final comment is, I do think that this will set precedent so that we can, refer back to this. But I do want to be on record noting that I find both methods as wrong. Whether you are 100 feet from the door and you have a booth and you're handing out gifts and food and partying and all kinds of things to get people to come in and vote in that specific precinct, or you're posting on social media and asking people to bring their sticker to get things. And I say this because when I walked up, I didn't have my badge on or anything, and I walked up and I saw someone with a plate of food coming out of the precinct area. And I said to them, where did you get that, or what's that for? And they said, well, if you go vote, you'll get one too. That's what the person said to me. So again, if we're going to reprimand one person, then we can't allow precincts to set a different example, and then we're seemingly allowing them to do the same thing. So I will support you approve when it's time.
Well, and it
as
sounds like there
as
may be
precedent.
future, complaints, there may be complaints processing their way through the system that have not made it to our office yet.
Yeah, but we do
So,
have precedent with this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
A question, Beth. In the summary that was given to us, one of the sentences says, the respondent posted on Facebook on November 1st, 2020, suggesting he would give away free food. What does suggesting mean in this Facebook post?
Honestly, I do not have the exact Facebook post in front of me. I probably have it in my file if you want me to take a look
Well,
and see what it says, but I assume that the Facebook post probably, was pretty clear to a reader that the message was that if you had an I voted sticker, you get free food at that
Yeah.
event. Which is not, that would violate the law, and I think our recommendation for leniency is because everybody at the concert got free food regardless, that we felt that was a mitigating factor for this particular gentleman.
I guess my question is, did he or did he not offer to give? And with regards to free food or any gift of value. So if he posted it on Facebook, and I don't think I would call it suggesting. It sounds like if he posted on Facebook, it's an offer. It is or it is not.
I'm looking to see if we probably have it in our file, but it may take me some clicking around to find it. And
So you do
Okay.
have the case, and you do have the image of the post.
I think that we most likely do in our file, but I don't have it in my particular notes for this case. But I can certainly, if you want to allow me to take a minute, I can pull up the file itself and see if there's an image in there that can be shared. I think the implication was, either the wording was sufficiently specific or the inference was sufficiently specific to lead to a complaint. And I think that it had every apparent intention of, we see this from time to time. People don't always realize that that's inappropriate because voting is a good thing. And they think they're just sort of, incentivizing people to do a good thing without realizing that that is a fairly serious violation of the law. And, the mitigation here is that, by the time this event actually happened, there was no differentiation of how you were treated based on whether you voted or didn't. Everybody at that concert was getting free food of some kind, whatever he was serving that day.
So let me read for the people in the room and maybe those that are listening, the code 212-570, that election law says, any person who gives or receives, offers to give or receive, or participates in the giving or receiving of money or gifts for the purpose of registering as a voter, voting, or voting for a particular candidate in any primary election shall be guilty of a felony. So it's short and it's very much to the point that it's serious. Call it electioneering or whatever you want, but the offer of a gift or money for any of those situations is a felony. So this was actually sent to the AG before any of us were on the board. I think we'll look at these maybe with more instruction as we send cases like this to the Attorney General in the future.
Any more questions? The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the the final order for 2020-155 by the Attorney General.
We have a motion to accept the final order for case number 2020-155 5, which is to issue a letter of reprimand and cease and desist. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. No dissension. Motion carries 3-0. Next case, SCB 2020-217.
Yes, this is a case involving Clinch County, particularly the January 5th, 2021 general runoff election. And the respondents are Lena Balance, who is the elections supervisor and the registrar for Clinch County, as well as the Board of Elections. I want to start out by saying that when this was discussed at the December 19th, 2023 meeting, I think this is one that the board would have otherwise been inclined to issue a letter of instruction on, but the board at that time was very bothered by the fact that neither Ms. Balance nor anybody else from Clinch County appeared at the meeting. At that time, there was no notice given to board members that failure to appear at the meeting might have any consequence. It was very much the suggestion was if you have something you want to present to the board, you are welcome to attend. I think that language has since been changed, but I did want to throw a cautionary word out there for the board that if the attendance of the respondents is important and will factor into how the case is handled, that to make sure that, and I believe that this is the case now, that the respondents are properly advised as to what the consequences of failure to appear would include. This case involved 2 UOCAVA ballots. These are for our overseas and military members. And they have some very tight turnarounds on some of these ballots, particularly in this particular situation was the runoff of the senatorial primary. So these were elections happening in quick succession. And there were 2 ballots from this county that did not arrive to the electors in time. We believed, looking at these, that both of these ballots were not sent to the voter due to errors on the registration forms themselves. In the first instance, Chandler Clark, there was a period in between the first and last name on the email address that on the handwritten form it was very difficult to see, so the ballot, and this was one that involved an electronic overseas ballot, went to what looked like the right address for her email, but was in fact not the right address. A bounce back message was received, and the Board of Elections, as quickly as they could, turned it around to get the ballot to the proper address, but by that time they had already missed the statutory deadline. With the second elector, you had a situation where they had put an address, a mailing address, and it was returned by the USPS with a notation that the mail was not forwardable at that address. The elector had not provided a phone number or an email, and Ms. Balance went so far as to going on social media, finding the voter's mother, tracking her mother down from social media to try to get this voter her ballot, and finally ended up sending it to an address that was validated by the mother. So it really went the extra mile. But again, as a technical matter, did not get the ballot to the elector within the appropriate time. We do not feel that there is certainly not a situation where this person who really did go the extra mile should be penalized for her conduct, and given the facts of the case and the fact that the elections director wasn't provided the correct information in the first place, we don't feel that there's even a cease and desist or a reprimand that should be entered in this one. We are going to ask that it be just dismissed, administratively dismissed as a final order.
It appears that Clinch County went to extraordinary efforts to get these ballots delivered.
Honestly,
Extraordinary
I
efforts.
think, she tried real hard to get these voters their ballots so that they could vote in that election.
Any questions from the board? No? The chair will entertain a motion on this case. The recommendation is to dismiss the case.
Make a motion that we approve the dismissal of this case.
We have a motion to approve the dismissal. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next item on the agenda is SCB 202-280, tab number 15.
Okay, so SCB 2020-280, this is a photography of the polls case coming out of Morgan County, again, the January 5th, 2021 general runoff election. The respondent's name is Lori Frost. This case was referred to us for one violation of OCGA 21-2413E. The respondent, Ms. Frost, posted a picture of her BMD screen to her Facebook page, and when somebody saw the Facebook post, that ended up in a referral. It is a violation of state law to take photos of any kind during the polling place. We typically, in cases where you have an individual that may not understand the significance of what they are doing and in which they do not post anything other than their own identifying information, we tend to not seek to impose a significant penalty against those types of respondents. We think those are cases in which a cease and desist or reprimand for this particular voter would be appropriate. We do tend to take more seriously cases that may have either another voter's identifying information or other imagery that we believe presents more of a concern about either ballot secrecy or security at the polls. This particular case seemed to be kind of an innocent violation by a voter that there's no indication intended to violate the law. And given that, this is not one that we would recommend sending to the Office of State Administrative Hearings for a penalty hearing. Therefore, we're recommending cease and desist and reprimand as part of a final order.
This board has heard many of these cases in the past. Recommendation is to issue a reprimand and a cease and desist order. Any questions from the board on this?
A question, Beth. Do you recall, was the photograph of the voted ballot or just the ballot on the BMD without votes?
So it was the BMD screen. You could see her name on it, apparently, but I don't know that there was any actual voting information on that. So, again, I don't have the actual photograph attached to my file. There was no concern about any other voters' information or any other voters being pictured in there, so we kind of looked at this as one of the more innocent. A lot of people like to take selfies with their ballots or show that they, were at the polls, and I think the context of this one was more like that type of a photography case rather than some of the more serious ones.
Was there any indication that the voter was being paid to vote?
No.
Document?
No suggestion of that in the file.
Chair will entertain a motion at this point. The recommendation is to issue a letter of reprimand and a cease and desist.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the final order. for cease and desist and reprimand for 2020-280.
We have motions, or a second?
Second.
We have motion and second to issue a letter of reprimand and a cease and desist on SCB 2020-280. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. No opposition, motion carries 3-0. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2022-036.
Yes, this is a case that came from Athens, Clark County. It's not related to a specific election. It involves an improper registration. The respondent is a gentleman named Oscar Lee Sutton, Jr. He is an unhoused individual and allegedly registered at an address where he had not been living. He had previously attempted to register using the address of a homeless center. There's no actual voting history for Mr. Sutton. So there is, I think, a technical violation. I'm not sure if what his connection to the particular address was, but I don't think that this was a place that he had lived or even regularly stayed. So I do think it is a violation, but given the challenges that unhoused people tend to have in terms of figuring out how to register properly, combined with the fact that there's no actual voting history of him voting using that address, we recommend a cease and desist and reprimand, not a penalty case against Mr. Sutton.
Is he housed now?
I have no idea.
Where are we sending the cease and desist to?
We will see what information we can get for a last known address through our means and provide that to y'all.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, if he's not in a place where he can receive mail, he may not be able to receive the final order, but since we're not penalizing him, hopefully that will not be of too much of a concern for him.
Does Mr. Sutton live at this address?
No, and we're not sure exactly how he came to identify that address. There are provisions in the code for unhoused individuals to be able to identify certain places, including homeless shelters or family members, relatives, addresses, things like that, places that they've regularly stayed. But the idea is that it should be a place that you've kind of made arrangements to receive mail, where they'll, even if you're not staying there, they'll get in touch with you to let you know that you've got some mail that you need to come pick up. This doesn't appear to fit one of those circumstances. It's technically not the way he should have tried to register, but we don't want to, we'd prefer not to try to penalize this gentleman for trying to register to vote.
Do you recall any details about his voter registration?
I believe that Mr. Sutton said he was a felon who had pled guilty to aggravated child molestation, so I'm not certain that he would have been permitted to register anywhere, depending on the status of his felony. But he's had no voting history, and I think that the registration and elections folks have corralled any improper registrations that he's attempted to submit.
Was he a felon at the time of voter registration?
I'm sorry?
Was he a felon or serving a sentence?
I don't know exactly what his status was at the time of the registration or not. The charge that was referred to us was for voting at an address where he did not live. We were not referred to a felon vote case, so we didn't, look at it into it from that angle.
Do we know how many other people live at that address or registered to that address?
I have no idea, and again, we're not sure why that particular address was selected.
Okay.
I believe that there is some authority that you can even identify, a street corner that you say, or places that are not
addresses
You just
is
grab
where
an
you
address.
stay. But I don't know that, I'm not certain what led him to pick this particular address.
I think there's an assumption that he was, someone probably introduced themselves to him and helped him register to vote. Is that considering the
don't know.
circumstances?
I have not seen anything in our file to indicate that.
Okay. Do we know where he was registered to vote?
It's Athens, Clark County.
We just know the county, okay.
I'm sure that the address is in my file, but it's not in my notes. I can try to pull it up if you'd like me to, but.
So the previous board just issued a cease and desist. Or
That was-
recommended it.
Yeah, there was a recommendation made as it was referred to our office that be the result.
Okay.
I would say, considering the circumstances, I think it is worth looking at this address to just see if there's other people that are unhoused that are also registered to this address.
That would not have any bearing on this
No,
gentleman's
not on this
particular-
case, not on this
That would-
case, but
that
just
would-
in general.
That would be something that our office would not.
No, I know, I looked at our investigators.
Okay, sure, yes.
I was talking to our investigators.
That would be more of an investigation of a potential new complaint.
Just to make sure that it's not something that's happened several times.
We have two people there that would love to do that. Chomping at the bits, so.
We can provide you with
Yeah.
that address information, and they can go track it down.
Chair would entertain a motion on this case.
Make a motion that we approve this final order, the cease and desist and letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand in the cease and desist order on 2022-036. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 3-0. We have one left for the Attorney General. Do you want to do it now or later in the afternoon? Next case is SEB 2022-138.
Yes, this case involves respondents are Sabrina German and the Chatham County Board of Elections and Chatham County Board of Voter Registration, the two separate entities there. This involved an alleged violation of OCGA 21-2384 for allegedly failing for the Board of Elections or Registration to send to voters their absentee ballots within 3 days. This is another case in which the referral was made possibly in part because the respondents did not appear. The complainant had alleged that he, his wife, and his father-in-law had applied to receive their absentee ballots, but that his wife never received one, and his father-in-law received it on the day of election as a piece of forwarded mail. The respondents said that they never received these applications, and additional investigation showed that the complainant's father-in-law had previously applied to receive absentee ballots at his permanent residence for the entire election cycle, and that the complainant and the rest of his family had applied to receive absentee ballots on May 11th, 2022, before the general primary election was scheduled to occur on May 24th, 2022. As a practical matter, the respondents could not have physically sent these ballots within that 3-day period based on the evidence that was found in the investigation. Also, 21-2384 provides that the 3-day period should be done or as soon as possible prior to any runoff. So, in this particular situation, that 3-day rule will probably not apply to this particular situation.
So for that reason, we are recommending that the board administratively dismiss the case against these respondents, because there does not appear to be a prima facie case of violation of law.
Any questions from the board? The recommendation from the AG is to administratively dismiss this case. Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we administratively dismiss this case.
We have a motion to dismiss. There a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. No opposition. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you, Ms. Young. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One moment, please. We had quite a few cases for dismissal, but several of them, board members have asked to be pulled for further consideration, but there are 6 cases slated for dismissal that we're going to go ahead and vote on en masse. That is case SCB 2023-074, DeKalb County, illegal campaigning at Miller Grove High School. SCB 2024-243, DeKalb County, failure to timely post notices. SCB 2025-001, DeKalb County, failure to post notices at Hawthorne Elementary. SCB 2024-215, Muskogee County, photograph of ballot. SCB 2021-127, Spalding County, candidate qualification. And SCB 2021-125, deceased voters north. Those cases were all slated for dismissal and recommended by the investigators for dismissal. The chair would entertain a motion on those cases for dismissal.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we dismiss all of those cases.
We have a motion to dismiss the above-named cases for dismissal.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, those cases previously listed. All those in favor of voting for dismissal signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Those cases are dismissed. We're now going to move into the regular cases with violations to be heard. Like I said, we're going to go out of order because I really want to be considerate of those people that have traveled a long way, and so I was looking on my Google Maps to try and figure out who came the furthest. And we'll do those first. It looks like Thomas County, SCB 2021-054, which is tab 72. Tab 72. Are you okay with us doing this way? Okay. So it's Thomas County, SCB 2021-054. Yeah. Yeah, let me do that real quick here. Yep. Now, this case, the portion of the complaint relating to Thomas County has been continued at a request. So there's still other portions. So that, Sarah, the portion relating to Thomas County has been continued. The next cases we're going to hear after that are SCB 2021-043, Decatur County. And then after that, we'll hear all the Glenn County cases, which is SCB 2022-035, SCB 2024-164, and SCB 2024-196. So that's the order that we'll go in. So the first case is the SCB 2021-054, Thomas County. Yes.
In 2022, he had gone to his polling location to vote early. Basically, the facts of the case are that Mr. Gloucester Sr. had a felony conviction, and he was on probation when he registered to vote. As he checked in, he showed up, and as he checked in to vote, he ended up voting on his son, Gloucester Jr.'s file. So, based on that, there are 2 violations that we have for Mr. Gloucester Sr., and that is OCGA 21-2-216, sub 5, sub B, qualifications of electors generally, and he voted in the 2020 general election without having re-registered to vote because he did not register to vote after his probation ended in 2017. Also, there's evidence to suggest that he violated OCGA 21-2-561 sub 3, false registration, in that he registered to vote in 2013 when he was under the terms of felony probation. Now, obviously, there's other respondents, but as we stated, those have been continued until the next session related to Thomas County's role in these incidents. The next complaints connected to this particular. Okay. So the next set of allegations related to Tiffany Biggins, who voted on the absentee ballot belonging to Mr. Cleveland Brown for the January 5th, 2021 general election runoff. And basically what happened in this situation is that Tiffany Biggins is the neighbor of Mr. Cleveland Brown. When they delivered the absentee ballot, they delivered it to her instead of to him. So she filled out the ballot, signed it, put her name on it, didn't put his name on it, sent it in. And so based on that, there are charges. Obviously, in this case, we talk about intent. She didn't intend, and it's obvious because she signed her own name, she wrote her own name on the ballot and sent it in. So we're going to say that this is obviously something that we would recommend an LOI on because this is obviously unintentional. So the third allegation connected to this complaint is Christy Manning. And in this case, Christy Manning actually signed, her and her mother requested absentee ballots. She ends up putting her name and signing her mother's ballot and then sends it in. And so what it appears, she said that they were at the table doing their ballots. She ends up unintentionally putting her name and signing her signature to her mother's ballot and sending it in. So obviously same situation where she didn't write her mother's name on there, on the ballot, and then sign her mother's name for her. She's actually signed her own name. So in both of these situations, it's looking like it's a mix-up. It's people who, should they have done a better job in looking at the ballot and confirming, hey, this is my ballot, Mom, this is your ballot? Sure. But she did not do that, send it in. Now, I will say that when the investigator tried to, talk to both of them and get to the bottom of this, they were pretty, belligerent, that type of thing, and so, which happens. But the facts of the case still remain that, it appears that this is just carelessness, I guess you could say, to a certain degree, on her part. So, and then The final allegation is regarding Henry Anderson, and in that particular case, this individual ended up being homeless, and the investigators attempted on various occasions to track this individual down. They end up speaking with his sister, and it looks like some of the addresses that he listed were homeless shelters, etc. So, and even the sister didn't know where this individual was. So in that particular case, we did not find a violation.
And who is that for?
That is
Harrison Butler?
Henry Anderson.
Oh,
Yeah, it's number 4.
Yeah, the fourth allegation.
But it says
It seems like this guy's transient. He's all over the place. Even his sister didn't know where he
okay.
was. And when we tracked down some of these addresses, they're like, you know, addresses where a lot of homeless individuals use, basically.
So he registered to vote using that address, so using an address of a shelter, basically?
Yes, yes. And we were unable to track this individual down. Like I said, his sister didn't even know where he was living, if anywhere. It's likely this guy's still unhoused. And he's never voted in Georgia anyway. So some of the cases that you'll see here today are going to be heavily related to DDS. When people go get driver's license and they're basically automatically registered to vote. So you'll see a number of cases that we have that represent that. And it's obvious in those cases. We look at somebody's intent at times, and when there's no voting history whatsoever, over years and years and years, then that's obvious that this person intended to just get a driver's license and had no interest in voting. However, they did not opt out of that registration for voting. So what we have here in this case is the first individual who was on probation, registered to vote, ended up voting on his son's record because of an error and a misidentification. His son's a junior, they live at the same house. He was allowed to vote. Number 2, the neighbors. Number 3, the mother and daughter. And then number 4, the homeless individual.
Is Mr. Gloucester, Bobby Gloucester Sr. here? No? The Tiffany Biggins or Christy Manning? No? Oh, I got it. Okay, all right. Any questions from the board? Dr. Johnson?
All of these relate to Thomas County, I believe, or to some degree, perhaps to Lowndes County too. Could we look at it? These are really like 4 complaints rolled into one case. Could we address each one,
We will,
please?
yes. Thomas County has been continued, so let's start with Mr. Gloucester. Mr. Gloucester Sr. The allegation he voted improperly, did not register, voted on his son's registration, so.
You need me to read him off again?
Pardon me?
Was there a question for me?
No.
Oh, okay.
We're just chatting up here.
Oh, okay.
Any questions? Dr. Johnson, any questions on Mr. Gloucester?
Mr. Gloucester voted under his son's name,
Yes.
or was given vote credit under his son's name, but he was was he serving a felony at the time?
He was it sounds like he was a felon, and
He was on felony probation, yeah.
he voted absentee, utilizing his son's absentee ballot, basically.
No, so he registered to vote in 2013, he was under the terms of felony probation, so he shouldn't have been allowed to vote, technically. But then, his probation did end in 2017, but then he ultimately checks in and votes under his son, and the clerk that's taking the information chose the son instead of choosing him.
On the poll pad.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah, so, okay.
The son's a junior, they live at the same location, so she just, as she's pulling it up, she selects the son. And then he ends up voting on the son's record, and then when he tries to go back and vote another time is when they discover. And, that's when it was revealed at that time. So obviously, Thomas County should have, that poll worker should have verified that, okay, wait a minute, this is senior and not junior. And that's-
So he does need to be instructed.
He was
that
eligible to vote though, right?
Yeah, he should have been at that time.
So if he's
Because
off
it looks like his
probation-
probation was over when the incident of him voting occurred. Let me just make sure. It's 53 cases, so there's, let's see here.
And although he's off probation, is he eligible, is he
Yes.
still, okay.
Yep. He was instructed actually by the investigator that all he needed to do to legally vote is to re-register, basically, after this incident happened.
Yeah,
So he's done with his sentence.
So he had not registered to vote at the time that he voted?
Pardon me?
So the report suggests that he voted without for this election.
Well, because his credit was on his son.
So
But
he
that's how
showed
he's
them the
allowed to
ID, and they put it, but I thought we'd scan the ID. But at this time, what year was that?
This was in 2020.
Yeah. Don't we scan the ID to check them in to the poll pad?
It says, upon arrival, he showed his Georgia's driver's license and was given a voter certification to sign. After signing the certification, he voted and did not think anything of it until he went to vote in the runoff election. And this is when he was told he was a felon and he was not allowed to vote. And then the investigator asked him if he was aware that he had been given his son's certification on 10/20/2020, and he said he was not aware of that until he tried to vote in the runoff.
Yeah, it
So that's
sounds
what it
like
was
what happened was he showed up, they gave him a name, he has the same name as his son, and they pulled up his son's information and gave him
So he's allowed to vote.
allowed him to vote on his son, so.
They typed it in? They didn't scan the ID?
Okay.
How do you
It
pull up?
doesn't- it
Oh, they don't,
doesn't say
okay,
that.
so
It
we
just
don't
says
know.
that he was given a voter certificate to sign, they allowed him to vote on his son's record, and, then when he showed up to vote the second time, somebody obviously looked and said, wait a minute, no, you can't vote.
Sounds like a
And
Thomas
that's when
County.
he was shocked because he was allowed to vote the previous time, but the reason why he was allowed to vote the previous time is because it was on his son's record.
But you were saying that when he attempted to do this, he was off probation, right? And that he could vote. So is it because he hadn't re-registered? That's why it showed up as a felon, and when he went to the runoff, to try to vote in the runoff?
Yes, so he
Okay.
apparently, When he went to register in 2013, he was still under sentence, but he was allowed to, apparently. And then, yeah, as he goes in to vote, because he's still under felony sentence, somebody must have looked it up, obviously the second time, when he went to vote in the runoff, and said, well, you're still under felony sentence, you can't vote. And he's like, well, I just voted, basically. And yeah, you just voted because you voted on your son's record.
Let me ask you, had Thomas County looked up the correct individual the first time he tried to vote,
Yes.
would he been allowed to vote?
No.
Why?
Because they would have seen the same thing they saw when he went to go for the runoff, that basically he wasn't registered.
He was not registered to
Yeah,
vote.
exactly, because
His
he was
registration
still a
from
felon.
20,
And he was under a felony sentence. So that information was obviously for them to see, and that's how he was not allowed to vote for the runoff.
and he knew that he wasn't allowed to vote because he tried in 2013 also, correct?
Well, 2013 is, I think, when he went to register.
He registered
Right.
to vote as a felon.
Which he was registered to vote.
He registered to vote as a felon.
Right.
That's a violation.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So his registration in 2013 was a violation, and then
Yes.
obviously him going in and voting under his son's name, even if it was inadvertent, is
Oh,
a
yeah, that
violation.
changes this a bit.
Yeah.
Right, that's a lot of, can I ask Rebecca, can we turn on Rebecca's, mic really quick, Rebecca Engel with Greene County?
All right.
When you check a person in, don't you use their ID and scan the ID, or like how is this happening?
Correct. So what they probably did was scanned his ID and it didn't pull up a voter. So they did a manual entry and pulled up his son, and that's why he was issued that paper voter certificate to
Got
vote.
it.
He was probably registered as a felon the whole entire time, is my guess, because he came up on the felon match when he actually did register under his senior name, and that's why he was not allowed to vote. So he should not have been allowed to vote either time, but because they pulled him up as the junior, that's what happened. And when he said there was a paper voter certificate, that's how I knew that he would not have been eligible in the first place.
Okay, so they should have been able to type his name in and show that he was a felon
Correct.
and unable to vote.
Correct. It sounds like a poll worker error.
Well, except that he knew he couldn't vote because he was a felon and wasn't able to vote previously.
Right, he should not have voted regardless.
Right.
But when the poll worker checked him in and his license didn't scan or pull up somebody and they did a manual entry, they pulled up the junior instead of the senior.
We
And
have two
that's-
errors.
Correct.
We have an error on his part and an error on the county's part.
Yeah.
Rebecca,
The register.
when someone shows up on a felon list, what happens to that voter registration?
So they are matched based off of that data, and they are put into Jarvis. They come in over the felon records, and we match those records to anybody that is registered. And their registration, if it has not already been canceled, is canceled at that time, and they are sent a letter in the mail.
It's canceled. So what list are they on?
So they are on the felon list.
They're on the felon
Yes,
list.
and that does show up on a poll pad.
Okay, are they moved to the inactive list?
They're canceled completely.
They're
So
canceled completely.
They never hit inactive, they're canceled completely. And then if they come in and they say, hey, I think there's an error here, they can fill out a felon affidavit and sign that, and they can be issued a provisional ballot, so the board can look into it further to see if that ballot should count or not.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board on this case?
No question there.
Is there the chair will entertain a motion on the Bobby Gloucester Senior?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we refer this case to the Attorney General for Mr. Gloucester having registered to vote as a felon in 2013 and not re-registered to vote and voted illegally in 2020.
We have motions or a second?
Second.
We have motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of referring Bobby Gloucester Senior to the AG for further action, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 3-0.
And we're going to address the Thomas County mistakes at the next
Yes.
meeting?
Yep.
Okay.
Next will be Tiffany Biggins. And you say that was a
Neighbor.
neighbor?
They delivered the ballot to the wrong address across the street. Cleveland Brown. She signed her name, wrote her name on it, sent it in. And
Sounds like both Tiffany and Christy just didn't read the entire ballot when they completed it, right?
yeah, Christie's got mixed up with her mom, apparently,
Yeah.
as they were filling out the ballots on the table.
Okay. Okay.
Is there a motion on Tiffany Biggins?
Yeah, I make a motion that we dismiss. I almost want to send a letter of instruction to say, make sure you read your ballot, but I will make a motion that we dismiss this case.
We have a motion to dismiss case against Tiffany Biggins. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next will be the case against Christy Manning. And you said this is the one where Christy just signed her mother's ballot
Yes.
with her own name, and she just voted on the wrong ballot.
Yes.
By the end of the day, I probably could do the same thing.
A question for the investigator. Did the mother sign Christie's ballot?
No, you didn't see that, no.
Beg your pardon?
No, she did not.
Who signed Christy Manning's ballot?
Did they both vote?
We would have to get that information. It's not in the report.
Excuse me, just so you're on record, can you just state your name so that the reporter can?
Yep. Name is Michael Brunson, Deputy Chief Investigator for the Secretary of State's Investigations Division.
Do we have a motion on the
We can
allegations
get
of
that.
Christy Manning?
We'll get that information.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this, this part of the case of Christy Manning until more information is obtained.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have motion and second to continue the case on Christy Manning. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next case we're going to move to is SEB 2021-043, Decatur County. That's tab 47.
We're gonna call you up once he finishes.
Chair, could you repeat that?
Oh, sorry.
SEB 2021-043, Decatur County, tab 47 in our binder. No, that doesn't make sense. That's not right. Tab 47, that's right, yeah.
What tab number was that?
What?
What tab number was that?
It's tab 47.
The Secretary of State received 2 complaints from the Decatur County Board of Elections and Registration Office during the January 5th, 2021 general election runoff. The 2 allegations are, Mary Dunn posted on Facebook that she and her husband, MacArthur Dunn, went to vote and was told they had already voted. The second one is that a voter named Grace Cooper signed her daughter, Jasmine Sheffield's absentee ballot oath envelope in her name and mailed the absentee ballot to the Decatur County Board of Elections. We found out during the investigation that Mary had passed away in August of 2021, and they never made contact with MacArthur. In the second complaint, Grace Cooper signed the oath envelope for her daughter, Jasmine Sheffield. When she asked about it, she said she did not sign it, but if she had, it would have been a mistake. Grace sent in her own ballot, and that was accepted. She then attempted to vote in person, but was turned away. Jasmine spoke to the investigator briefly, but did not answer if it was her signature or her mother's signature. So the first allegation was unsubstantiated, the second was substantiated. Potential violation for Grace Cooper. There's evidence to suggest that Grace Cooper violated OCGA 212385A.
This one, the first one, right?
Yep. The first one is against Mary Dunn and MacArthur Dunn.
So Mary has passed away. Is
Yes.
MacArthur here? Is MacArthur done?
Mary Dunn passed away in 2021, yes.
Okay. Is her husband here? No? Okay. I don't know if he
Our respondent is Grace Lasagna Cooper.
I'm here.
Ms. Cooper's here? All right.
That's a separate.
If we have questions, we'll, okay.
That's a separate case.
Yeah,
As far as Mary Dunn.
yeah, yeah. The Mary Dunn case, Ms. Dunn's passed away. Mr. Dunn, we do not know, right?
Yes, they never could make contact with him. It was from a Facebook post that she posted, but she had passed away shortly after, and then they didn't make contact with him.
And we don't know who voted in their place should that have occurred.
Well, they say they were turned away at the polls. Ms. Cooper, do you know if they were turned away at the polls?
I never went to the poll.
Wait, that's different. That's a different case.
That's right, it's a different case. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah, that's a different case.
trying to keep track of this.
So we don't know who voted in their place, basically, right?
If they had, according to ENET, neither Mary or MacArthur received credit for voting in the January 5th, 2021 runoff election.
Oh, so no one voted in their place. They just claimed that on social media.
It was just a
and
social
filed
media
a
post.
complaint.
Yeah,
Okay.
there isn't anything that substantiated that.
Okay. I need to discuss.
Dr. Johnson, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Do we have
Yeah.
a motion on the case again concerning Mary Dunn and MacArthur Dunn?
Yeah, I make a motion that we dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss the case relating to Mary Dunn and MacArthur Dunn. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 So moved. Case concerning Mary Dunn and MacArthur Dunn is dismissed. The next allegation is against Grace Lasagna Cooper signing the wrong absentee ballot oath envelope, which was issued to her daughter. Now, Ms. Cooper, did you sign the wrong envelope?
I didn't sign the envelope at all.
Who signed the envelope?
I don't know. I haven't seen one.
Did you vote absentee?
No, I haven't voted since 2012. I moved from Georgia. I live in Florida. I still own the property there. It could have been mailed to my home. I don't know. My kids stay in my home. I live
Okay.
in Florida now.
So, and your daughter, she said she didn't sign it?
No, we received a call from, they say they were the investigator, and they told us to say that. They said to say on a recorded line that I signed my daughter's ballot. I said, no, I'm not gonna say that. That didn't happen.
Wait. Can you start from the top? Someone called you?
Someone called us, they said they was from the voters registration office, and they said that they received the ballot
That's interesting. Well, that's interesting, right? Did they say what county? So they identify themselves as someone from the Decatur County voter registry. Did you get a first name or last name?
They just said on the phone they were from the voters registration office. Different name.
Did you already register to vote in Florida?
I don't vote.
Oh, you don't vote at all? Okay.
Last time I voted was 2012.
Do you live with Jasmine?
No, I own all the property. My kids stay on the property. I own 3 acres of land in Climax. But I'm about to get married, so I moved with my fiance.
So but the investigative report said that the daughter said that she lived with her mother.
Yeah, on page 3 of 5, it says that the investigator interviewed Carol Hurd, the Decatur County election supervisor, and she reported that Ms. Cooper signed her signature on Jasmine Sheffield's oath envelope, and the investigator received Carol's notarized statement. She reported on December 7th, 2020, they received a mail-in absentee ballot issued to Jasmine Sheffield, who is listed in the same address as Grace Cooper. The oath envelope was signed, Ms. Sheffield's oath envelope was signed by Ms. Cooper, the ballot was rejected, and the office reissued a new ballot to Ms. Sheffield on December 9th, 2020. They sent a letter to Ms. Cooper on December 9th stating that she had signed Ms. Sheffield's oath envelope, which was deemed a signature mismatch, and that it was a violation of Georgia election law. The letter advised Ms. Cooper to contact their office if she had any questions.
Do you have a copy of the oath envelope or the ballot? Do you have a copy of the signature?
I'd have to check the report. I don't know if Decatur is here.
Do
I
what?
don't know if anyone from Decatur is here for those, but
Do you have the phone number that was calling you? Do you have access to
They
it?
would block the number out when they called. But the name that she just mentioned, Carol Hurd, one time I put an application to work for home, and me and her had a disagreement, and that's how I remember that name. Because I put an application to work for home, and I called her and asked her about working at home, and me and her had.
What year was that?
It was before I voted last,
Okay,
so.
before 2012?
You moved to Florida in 2012?
No, I was still in Georgia. I moved the year out.
2013?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a Florida driver's license?
No, I have a Georgia driver's license. I never changed anything. I never changed anything.
Do Yeah, do you have any proof that you live in Florida?
Oh, yeah. He's out the door. You want me to go get him?
Do you have any proof on you that you live in Florida?
No, I have a Georgia driver's license on the phone.
Well, that would prove that you live in Georgia. That would prove that you live in Georgia.
Well, I own property in Georgia, but I've been living with him.
Where do you live in Florida?
141 SIOUXCIRCLE Circle.
Well, what town is it? What town?
Havana.
Havana, Florida?
Yes, sir, 32303.
And you're here with your fiance?
Yes.
Can you grab him real quick?
I got to go out there and find, let me turn the phone back on the phone, Florida line.
Okay.
We got a tag, you know, been to 3 different places, but I go get it.
Y'all are getting along today, aren't you?
Sir,
Y'all are getting along today, aren't you?
we always get along.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Always?
And you need some mail from that address with in here, and I may have some mail in his car.
All right.
Okay. Do we have someone here from? Is there anyone here from the Decatur County registration, elections? Huh.
Yeah, just love to see some of their signature on it. Get her to sign something. Well, Alexander, could you get Ms. Cooper to sign something? Get Ms. Cooper's signature on something. Let's see if your signature matches. Yeah, Ms. Cooper, don't leave.
She's gonna go get him.
Wait a second.
I don't want him to have to
Yeah,
get out the car.
okay. The problem if it testifies, it's gotta be on.
Are the lines recorded when they call to verify
They're not
this?
in our office, but it's potential that some offices.
Some offices do that.
You want me to go get him now?
No, let me just see your signature real quick, if you don't mind. She doesn't sign in cursive? You don't sign in cursive?
Not anymore, since I had surgery.
When was your surgery?
I think it was in 12. I asked her, no, I think it was in 12. I had Papa torn really bad in my hand.
Janelle. So
Yes.
the signature that the office would actually be matching up to would be her driver's license signature. So if she has that on her, that might be a helpful.
Yeah, let me see your driver's license if you don't mind.
Thank you.
I know y'all are hungry, but
I was reaching for my license.
I'm gonna keep that for a while.
Okay.
You don't need to see us anymore? For the benefit of those who can't see what we're doing, we have her voting records here, her application, and we're matching them to the signature on the, her license just to see if they're consistent, so. Yes. Let's see.
Ms. Cooper, do you live permanently in Florida now?
Do I permanently live in Florida? Most of the time I'm there, but I come home and check on my property occasionally, so most of the time I'm there.
So where do you consider your permanent home?
I sleep in Florida at night, but I go occasionally and check on my property and my children. I have 8 children, so I'm back.
Would you consider your Florida home? Until you get married? Okay, I hear you.
Ms. Cooper, did you try and vote in person afterwards?
No, I don't think I tried to vote, not to my knowledge.
According to Ms. Hurd, that Ms. Cooper was issued the absentee ballot, and it was sent back and accepted. She advised Ms. Cooper came in to vote during advance voting, but she was not allowed to vote. Ms. Hurd stated that she talked with Ms. Cooper and informed her she had already voted. She had also talked with Ms. Cooper about signing her daughter's oath envelope in her own name. Ms. Hurd stated that Ms. Cooper became angry and she denied already voting.
May I say something?
Sure.
She must be talking about when she made the call to me and told me that I signed my daughter's ballot. That's what she must be talking about, because when she called me, I kept asking her who she was, but she never would say the name, and she told me that I signed my daughter's ballot. And I said, ma'am, I ain't got time for all this, I don't know what you're talking about. And I hung up the phone, and they just kept calling back every day, just kept calling my daughter, calling me. It was aggravating. She just kept calling back. And I don't think they're supposed to do that. No people that working at the phone are not supposed to call me like that.
What was
If
the,
they tell you what you did and you know you didn't do it,
I wish the county was here to respond. I'd love to hear the other side of the story.
I would like
sent
to
a notarized
recommend continue so Decatur County can be.
Pardon me?
she said she signed a notarized statement. She can tell a story on the notarized statement.
I don't know what that question is, but
She signed a notarized statement. I would love to hear the county's side of the story on this one. I'm sorry, Ms. Guy. The problem is when you hear one side of the story, which sounds legitimate, but I would love to hear what the county has to say too, especially if there's some sort of personal interaction between y'all.
It is, it's very personal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that could affect the way this board feels about.
I had to stop working today to come here, so I lost time for feeding my family to come here to answer to a lot.
Well, yeah. I do too. The problem is that we can do that. Janice,
Yes,
would
sir.
you be okay with continuing this case without asking Ms. Cooper to come back?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, it'd be too much for me to come.
Yeah, we're not going to ask you to come back.
Yeah, we're saying,
We're not gonna
asking
ask you
not to come
and-
back.
And we actually have your testimony on video that we can go back and look at it. And so we can see. I just feel like I would like to hear what the county has to say, especially since there's a personal thing. I deal with,
It's a personal issue.
yeah, I deal with domestic stuff all the time. There's always interesting sides to that. So,
And then if
Ask you something. I just want my name to be clear, because I haven't done any wrongdoing. And for them to call me and try to tell me what to say, I have a problem with that. drive here to be here at 9 o'clock. And I had to go from that building to that building to this building. And I have a lot of character about myself. And it's not fair to me to be lied on. They did it intentionally. To be lied on intentionally. Everybody that works there at that voting home had something to do with it because the calls was continuously and consistently. They just like for 2 or 3 weeks, they just kept calling us. When we blocked one number out, they would call us from another number, and it's not fair. And I think those people that's working in the poll, y'all need to sit down and train them and teach them and tell them what the rules is when it comes to people, especially when a person like myself, who have not been to the poll since 2012, have not been to the poll.
Well, Ms. Cooper, it would probably help this board so also if you had any phone records that would show them calling, you know, and you could provide that to the investigators.
They block their number out every time they call, and we went into Verizon and we asked them to do a spam blocker where if their number wouldn't show up, they wouldn't call, but they got through some kind of way.
My concern in this is that it could possibly be an NGO impersonating or some other person impersonating the office, and there could be something that was happening. So I do think we should continue it without asking Ms. Cooper to have to return, because
Yeah, we want to ask you to return. I do want to hear the county side, because if the county's doing something wrong, this board needs to hear that too. And,
They doing a whole lot of things wrong.
so,
Ms. Cooper, do you believe that someone is trying to vote in your name and requesting absentee ballots in your name?
No, I think they're just doing what they want to do because they have done it so long and got by with it, and nobody has said anything to them about it, and that's why they do what they do, because they can get away with it now. Y'all gonna sit on a letter telling them they're gonna have to come and they're gonna have to come to y'all. They're gonna be mighty mindful now of how they do things. That they're gonna try to put something together for y'all now, since they didn't get through with that. They're gonna try to put something together now to try to make it seem like what it wasn't.
I'm trying to understand. I thought you told us that you don't vote, or you haven't voted.
I did tell you that.
But
I
we,
voted since 2012.
okay. But we see a request for an absentee ballot in the file? Is that true?
They might put it there, 'cause I ain't requesting it.
Oh, you did not, okay. So do you think somebody maybe falsely requested?
Searching that stuff, man. I don't know anything about it. I didn't even know it was in the, I think you just said it. I didn't know it was in, because I don't know of it.
Are you registered to vote in Georgia?
No, man, not anymore. I don't vote period, nowhere. And it's a choice. It has nothing to do with anybody, it's my personal choice.
any more questions?
No more questions.
More questions? We'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this case to obtain more information from Decatur County Election Office and to gather more facts concerning the allegation concerning Ms. Cooper.
Do we have a motion to continue the case?
Do we need to add that we're not asking Ms. Cooper to return, or does it not need to be a part of the?
We would make Ms. Cooper's return voluntary.
There we go. Okay.
So Ms. Cooper, you will not be required to return, but it'll be voluntary if you want to, just in case you want to come back and enjoy the lovely city of Atlanta.
Are you gonna do it soon?
We could,
I need to answer any questions.
yes, we could arrange for you to attend via Zoom.
Okay, I can answer your questions through Zoom.
Okay.
And if you or your daughter can somehow try to find phone records or something that shows that you were being contacted repeatedly, even if it was a private number, that would be helpful.
I mean, if a lot of people go back and forth and forth and forth.
Yep.
They give you a list.
Just give them the time frame.
Okay.
But you're gonna see private numbers, so you're gonna pay them.
Well, we see it repeatedly, like based off what you were saying, it does help.
We have a motion to continue SCB 2021-043. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Let's, you want to power through these 3 Glenn County cases?
I'm fine with that. Yeah. So
Janice?
keep them.
Yes, sir.
You want to power through these 3 Glenn County cases real quick and let them get on the road?
Glenn County, yes.
Yep. All right, SCB 2022-035, Glenn County, tab number 56. Tab 56.
Can I ask to go back to that previous case? I do have the answer. So-
Yes.
And that is case 2021-054.
Oh, hang on a second. The previous case?
I'm sorry, the 2 cases ago. The last case that I presented.
054, yes.
054.
Yep.
Yeah. So I just wanted to answer Dr. Johnston's question. And Christina's ballot was rejected because it was unsigned. So just to answer your question about what happened.
Okay.
Submitted unsigned, so it was rejected. So she signed her mother's, and then the other one was just, so it kind of leads more credence to the fact that she thought, hey, I've already
They just have a
signed
bunch of
the
papers.
ballot and sent it in. So,
Oh, y'all gonna recognize this one. This was a continued case from the last meeting, with Miss Rampton Farr.
I'm her husband and her lawyer, and I'm here to answer any questions. My wife is back home with our 2 German shepherds, and she's currently studying for the U.S. Penalty to get her medical license. She's a physician, if y'all remember from the last meeting, and she's going to be taking that this summer. And so I told her, let me take her. It's only a 5-hour drive to Atlanta. I'll answer any questions. I was here for the virtual hearing, and I'll be happy to go over anything this hearing. So.
I tell you, I know my wife would never let me represent her in anything, so. Yeah. She must be far nicer than my wife.
I wish my husband could come in. I wish I could place my husband as a proxy sometimes.
Yeah. Okay.
all right. So, as discussed previously, this case was discussed during the previous February SEB meeting. There was evidence that was presented. And so what we've done since then is that we have some examples. We were able to look at signatures from various documents that were signed by Mrs. Rampton for DDS, a 2024 Jarvis signature, driver's license signature, certificate of naturalization signature, handwriting sample, etc., that we can pass out. In addition to that, the investigator, we were able to determine that the registration document came from the library when she went to the library. And what we also found out through the investigator is that her library card date was the exact same as the date that this was filled out. So it's obviously that this was filled out at the library the same time she went in to get a library card. So that's the additional information that we have as it relates to this case. So I'm gonna hand these out.
Do you know if they have to request voter registration from the library? Or is it something they automatically give you when you get a library card?
Let me look at the actual report and see if it's in there. Yeah,
answer to that question.
And if I may interject,
Just one moment, please. Okay.
It just says that when the library card was created, the voter registration card was completed by hand. So it doesn't say if it's something that's automatic, it just says that it was completed by hand.
Mike, which one of these is alleged to be the violation signature?
Because this is the actual copy of the... I can just give you this, it's got my notes on it, but that's it right there.
Mr. Ramtenfar, would you press the button and use the microphone and identify yourself, please? Yes.
Okay.
All right.
My last name is not Ramtenfar, it's Forsyth, just like the street down the road.
All right. And your first name?
My name is Don Forsyth.
Don Forsyth.
Yes, yes, sir. And just for an introduction of myself, I'm Ms. Ramtenfar's husband, and I'm an attorney. I'm licensed to practice in the state of Georgia, and I'm practice mainly out of the Atlantic and the Brunswick judicial circuits. And just so you know, I'm also a 2003 Iraq War combat veteran. And so I take these allegations very seriously. I mean, you won't meet anyone more patriotic than me. At the last hearing that we had back in February of 2025 this year, the issue was, of course, and this is something my wife did not refute over the course of the hearing, was that the signatures on all the documents were similar to hers. I mean, she acknowledged it. When she met with the investigator, she acknowledged that the signature was exactly like hers. Now, during the hearing, of course, we weren't afforded the materials that the board was looking at, but she did have a chance to review them when we met with the investigator. And Mrs. King was able to spot the differences in the way that the numbers were written. And my wife, after the hearing, she said, yeah, I remember telling that to the investigator, was there were differences in the way the numbers were written and in the way the boxes were checked. My wife is very precise with the way she checks boxes. Now, of course, at the time we didn't know the origins of this voter registration document, because my wife has been racking her brain trying to think maybe, because 2019 was a blur. This was a year that my wife was gathering all these materials for USCIS because she was a green card holder at the time, and she later in 2022 got her full citizenship. So we're constantly gathering materials for USCIS. They always wanted all these documents. And then on top of it, it was right before an election year, so we're always getting inundated with voter registration, all these solicitations for it. And then also in 2019, tragedy hit because my mother's ovarian cancer had returned, and she had died just a few months later in 2020. And so we had all this stuff going on, and so we were trying to remember in this whirlwind of a year what could possibly happen. And so, and Sarah was open to the possibility, did someone slip this to me? I mean, just tell me to sign here? Because her English is very good, but I mean, unfortunately, she, when she was taught English, she learned British English. And so sometimes she struggles when she hears Southern accents, especially real thick ones like mine. And it could have been the nice lady, since it was at the library, a nice lady may have said, here, honey, sign this, we'll get you registered. That's a possibility. We're not ruling it out. I mean, but the fact is that Sarah, once my wife got notice in the mail about trying to register from the Secretary of State, she immediately brought it to my attention because there were all these allegations of voter registration fraud at the time. So we immediately called the Secretary of State's office and said, hey, this is what's happening. I mean, it could be a case of fraud. And my wife was compliant with the investigator. It was Mr. Investigator Kelly Monroe. We met with him for 2 hours and went over my wife's filled out sample ballots for comparison. She answered all questions, said she was completely available for any follow-ups. And ironically, I mean, she was the one that gets accused afterwards, you know. But for a case of fraud, I mean, me being an attorney, I work both in the prosecution side and in the defense side. And I would say that there's a lack of fraudulent intent with this case, because there's no history of my wife ever trying to participate in an election or trying to vote. I mean, I'm not ruling it out that someone may have handed her a form and said, sign here. And my wife is open to the possibility as well, but she never tried to falsely register. I mean, this woman has graduated at the top of her medical school class in Iran. She worked in some of the most deprived areas in Iran, practicing as a physician, and she's also a medical researcher as well. She's published in peer-reviewed journals for her research. That's what brought her to the U.S. She was here on a research scholar visa, and that's how we met when she was in Jacksonville. And since then, she's come to some of these deprived rural counties that I represent in the Atlantic Judicial Circuit and the Brunswick Judicial Circuit. And that made her want to start practicing medicine again, because she sees how underserved these communities are. I mean, this is a woman that is very straight-laced and always is by the rules. She, I mean, she gets onto me when I start speeding, you know? I mean, she is very adamant about that. And I mean, we're not ruling out the possibility that maybe at the library she did sign it. It could have been some well-intending librarian that probably wanted to help her do it. We were thinking it might have been the DDS for a while, because she did get her license renewed in 2019 as well. But I mean, I would just bring it to the board's attention that she was the one that initially started the case in 2019 and or 2020, whenever she reported it. But it was upon first learning about it, and she's never tried to hide from investigations. I mean, and she's never tried to participate in an election. And if y'all have any more questions, I mean, I'll be happy to answer.
Mr. Forsyth, I've looked at half dozen of her signatures now in this document, real clearly the one that was filled out at the library, and
Yeah, we're certainly not contesting that it's a separate signature.
I believe all the signatures are consistent, okay? What I don't believe is, I don't think that your wife made these 2 check marks stating that she's a U.S. citizen or over the age of 18, because it's inconsistent with everything else that's on the document. The way she filled out the check box. So somebody, I believe, besides her, made those 2 marks right there. That's just my personal opinion from looking at everything that was done. Has she ever voted in the United States?
She became a citizen in June 26 of 2022, and afterwards we got her registered, and then she did participate in the next election, but that was after she became a U.S. citizen.
Okay. So she didn't vote at the time of this, which was in 2019. She never voted before that, so she didn't violate any laws with that. And I personally don't think that she made those 2 check marks on there. They're not even check marks, they're just lines.
Exactly.
So that's just my opinion from looking at everything that I've looked at. So
I feel the same way. I felt this way the first time. I still feel the same way, that there's slight inconsistencies. What's disturbing is what this could possibly have been done, which is that someone intentionally maybe, saw that she registered, she got the library card, so they had her information, and then they just completed this, or they had her fill it out, which it could have been like, hey, like you said, can you just fill out the top part of this and sign, or, whatnot. But I do have questions about why is it that every other box seems to be checked one way except for those particular boxes? That is a little bit suspicious for me too, so.
Dr. Johnson?
Mr. Forsythe, would your wife be willing to come to a meeting and attest to her claim that she did not sign this under oath?
Sure. I mean, I'm certified by the court to put her under oath, I mean, it's, and she's always been very willing to help in any way, and I was the one that encouraged her to stay home at this time. I mean, like I said, we have 2 German Shepherds that have extreme separation anxiety, and we didn't want to put them in daycare. Plus, she's studying for this exam, and she's really obsessive now because she's taking the USMLE next month, so she's really honing in. So I said, let me make the drive and take the stress. So of course she would.
Excuse me, regarding the earlier question regarding the automatic registration, I did just receive information that an individual, when they worked at the library or when they were there for early voting, the libraries did appear to automatically register folks to vote as they got their library cards. So some libraries, I guess, do that. I didn't know that. I never heard of that.
Okay.
I never heard that before either. It's bizarre. I mean, did we pass a law that do that? Like, when did we start doing that?
Do you have a motion you'd like to make?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this case to ask Ms. Sarah Brampton Farr to come to the next available meeting that she can travel to speak to the board and state under oath that she did not sign this voter registration.
We have a meeting in July and September and in December. She can come to any of those.
Okay. Would she need to travel, or, I mean, could it be done virtually, or would she need to physically be present? I mean, as an officer of the court, I could swear her in,
Yeah.
It's up to you. We could never do it on Zoom.
So it could be via Zoom.
Okay. When's the next one y'all can? And we'll tune in.
What's the next dates?
The July meeting?
Did we book that? Okay. July 29th and 30th.
All right, we will, I'll just look for your email, Ms. Harding. Thank you. And we will be there.
Thank you, Mr. Forsythe.
I hope we get it done then. I'm tired of talking about
me
this
too.
one.
We're hoping that this will finalize it.
I appreciate it. And unless y'all have any more questions for me, may I be excused?
Yes,
Yes.
please. Please leave. Yes. I didn't mean to be rude. We just want you gone. Okay.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I hope it's something good, like it's on, I be on good terms. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Forsythe.
Way too many documents here. Glenn County, SEB 2024-164, it's tab 57. We're getting close to lunch, I promise. We're gonna let Glenn County go first.
Okay, which one? This is, you said 164?
Yes, 164.
Okay.
Tab 57.
I didn't say my name last time, so I'm going to announce it now. I'm Sarah Koth with the Secretary of State, and we're doing 2024-164, Glenn County felons under sentence.
Hang on a second. We want to welcome Member Jeffries has joined us now. So the Brain Trust is here to consider the rest of these cases.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, we opened this investigation after it was reported that 3 felons under sentence submitted voter registration applications in Glenn County. The 3 voters were verified as currently on felony probation and did not have first offender status. 2 of them did advise that it was canvassers that had come by their house that helped them register, and one of them had completed it himself and then was told that he was under sentence still. So it was confirmed that all 3 were felony probation and did not have first offender status. So they found that Mr. Stanley, Mr. Wooten, and Mr. Polis submitted voter registration applications while they were still under sentence on felony probation. There's evidence to suggest that the 3 of them violated OCGA 21-2-216B.
Is Mr. Stanley, Mr. Wooten, or Mr. Polis here? Mr. Stanley, Mr. Wooten, or Mr. Polis? Does the board have any questions on Mr. Stanley's case? Kelsey Stanley, I'm assuming it's Mr., maybe a Mrs., I'm not quite sure.
Do what?
Stanley?
Yeah, Kelsey Stanley, Andrew Wooten, and Martin Polis.
Okay.
Did you speak to any of them?
Did I? No.
Oh, well, they did speak to them?
2 of them. The 2 that said that they had a canvasser. Wooten was
that's right.
interviewed and said a couple months before a female canvasser came to his house. He said he told her he could not vote due to his status, and she said, well, you may be able to, and then he filled out the application, and he signed
Oh,
it.
Lord. Okay.
Kelsey was similar, another canvasser. We didn't know who the canvassers were.
Do you have any information on the third-party organization, that voter registration, TPO, as I call it?
Nope. According to Christina Redden, the elections manager, there was a code 2, which means they were either carried by a third party or sent through the mail. She has no further information about the identity of a third party or if the applications were sent by mail. And she also said there's no security cameras in the office to verify that.
So all 3 of them were registered to a third party?
2, the other one was not. Martin Polis was not. He attempted to re-register to vote on September 3rd, although he was still a felon according to her research. He signed a nomination petition on May 8th, 2024, and it was rejected due to his felon status.
Okay, so. Man, Glenn County was busy, weren't they? Okay.
None of them were able to vote, right? They just registered.
So they just registered, but they didn't actually go vote. So, Is anyone from Glenn County here? Nobody from Glenn County. Oh, we think we asked that. Okay. Well, I think a letter of instruction, because to me it appears that that the third party was trying to do something.
And two of them.
With two of them, right? And the third person, I think there should be a letter of reprimand, or maybe the Attorney General for the person who.
Which person?
The Polis, who registered. But you say he attempted to register to vote, but he wasn't able to.
He attempted to re-register on September 3rd, 2024.
Oh, so he did register to vote at one point.
He attempted to. And then he filled out a nomination petition on May 8th. And that signature was rejected due to his felon status.
My mind is, most right now is a convicted felon registering to vote. Is that a felony offense?
False registration is a felony offense.
Yep. All right.
Well, I'm thinking the third party, the two individuals that were registered by the third party, I would like to know which third party that is, for sure. And then the fact that they did not vote makes me believe, and they did say that they were unsure if they could vote, and they said that they were advised that possibly, like maybe you can, so just fill it out anyway.
The one said that, Wooten said that his version of events, because we have no idea who the canvassers were, that he could not vote due to his probation status. He advised that she told him he may be able to vote, and she provided him with a voter registration application, which he filled out and signed. And then the other one with the canvasser, Kelsey, was interviewed, and he said a couple months before the election, there were several canvassers that approached him near his home and asked if he was registered to vote. It was possible he filled out a voter registration form.
Forgive me, did you say Kelsey was a canvasser?
No.
he
Many
was met by
canvassers
a
came by his
canvasser.
house, and he said he may have filled one out.
Okay.
Well, my problem with Wooten and Kelsey both is that they were turned down and tried to re-register.
No, that was Polis.
Kelsey was canceled twice, and on September 7th, he re-registered through DDS in January of 2024. He attempted to re-register again on October 2nd of 2024. And Wooten was canceled on August 1st, 19. Tried to re-register through DDS on August 27, 2024. Canceled on September 9th and attempted to re-register, were active on felon clock and was mailed a notice. I mean, so they both tried to register multiple times.
Well, one was possibly DDS though, too.
Yeah.
Because like on Wooten, it said that via DDS, re-registering on August 27th, 2024 for Arthur Wooten. Wooten was canceled as a felon on September 9th and attempted to re-register while actively on a felon clock on September 25th, 2024.
But Kelsey Stanley definitely tried to register multiple times after being canceled.
He was canceled twice on September 7th, 2023. He re-registered through DDS in January of 24. He was then called as a felon again on September 9th, 2024, and attempted to re-register again on October 2nd, 2024.
Oh, yeah.
The issue is that every voter registration application, whether it is paper or online, or presented by a TPO, a third-party organization, has the question or makes the statement that you may not be a felon to register to vote. It's no secret. It's on the Secretary of State's webpage, with DDS, as far as if you're registering to vote. Again, you're asked, if you're a felon, do not go any further on this voter registration form. So I think all three of these respondents should be referred to the Attorney General, and perhaps the Attorney General might be able to elicit information about a third-party organization that is telling people that it's okay to register to vote if they're serving a felony offense. It's the chronic problem with TPOs, and I love voter registration groups, but either they're not being educated properly or they're not following the law properly, that they will convey this information and not register people that are not eligible to be registered to vote. There are not too many things. You only have to be 18, you have to be a citizen of this state and of the proper jurisdiction or county that you live in. You have to be a citizen of the United States. You cannot be a felon, you cannot be mentally incompetent, and you have to be alive to register to vote. So it's not that hard, and I think we should follow the law. We're not the judge and jury here. I think there's enough evidence to suggest that there's a violation of law, 21-571, I believe it is, or 561, false registration, and I would recommend, I'd like to move that we refer these to the Attorney General.
We have a motion to refer these three individuals to the AG. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of referring these three individuals to the AG signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next case on the agenda is SCB 2024-196, Glenn County. It's tab 58. The respondent in this one is Mimi Cates. Is Mimi here today? Mimi Cates? No. Okay.
Okay. This case is Glenn County. The election involved is the November 5th, 2024 general election. And in this particular case, Mrs. Cates took a photo of her ballot as she was voting, and immediately, once she was confronted regarding that, she acknowledged, okay, didn't know it was against the law, and she apparently deleted it. So, but based on the fact that she took the photo, there's evidence to suggest that she violated OCGA 21-2, 568.2 sub A sub 2. Photographic and other electronic monitoring ballots prohibited, et cetera,
So
et
she
cetera.
immediately,
this is a straightforward case.
she immediately deleted it
Yeah,
as soon as she was told.
She was cooperative, all of that. She deleted it, said she didn't know, so.
I'd be in favor of sending a letter of instruction on this one.
Yeah.
Any questions from the board?
No questions?
You have a question? Did you say you had a question?
No
Okay,
questions.
sorry.
Sorry.
Would you like to make a motion?
Make a motion to dismiss.
Dismiss or letter of instruction?
I'm sorry, make a motion, I'm hungry. Make a motion to issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor? I'm sorry?
Certainly with the letter of instruction that there's a technical violation, but a letter of instruction.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
No further.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor, issuing a letter of instruction in case SCB 2024-196 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, the motion carries 3-0. Which one?
Mr. Chair, just a quick question as it relates to 054. I didn't know if there was any more questions. I know that Dr. Johnson asked a question about the status of that other ballot, so I just didn't know if we want to entertain that before going to lunch.
Let's do that. Yes. let's
Okay.
do that.
Yep. Yes.
So the question, I believe, was, did Ms. Manning vote her ballot?
Yes, and she did not.
And she did not?
She did not. It was rejected. There was no signature on her ballot when it was submitted, so.
Right.
So it just leads more to the fact that this looks like this was an obvious mistake, so.
Correct. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to make the motion to amend the decision concerning Ms. Manning and to move to dismiss that portion of the case, 2021-054, allegation number 3, I believe. Correct.
Dismiss allegation 3. That we previously continued?
Yes.
Continue the Thomas County.
Yeah, let me
Got it.
get the name
It's
right.
the one with Christine, right? I think it's Christine Manning.
Manning. So we have a motion to dismiss the case on Christine Manning with SCB 2021-054. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Dismissed. We had a request to hear one more case because the person is deceased.
I think we can dismiss it. Yeah.
SCB 2020-148, Greene County. Is that the one you just got the letter on?
Yeah, I think we should just dismiss it.
That is,
Respondent is-
Number 59, tab 59.
You said you want to hear 148?
Greene County just, they left.
Robert Bull.
It's,
Just one second. This is the Walter Bubenheim?
yes, apparently he passed away.
Yeah, Mr.
December
Bubenheim passed
2024.
away. We got a notification he passed away, so you want to make a motion on it?
Yeah, I make a motion we dismiss this case.
Second.
You have a motion to dismiss case SCB 2020-148. The potential violator is dismissed. I'm sorry, deceased. Is there we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing case SCB 2020-148, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The chair would entertain a motion for a short lunch break this time.
So moved.
We have motions to second, motion second, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Motion carries 3-0. We will have about a 30-minute lunch break, and then we'll resume with,
I found out I'm in better shape than I thought I was. My neighbor called. I was on my water board meeting.
check.
She's both good.
City of Camilla will be next, and then Chatham County.
And the contact was about 50 yards out. She can't swim out there. I said, sure I can.
I have too many papers up here.
You're right.
I'm going to call back to order the meeting of the State Election Board. Call back into session. The first case we're going to hear, I hope everybody had a wonderful lunch. Ready to dive back into this fun.
We have energy again. We're a bit more energy now.
Yes. I'm on Coke 2, and you see me get to Coke 3. It's been a long day. This is a SCB 2. Are investigators here? Okay. SCB 2021-152, City of Camilla, tab number 43. And then the next one we're going to do is 2020-292. Hang on a second. Okay. All right.
The City of Camilo self-reported about an unqualified voter. Ms. Richardson told the election staff that she resides within the city limits of Camilla and was allowed to cast a vote for the Camilla municipal election during advance voting October 23rd, 2021. It was further reported that Ms. Richardson was not on the list of municipal electors. She advised that she was living in the city but had not changed her voter registration card. She thought because she was living in the city, she could vote for that municipal election. The election superintendent, Donald Gray, advised every worker involved in this case was brand new, and they have since been retrained on the verification process. The allegation that a voter who did not live in the city was allowed to vote in a municipal election is substantiated. Potential violations for Donald Gray, the City of Camilla election superintendent, Vicki Hicks, the poll manager, and City of Camilla Board of Elections. There is sufficient evidence to show that the three of them violated SEB Rule 183-112.11, subsection 2A.
So we have respondents or City of Camilla, City of Camilla Office of Elections, Donald Gray. Is Mr. Gray here? No. Vicki Hicks. Ms. Hicks is here. And then Kiera Richardson. Nope. Okay. Okay, great. So the allegations is that this individual was allowed to vote in the city when they did not live in the city. Would y'all like to respond? Press the button, use the mic, and you want to respond? Press the button, use the mic, and identify yourself, please. All right.
I'm Vicki Hicks.
Okay.
Okay, I'm Vicki Hicks, and I've actually learned more about this case that happened in 2021 since I got this letter. I called my election supervisor, talked to him just last week, because honestly, I said, this happened in 2021. I cannot remember what happened. I just can't remember what happened last week. So he told me that Ms. Richardson, he found out the day that she voted that she was not on the list. She came in, and with me being the manager, I don't even really remember talking to her. But as we do with everything else, if it's the manager, you have an election supervisor, go to that person, and if there's any discrepancies, we call the elections office. But she was allowed to vote. At the end of that day, I'm assuming, after we left, he checked it and found out that she did not, where her driver's license indicated she did not live there. Okay, nothing was said the next day about, you all be careful, check this, check that. Nothing was said. So when I called him and asked him about, what is this letter about? And
He said, well, I self-reported it. They didn't, the state election board didn't, come after us, I self-reported it. And that it was just a miscommunication. I said, well, nobody said anything to me about, looked like somebody would have said something. Or, like I said, warned us the next morning about, the next day about, okay, be sure, you check this. We were using paper ballots and all at that time. So, and I'm here. And I was told, I got a call yesterday, where are you? I said, I'm on my way to Atlanta. Well, you really didn't have to go. I said, oh yeah, I'm going. Because when I get a letter from the state election board, to me it's serious. And I wanted to clear my name and my part with whatever happened. And it's my character, so that's why I'm here. But nobody said anything to me in 21 that, she did not live where she said she lived. And that's why I said I'm finding out more information after I received this letter and asked questions last week.
You said you verified you verified her address using her ID?
They used her ID.
But she didn't have her ID the first
time. And as a manager, I'm managing. I don't, unless someone is at lunch, that's when I go to one of the stations and work. But it's my understanding that she had her ID with her, and she said that's where she was residing. And Don, which is the supervisor, he evidently called the elections office, but somebody allowed her to vote. Now, if I'm just a poll manager and I'm just sitting by myself, I may make the call to see. But we had the supervisor, so I don't know if he contacted the election office, but somebody cleared her to vote. And then later that day, he was saying he found out that she was not on the list. And then he said, I called, I think he told me, he sent an email, he called, he has had several conversations with somebody in Atlanta. But I didn't find all of that out until after I received this letter.
So to be clear, so she came in, she showed her ID, and it showed that she wasn't in the city limits, or they thought she was, and they allowed her to vote?
Well, she showed her ID, and after it was, when they looked at these big books, paper books, the address did not show what she had on the driver's license.
Okay.
Our election supervisor called, from what I understand, the elections office, and she was allowed to vote. But nobody else came back and said anything, told one of the poll workers, okay, she's allowed to vote. Later on, when we left, I'm assuming, because he said later on that same day, he found out, the election supervisor found out that she was not on the list. And he said that he immediately sent something to Atlanta. So I'm assuming state election board or someone. And he said he was on phone several conversations, and I'm not sure if he said he had a Zoom or something. So when I took the letter, and I told him, I said, well, I'm going to Atlanta. And I didn't know who else was coming. Well, it says at the bottom, you don't really have to attend. I said, I don't care what it says at the bottom. I received the letter, and I don't want my name in anything messy, for lack of a better word. So that's why I'm here today.
Okay.
Dr. Johnson, any questions?
No questions.
Would the attorneys like to speak?
Yes, Jacqueline Parks, along with my colleague Alicia Thompson, we are attorneys representing the city of Camilla. We are asking that the potential violations, the allegations against the city of Camilla be dismissed at this time. Through the report, via the report that we received, the respondent is named City of Camilla's Board of Elections. That is an entity that does not exist in the city of Camilla. In that municipality, the elections superintendent is the person who oversees the election, and they follow the guidelines of this board along with Title 21 of the Georgia Code. They answer directly to the Secretary of State. So we're here to let the board know that there is not a Camilla Board of Elections. Now, the office that I believe Ms. Hicks is referencing is the Mitchell County Board of Elections. So it's stated in the rule that is outlined in the report, SEB Rule 183-1-12-.11, subsection 2A. The poll manager, which was Ms. Hicks at that time, she would, if there is a question regarding a voter's place of residence, they would notify the Board of Elections, in which that would be Mitchell County Board of Elections. So based upon her statements here today, Donald Gray made contact with the correct entity to verify the elector's address. The City of Camilla did not have any responsibility regarding Ms. Hicks' actions or Mr. Gray's actions. They were not involved at all. So we are asking that the violations against the City of Camilla be dismissed, as there is not a City of Camilla Board of Elections.
You just want to go home, don't you?
I won't go
That's what it
home.
sounds
We're actually returning back to the office, but we just want to make sure that.
Is that a alarm? Is that a fire alarm?
Run. Alex, would you, let's just kick it a few times. Yeah.
Harder.
Can we go ahead and discuss the City of Camilla then, and just,
Yeah, I mean, where did the City of Camilla Board of Elections come from?
is there a City of Camilla Board of Elections?
It's not.
No. There's not a Board of Elections or Office of Elections.
So it should be Mitchell County then.
Oh,
It should be Mitchell County. Based upon Ms. Hicks' statements today, we conclude that it should be Mitchell County Board of Elections, if that's who they call to verify the address.
You can't hear?
The report referred to it as Office of the Elections and the
Hang on
Board
a
of
second.
Elections.
Can you put something on top of it?
We did, that's what started it.
That's what started it?
wait, what is this? I hope when I went to fire. I hope not. Look, you just fall asleep. We don't even know.
You had any problem getting on the City of
It's the Mitchell County. Oh, boy.
Let me ask a quick question. Who is responsible for conducting the elections in the City of Camilla?
That is the election superintendent. So at that time of this alleged violation, that would have been Donald Gray.
But the City of Camilla doesn't have anything to do with Donald Gray?
They appoint the election superintendent, but they do not oversee the superintendent. Meaning, when you have city council meetings or they go into executive session, they do not question the authority of the election superintendent.
Hang on a second. You can't hear any of that?
And then what we're up against is either we pause so that he can transcribe, but that means we all have to kind of wait, but I don't know how long. I'm sorry, what was that? Well, I mean, we care, but we also are thinking about everyone that's been sitting here for hours, so we don't know how long this is gonna be.
We can pause. Fine with pause.
Let's wait just for just a minute. We have a motion to break for a short recess. We have a motion with a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Motion carries 3-0. We're going to break for a short recess, see if we can fix this problem. Our court reporter can't hear what's going on, and so we want to make sure, we have to have a court reporter, it has to be accurate, so we need to have this fixed before we can proceed. Yeah, let me just see who's here so we can try and allow people to get out of here if we can proceed today. So, is there anybody here from McIntosh County that wants to respond? Okay. Ben Hill. Okay. Bryan County. Nobody from Bryan? They can be moved down the list then. Chatham County? Are you here to respond to both these cases, 103 and 214? Which one? Which one?
Do you know your case number?
Do you know your case number? $105? 214, okay. There's nobody here to respond on the 103 case? Okay. Toombs County? Nobody from Toombs County? Okay. City of Richland? City of Richland? Nope. City of Fort Valley? To Fort Valley? Is that the 146 case? Okay. The South Fulton 142? South Fulton? This is the 142 case, 202-1142? Somebody asked for that. Is that yours? Okay. In the Richmond County, 202-292? I know somebody asked for that. Richmond County? I'm almost sure there was an attorney that asked for that one. And then Henry County, 202-4150. You're Richmond County, right? Okay, I thought so, yeah. All right, and that one back there, okay. Good, well, we knocked some of them off the list. How'd you break it?
Just needed a screwdriver.
Outstanding, we appreciate your, yes. Yes,
Electrician in the building.
what number is it?
SEB 2021118.
What county are you from? What,
I'm from DeKalb County now, but for these relevant elections, I live in DeKalb County.
DeKalb County, okay. All right. I got that. All right. So let's call back to order and continue here. So the question is, what we were asking questions about the city of Camilla and who actually runs the elections. So you said that the election superintendent, and the election superintendent doesn't report to the city council. Who does he report to? Nope, yeah.
Still blinking. Okay. The election superintendent reports to the Secretary of State, and the duties and responsibilities of the City of Camilla's election superintendent are prescribed under Title 22.
So the city of Camilla is denying all responsibility for anything to do with this?
Correct.
Okay.
Does the town manager conduct elections for the city of Camilla?
The city manager?
Yes, city manager.
No.
So they contract out with the county to conduct elections?
I wouldn't use the term contract out with the county. The city of Camilla is within the jurisdiction of Mitchell County.
Correct.
So, as with most municipalities, you have your cities and you have your county board of elections. So therefore, if for certain elections, the poll managers would refer to the Mitchell County Board of Elections, meaning calling in when the person walks into the precinct, they give their ID. If there are any issues or questions regarding whether or not they're in the correct precinct, then they would call the number that is given to the poll managers in their training. And I believe, and you would have to ask Ms. Hicks this particular question,
That's the mayor behind her.
who she would have called on that day. Based upon her statements earlier this afternoon, it appears that either she or Donna Gray at that time would have called the Mitchell County Board of Elections.
Is it correct that Mitchell County is responsible for the conduct of elections for the city of Camilla?
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Kelvin Owens. I'm the mayor of the city of Camilla. And as our city attorney mentioned, the council appoints the election superintendent for the city of Camilla. And the city of Camilla conducts the election. We're responsible for conducting the election. If there's an issue, we refer to the county to help clear up if there's an issue with a voter mismatch and the address and that type of thing. But in terms of the conducting the election, that is the city of Camilla. However, when the council appoints the superintendent, that superintendent becomes a solely independent body and conducts the election per the rules of the state and this board. But the council does not intervene or give any type of instruction, if you will, as it relates to how that election is conducted.
You conduct it in name only?
Yes, sir.
So the superintendent will contact Mitchell County if they have any issues with registrations and things like that. That's what you're saying?
That is correct, Member King. And as Ms. Hicks pointed out earlier, in 2021, we were using paper ballots. For the last 2 years, we've been using the electronic form, and we'll be having poll pads this year. So hopefully, these types of issues, if you will get minimized. But that's.
So just to make sure I understand, help me understand, Donald Gray was the Camilla election superintendent for this case?
Yes, Doc. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Different than the superintendent of elections for Mitchell County?
There you go. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. But he would refer, or our election superintendent, if they have an issue, will contact the county for any guidance if they need that.
Correct.
Or the Secretary of State.
And so the qualified voters list was provided by Mitchell County?
That is correct. As Ms. Hicks pointed out, that's been our understanding, that when there was an issue, they called over to the county, The county gave them the okay, but at some point, it was learned that that voter was not eligible, and it's my understanding that Don Gray at that point self-reported that there was a mistake.
Okay. So the Camilla election superintendent, do I understand correctly, told you, Ms. Hicks, that the voter could vote, could not vote, was allowed to vote, but then, is Donald Gray here?
No.
So Mr. Gray then at some point in time communicated with Ms. Hicks that he found out that the voter was not allowed to vote. Okay. Is that clear?
Yeah, yep. Let's deal with the City of Camilla first. Is there a motion on the City of Camilla portion of this? Actually, it's City of Camilla Office of Elections. I don't see to where they have any responsibility for any of this.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we remove the City of Camilla Office of Elections as a respondent in this case.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to remove them off this case. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The City of Camilla, you can go home.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. You stay for just a second, because we have to deal with the rest of this.
Almost.
Okay. So the other,
Sarah,
yes, sure.
her mic's
Oh, you want to talk?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that it looks like where the confusion was that one of the members of Camilla Card for the elections personnel called Mitchell County, and they were asking about Mrs. Richardson, but the question that Mitchell County understood that question to be, was she a resident of the county? And that's where the confusion was. They were trying to see if she was a resident of the city, because the woman was saying that her ID said that she was in the county, but she was staying in the city. That's what made her think that she could vote in this municipal election. So it looks like what happened was the question was worded differently. Like, message sent, message received. So what they heard was one thing, and they were like, yeah, sure, she's a resident, talking about the county, not the city.
Was this all just a big misunderstanding?
It looks like, yes, it was just chaos, and then when they called Mitchell County was answering, according to their sworn statements, that they were answering that she was a resident of the county, that the city had never been brought up. But it looks like the question, however it was worded, was where that misinterpretation came from. That's where the miscommunication was.
Is that your understanding, Ms. Hicks? You would agree with that? Okay.
We need a motion to dismiss.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
It is a new day. Member Jeffries has made a motion to dismiss this complaint.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss this case. Is there any discussion?
Is that with the voter too?
Yes.
Okay.
The whole thing.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this complaint, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Case, if I can find it again. Case SCB 2021-152, City of Camilla is dismissed.
Yeah, you can go.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
They're clapping for you. Let's do Ben Hill. Tab 41, SCB 2021-005. Ben Hill. You need to find a place where you can speak. Okay? Tab 41.
Okay. The Ben Hill County Board of Elections reported to the Secretary of State that Mr. Lee Jr. was a convicted felon on active probation. He registered to vote and then voted for the January 5th, 2021 general election. The investigation revealed that Mr. Lee was registered to vote on September 11th, 2020. He voted on December 15th, 2020, during early voting for the January 5th general election runoff. Mr. Lee is a convicted felon who has been serving a 5-year active sentence since 2017. There's evidence to suggest Mr. Lee violated OCGA 212216 subsection B.
Mr. Lee, you have a great middle name.
Yes, sir.
Triumph, a great middle name. You're responding to this case. Would you like to address the board?
Yes, sir. I know I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, and things that my life hasn't been a real perfect track record. I don't know why they let me vote that particular day, but I think my license I got registered when I got my license back. And when I went and asked the lady, I say, at the registrar's office, I said, well, can I vote? And she said, sure. And I asked again, I said, can I vote? I didn't even know how to run a terminal. I never voted before in my life, so it felt like it was the right thing for me to do it at an appropriate time. And it was a new life experience. I've been trying to live right and live as a citizen. I work for the city of Fitzgerald, and I enjoy helping people and I enjoy inspiring people. I have some letters that have been written on my behalf, and I did retain my rights to vote. Again, my sentence was terminated. If I could share these with the board, could I bring them up?
We'll have somebody come get them. Jesse, would you grab those letters from him, please? Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
And I would like to ask the board for a very personal, godly. I'd like to ask for an apology, profuse apology. If I did anything wrong, or if I have made any mistakes, if I did anything with any investigator office, I ask that you please forgive me. If you give me another chance, I won't do it again. I promise.
Why did you decide you wanted to vote, Mr. Lee?
I thought it was the most civilized thing to do. I crave being a citizen. I got tired of being at the bottom of the barrel because I put myself there. It's by choice today that I've chosen to come up out of that hole and live and make a name for myself and to help others along the way.
Any further questions from the board? Dr. Johnson?
Mr. Lee, did you sign a voter registration application?
Yes, ma'am. I think I did when I was renewing I didn't have my license for 28 years, so I decided to get my license back, and I think I registered to vote in the process of getting my license.
He was challenged in October of 20 as well.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, the county, actually, Ben Hill County challenged his registration status on October 6th, 2020. They sent him a letter that wasn't responded to. They should have been notified at least that he was being challenged.
Did you receive a letter from the county saying that you were being challenged?
No, sir.
Mr. Lee, did you vote in person?
Yes, ma'am. I went to the registrar's office, and you know how you fill out the paper before you present your license? And I gave her my license, and she said I was perfectly fine to vote.
Did you sign the oath when you presented to vote and get a ballot in the election?
The only thing I remember is I went to the booth, and this little paperwork that you fill out, and I gave her my license. And I didn't even know how to operate the booth. Somebody in there had to show me, because I've never voted before.
So, Mr. Lee, on the form that you sign when you go in to vote and to get a ballot, it's a voter certificate, and it says, "I certify that I'm qualified to vote. I have not and will not vote elsewhere in my name or any other name. I'm a citizen of the United States, and I'm not currently serving a sentence for a felony conviction." I understand that making a false statement on this certificate is a felony under the Code of Georgia.
I'm not sure, ma'am. I can't. It's been so long, I can't remember exactly what the card said, but I remember signing the card, and I remember writing on the card. But it was something in between my license. It's been so long now. But in order for them to have let me vote, I had to be registered, right?
Sarah, in the voter registration system, is there a flag or a note that Mr. Lee was challenged?
I don't know. I'm just going by the statements that were made, and we have a copy of the letter.
Was the challenge upheld?
Yes, they canceled him in 21.
Oh, in 21.
Do you want me to pull the exhibits?
20th April.
Sorry, do you want me to pull the document?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's all right, sir. Oops. Let's cancel after that.
Do you have any questions? No. Any questions?
And Mr. Lee, you said that you were unsure as to whether you could vote when you asked, and they said, yes, you can, or you were unsure about it?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't just walk in, with respect, I was waiting for her to respond.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting because we had this conversation once today talking about registering for vote automatically when you get your DDS, and how it's not an opt-in or opt-out, it's just an automatic unless you choose to opt out. And So I think that a lot of people get caught up in that and get registered, even though they may not necessarily want to be registered or whatever. It's a section in the middle of the application that most people don't read anyway. And so people get caught up with those things. I find it interesting that Mr. Lee never voted before, and asked a couple of times if he could vote, and was told he could vote, which is a little concerning. So, but
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to dismiss this. I think it's just communication error, going back to what we talked about at lunch and everything else. I'll make that motion.
I was thinking maybe a letter of reprimand, just so that there is something on file, so you know, next time, it would be something different. But I also think that there's some confusion around the registration process. I feel like the state should catch some of this. If we're going to automatically opt people in, then we should make sure we have a system that can catch these type of scenarios.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
and I'm going to come down in the middle because I was thinking of a letter of instruction to instruct him on the proper way to vote.
But at the end of the day, there is a personal responsibility to this, to know the law, to do research, to make sure for yourself, so you don't find yourself in a situation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out on this application for in-person, this is an absentee ballot.
He voted early in person.
Early?
I don't know if it was in person, but he voted on the... Are you asking for what day he voted?
This is for in-person absentee, okay. So he
Yeah,
voted
early voting dated
early
December
in person. So this application, Mr. Chair, says something different than what is stated in the code. It does not say that, it does not mention being a felon in this application for a ballot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't have known, and they told him it was fine. Then, with a letter of instruction? All right, I can bring it down to a letter of instruction because you wouldn't have been able to read it.
Okay, that's fine.
In case you don't know, a letter of instruction is just a letter that details what, how it should probably be done in the future, so. Do we have a motion?
Yep.
We have a motion from Member King to issue a letter of instruction. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any dissent? Hearing no dissent, so moved. A letter of instruction will be issued on this case.
Right, at some point.
SCB 2021-005 in Hill County. Thank you.
Thank you,
You're free to
Will
go.
I get it in the mail?
It'll come in the mail.
You'll get it in the mail, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure, and thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Safe travels back.
Should we send something to the city or to tell them that they need to make sure their documents align with the code? What do we?
Well,
That's a concern.
That's a Secretary of State issue. That's a.
The Secretary of State's
That's an
document is
absentee.
not aligned with the code?
That's an absentee ballot. Yeah.
Secretary of State form.
Yeah, we need to think about that, yeah.
We might want to tell the Secretary of State to operate within the code.
Yeah. Let's see, I think that the next furthest away is McIntosh County. McIntosh County here? No? Isn't McIntosh is below Chatham? I know it is, I've been there. Isn't that Darien? I did a Waffle House in Darien a long time ago.
This with the shrimping. Isn't it the shrimping?
Chatham will be next. This is SCB 2022-189, tab 67, McIntosh County.
Okay, this is a case in which there are a number of allegations, total of 12 actually. So I'll go through each one of the allegations first, and then I'll go through the ones that we sustained, and then we'll go from there. So Jake Evans, the attorney representing Mr. Tim Garner, made the following complaint regarding the June 21st, 2022 McIntosh County election. There were poll watcher reports that had allegations that there was apparent errors and discrepancies which caused tabulation errors which affected the race. Tim Garner was a candidate for McIntosh County District 5 Commissioner. So number one, Jake Evans alleges that McIntosh County poll workers did not properly count 40 or more absentee ballots, and a recount should be conducted. He also alleges that McIntosh County poll workers damaged electronic voting equipment. He alleges that the oversight of poll watchers was limited. And then a poll watcher's report from Linda Daniels indicated where a poll worker scanned a voter's ID and the name and address for his twin brother was populated. Linda Daniels reports that also at a Darien precinct number 1771, a voter was not pleased with the ballot she voted, and she asked for another ballot. They spoiled the voter's ballot and she received another ballot. She also apparently was told that she could not use paper and pencil while at Darien precinct number 1771. Another poll watcher report from Linda Daniels states she was at the tabulation center on May 24, 2022, and the state scanner was not accepting the primary ballots. When the size of the paper was changed, it worked. Number 6, another poll watcher report from Johnny Daniels stated he was at precinct 2 on May 24, 2022, and he told the poll worker he was a poll watcher. Johnny Daniels said the poll worker told him to go outside until the polls opened and they locked the door. Johnny Daniels said poll workers did not allow him the opportunity to see the numbers on the scanner when the polls opened at 7 a.m. They also apparently told him he could not use paper and pencil. Another poll watcher report, this is number 7, from Matthew Fellion, stated he was at precinct 3, the Crescent Fire Hall on May 24, 2022, and electors were dropping their ballots into a slot on the tabulator instead of running them through the scanner. Mr. Fellion states the scanner was later repaired and all but 3 of the ballots were scanned. Mr. Fellion said he was told to leave at 7 p.m. because voting was completed, but he refused to do so. After some phone calls were made, he was allowed to stay. Number 8, poll watcher report from Beverly Garner states she was at early voting on May 2nd, 2022, and the election supervisor told her she could not stay during polling because her presence might intimidate voters. Mrs. Garner's husband was a candidate on the ballot. Number 9, poll watcher report from Beverly Garner states she was at precinct 2, Darien Church of God on May 24, 2022, and she witnessed Commissioner David Stevens enter the precinct at 8 p.m. Beverly Garner requested entry to the precinct but was not allowed to enter, and at that time, Commissioner David Stevens walked out. Number 10, poll watcher report from Elaine Anderson states she was at precinct 2, and the head of the voting precinct asked the poll watchers to leave. Elaine Anderson says she requested to photograph the end tally, but they told her she could not do so. Elaine Anderson stated that a poll worker gave her the numbers, but then told her she had to leave. She said 2 people were still voting at that time. Number 11, poll watcher report from William Johnson states that on May 24th, a lady came into the election office where tallying was to take place in the front office. He said Mrs. Gale directed the lady to where the absentee ballot box was, and the lady deposited 8 to 15 yellow envelopes of absentee ballots in the box. And then finally, number 12, poll watcher report from Jonathan Hiriax, stated he was at Precinct 3, Crescent Fire Department on May 24, 2022. He stated the poll manager, Wendy Tucker, did not inform him that she was turning on the poll for him to be able to observe the process. Mr. Hiriax stated the poll manager did not have the right key for the ballot box scanner. He stated the ballots had to go into the emergency drop box. He stated the poll workers told voters who were attempting to vote that they had already voted. So, as it relates to all of, excuse me, all of the allegations, our findings was that the investigation did not reveal any evidence to support violations of the Georgia Election Code regarding allegations numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, and 12. And in reading them, even on the face of it, many were not violations. They were just, issues that occurred during the course of the election. As for the allegations of limiting the oversight of poll watchers, our investigator did identify that allegations number 3, 6, 7, and 10 were all sustained. These are 4 occurrences where poll watcher reports they could not exercise their full duty as poll watchers. The potential violations involve SCB Rule 183-1-12-.10 sub 9 before the opening of polls, and SCB Rule 183-1-12.12 sub A sub 9 regarding tabulating results, SCB Rule 183-1-12-.10 sub 9 before the opening of polls, which identifies the responsibility of poll officers in setting up the polls in sections 1 through section number 8. And in section number 9, the rule states accredited poll watchers must be able to observe the polling place setup process. However, they may not interfere with the setup process. SCB Rule 183-1-12-.12 sub A sub 9, tabulating results, identifies the poll officer's responsibility after the poll closes. In sections A1 through A8, and in sections A9, the rule states accredited poll watchers shall be allowed to observe the process described in this rule. However, they must do so in a manner that does not interfere with poll officials. The investigator found that most information reported in the poll watcher reports explain what the poll watchers witnessed while conducting their poll watcher duties, and did not identify any apparent errors and discrepancies regarding the tabulation of ballots. There was no evidence obtained that 40 or more ballots were not properly counted, as well as no evidence of mishandling and blatant tabulation errors. The McIntosh County Election Supervisor and the Regional Training Liaison explained the reason they spoiled particular ballots. There was a breakdown of that in the investigation. I believe it was 11 Democratic ballots were spoiled, 14 Republican ballots were spoiled, and they were listed. And in addition to that, another Democratic ballot that was voted in person was spoiled. And there was no violation as it relates to the spoiling of those ballots. That was appropriate. So ultimately, McIntosh County Board of Elections and Registration and Elmore Gale, the McIntosh County Election Supervisor, there's evidence to suggest that they violated those SCB rules that I cited previously.
Thank you. Ms. Gill is responding. Ms. Gill's here. You're here. Would you like to make some comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? There we go. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking us out of order. I'm Jason Nix. I'm the attorney for the McIntosh County Board of Elections and Registrations. I have with me our Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Eleanor Dahl Gale. So obviously we agree with the findings of the investigators as it relates to allegations 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, and 12. The finding of no evidence or insufficient evidence to move forward, and would ask for those to be dismissed. As it relates to the allegations collectively in 3, 6, 7, and 10, all of those are of the same issue. Those are the two issues there cited under Rules 1831.12.10.10 and 1831.12.12. We do admit that there were some issues with the interpretation of that on that particular day, but I would like to go into what happened and what the confusion was on that day. So these were poll watchers for the McIntosh County Republican Party, and pursuant to 212408 of Georgia Code, the party is limited to 2 poll watchers per precinct. What the party had elected to do for the first time in McIntosh County history was they had elected to name and nominate in their letters more than 2 people per precinct, but schedule them at different times, and explicitly stated in their letters start and stop times for each person named and which precinct they were to be going to. And in those letters that were provided to the individual precincts to make sure they had the right people there at the right times and that there was no violation of Georgia law and accidentally allowing more than 2 at one time, those letters from the party, not from our office, those letters and the summary schedule sheet, a table they provided us for assistance and reference, specified a start time of 7 o'clock and a stop time of 7 o'clock as well. Now, in addition to that, that of course caused some confusion with the training of our poll workers there as to who can be there and who can't. We acknowledge that people can be there to observe the setup and the tear down, basically, the shutdown, packing up, and the aftermath of the election. But that being said, under Rule 1831.13.03, when a poll watcher observes something that they believe to be incorrect or in error, they are to notify, pursuant to this board's rules, they are to notify the supervisor of elections, not just write it down and report it to their party or report it to the state board. They're to notify at the time, pursuant to Rule 13.03, the supervisor of elections. That's actually what Mr. Fillion wound up doing when they said that there were multiple phone calls and he was allowed to remain. As to the morning, nobody called, nobody reported anything to Ms. Gale or to anyone in her office at the main office. So there was no corrections that could be made by her. But once she was contacted as to the tabulation in the afternoon, in the evening I should say, it was corrected. He was allowed to remain and observe the packing up process and the shutting down of the machines as a private citizen per se, anyone who could be, not in his official capacity as a poll watcher, because his nomination form from the party had explicitly ended his term right at the close of polls. Additionally, now, any claim that there were still 2 electors voting, no, we completely deny that fact. I don't think that's really in question. I believe that was in number 7. But as to the issue of the times, we admit that there was an issue there. This has not been an issue in any election since. That was discussed with the party at one of our next board meetings, what was going on and why we had these timelines and why we were telling them that. And from then, the party no longer put a start time, or from the opening through close, they would only specify the transition times for the people that they wanted to have in there. We were just trying to have a more liberal approach of allowing them to have people take shifts so that it wouldn't be just 2 people stuck there all day, which is what the party was asking for. And it led to some confusion that first time in implementation.
Any questions from the board? Dr. Johnson?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
My name is Jason Nix, N-I-X. I'm the attorney for the McIntosh County Board of Elections. Okay. I'm a local attorney there in Darien, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Nix.
Thank you, ma'am.
Did you state that election conduct ends at the close of polls?
I don't believe I did, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe so. Okay. If I did, I misspoke.
Okay, all right.
I think what I was saying is that the letters, the nominating letters that we had from the party naming who would be the poll watchers and what precinct they would be in, specified exact start and stop times for that particular poll watcher in that particular precinct. I'm not sure if your investigators were provided copies of those letters. I assume they probably were, but we do have copies of those letters along with a table or spreadsheet that was provided to us as a summary by the party and subsequently corrected with dates, times, where, and everything of what they had planned in the lead up to that election.
Okay. I just wondered if that was taken literally and the poll watchers were then excused from the polling place?
So I think that is what was happening, is that the poll workers in those locations were taking that very literally, that these people in their official capacity, that they said they weren't going to be coming in until 7, so we didn't let them in until 7. That has since been corrected in the instructions and training for our people, and also the party has since amended how they submit their letters to us in that regard, which is why this has not repeated itself since this election. And like I said, the issue is with the poll watchers, if they would have complied with 183.113.03 of this board's rules, where if they observe an issue that is an ongoing issue, they're supposed to not just make a note of it for their party, but also immediately notify the supervisor of elections pursuant to this board's rule. When they did that, Mr. Fillion did that at the close of elections in his precinct that he was a poll watcher for, and it was corrected once a call was made to Ms. Gale. But prior to that, they did not notify us. Ms. Gale was not aware that they weren't being allowed in that morning, and that the letters were being so strictly construed.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Well, I just like to add that it's so very important for observation and transparency of the conduct of election be allowed for any party, or and certainly for public observers too, where they're allowed. And of course, you know that the conduct of election begins before the polls open and after the polls close. Observers and official poll watchers should be allowed at any of those points so that they'll have confidence that the election was conducted fairly and honestly. Thank you for that. Has the county made any steps to train or educate or communicate with all their election workers that this should be, welcomed or encouraged or
Yes,
certainly
ma'am.
allowed?
We certainly did. I tried to discuss that earlier, although I know I went on for quite a while. I can be quite verbose as an attorney. But we certainly did correct this, and that's why we corrected it both with our employees, our poll workers, and we discussed what had happened with the party, and they made their corrections as well as to how they were going to word their letters. But their letters really were not an issue going forward either way. So we made sure to correct for this confusion that happened on that day.
Right. And I'd like to add, for the audience here at least, that photographing in a polling place is not allowed while voting is taking place, in photographing of personal information, PII, or certain confidential pieces of equipment that go maybe like passwords and voter lists is prohibited. But there's really nothing in the code that says photographing is not allowed in the polling place if voting is not taking place. Now, many counties like to debate that and say no photographs at all, but unless the supervisor or the poll manager allows it, or the superintendent actually gives permission for that. But I think as far as a public process, voting is a public process, and the recording of such or photographing of such is allowed as long as certain provisions are not violated.
Just for the record, I want to say that a continuance was requested on this case, but this case had been continued already from another session, and the request for continuance was made by the complainant, not by any of the respondents. So I decided to go ahead and move forward with this case. Since
Mr. Chairman, the complainant is here for this case and would like to say a couple words.
Oh, okay.
Hear me? Oh,
Sure.
there we go. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Michaela Mobley. I'm an attorney, and I'm here on behalf of the complainant, Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner sitting next to me, along with his wife, Beverly. Mr. Gardner's also the gentleman that fixed the noise over there. And Miss Beverly is also one of the poll watchers who filled out a report for part of the investigation. Mr. Gardner is born and raised in McIntosh County and still resides there. As you heard, he also ran for a county commissioner seat. And likewise, as you heard from the investigator and as the respondent has admitted, there were a number of violations cited. Very important violations pertaining to poll watchers and the exercise of that role. It's our understanding that there have been letters of instruction issued to McIntosh County within the last 3 elections. We don't believe that maybe these letters of instruction are being taken seriously, and so we would ask that this matter be referred to the AG's office or something that's a little bit more, maybe a letter of reprimand, just given some of the past issues. I know Mr. Gardner would also like the opportunity to maybe respond to a couple of the points raised by the McIntosh County attorney, one of which about, people not making the right calls and contacting about some of the issues with the poll watchers. My understanding is that these calls were made or attempts were made and they weren't able to get anybody. Would you mind if Mr. Gardner just spoke to this briefly?
Sure.
Thank y'all for moving us up and hearing us today. I would like to say that when we...
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Tim Gardner, one of the complainants.
Okay.
I would like to say that when you try to go to the polling place that night that she said that was locked out, she locked everybody out. They run everybody out and allowed certain people in. As a case earlier that we did with that it was a complainant of mine, I come up before y'all a year ago almost now, and we proved that the door was locked, and they locked the door, wouldn't let nobody in, but another county commissioner was allowed to go in at that time. So they allowed certain people to process this and go to the back, and I'm on the Republican Party, just removed in March, had their new party selected. Before that, what we did was we set a list out of people that was going to be there as courtesy to them, saying, okay, we're going to have 2 here, 2 here, just let them know that the managers would know that these people was coming, you know what I'm saying? Just kind of a courtesy thing. It wasn't like they're going to start at 7 and leave at 12, and then this one's going to come at 12 and leave at 7. That wasn't the point. Point was we were going to have these for the first half because they couldn't go all day because someone was elderly that would agree to work for the first 6, 7 hours. These would work the next 6, 7 hours. So there was never a thought that we was going to leave at 7 o'clock. That wasn't the case. And Matt Phelan, the poll manager, called Doggell. Matt Phelan didn't call Doggell. Poll manager called Doggell, was say, hey, he's refusing to leave. He won't leave. And she said, and he got to fussing and carrying on, and she said, we don't have to leave. That's the reason he was so adamant. But most people ain't going to be that adamant, because if you get that adamant, you get charged with being a little bit aggressive. And I was charged with that when I walked in there. So I know you got to be real careful when you walk in, the polling place. You can't be too aggressive. So you got to be kind of tippy-toed around that, and so most people say, okay, that's the case, and that's what we'll do. So I just would like to say that I would like to see this maybe referred over to the AG's office, because we've had several violations in the last 3 or 4 years, and she's been on several elections and several violations. She's been, letter of instructions, and it don't seem like it goes nowhere. The county is concerned, and last month there was 2 things were brought up, and she was in violation, but it was about individuals, wanting nothing to do with the Republican Party. These are people who are concerned about what's going on in our county. And so, that being said, I appreciate your time, appreciate you allowing me to fix your electrical, and I'll send you a bill. Thank y'all.
There would have been a lot of angry people if you didn't fix that. So.
Especially one from Chatham County.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Dr. Chan, you've been on this longer than anybody. Do you recall previous violations by McIntosh? A lot of them. It's late in the day. Maybe not.
Yeah.
It's even
later.
It is
Do you
late.
know, Michael?
It's late in my
I remember Mr. Gardner's case, that was a year ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not necessarily county specifically, we'd have to.
She had a case
research.
in April or the
We
last-
had a few other
last
cases
month.
that were here in
Okay.
February when we had the Zoom hearing that we addressed. This case was scheduled that same time, so they were all being addressed together. But this case was continued at his request, is my understanding, not our request at that time, because we were ready to address it that day. I think there were a couple letters of instruction at that time, none of them on this issue. Like I said, this issue was a one-time thing that happened, has never been an issue before, and has not been an issue since.
Well, we have multiple issues over a period of the last 3 elections. Cycles.
Board members, the chair would entertain more questions or a motion.
Mr. Chair, are you suggesting that there should be some review or research on prior complaints?
That would be interesting to me. I haven't been here long enough to understand the full depth of the allegations, let's say that.
Continue.
Well, the chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this case to review and research any past complaints or violations with regards to McIntosh County.
If we hear this case, y'all are welcome to attend by Zoom if you want to.
I was just about to request that. Thank you,
I
sir.
know it's a long way to drive up here.
Thank you.
Come eat at my Waffle House in Darien, by the way. So, we have a motion to continue this case to the next agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. It will be continued. All right, we have a real special request because somebody needs to leave for another hearing. SCB 2020-292. Richmond County. That's a long way. Let me see which one that is. It is 37, tab 37.
Okay, this, is it on? Is my mic on?
Yes, please.
So this was continued from last year. There were 3 allegations. The 2 questions that were from the board on this one were for allegation 2. That was the allegation where Ms. Rogers alleged that she observed a male place around 50 absentee ballots in a drop box at the local courthouse. And there was a couple hours of video for the time frame that she gave. And they had looked at that, and the question was, did the investigator look at it? And the answer was yes, he had, and then he added an additional hour, and there was no one that fit that description with multiple ballots putting those in. So that one was unsubstantiated. The third allegation was about the 3 canvassers from outreach team, and they were all sent to the AG's office, and the board wanted outreach added as a respondent. That was it.
On allegation 3?
Yes.
And would you say allegation 1 was?
That was already
It was adjudicated?
the last one, yeah, it was just.
So we're
2
just
and 3.
dealing with number 3?
3 and 4?
So it's 2 and 3, is that what I have?
2
2
and
was the
3.
one about the male that was putting ballots in. And the question was, did the investigator watch the video? And the answer was yes, he had, and he added an extra hour, and still, no one matched that description. No one appeared to put more than 1 or 2 ballots in the drop box.
Is anyone here from Outreach?
Good morning, good afternoon, this is Jeremy Berry from Tillman, Scrubman, Warner and Berry on behalf of Outreach.
Yep.
Good afternoon. This is Jeremy Berry from Chilvis, Grubman, Warner, and Berry on behalf of Outreach Team. Just for clarification, the matter about ballots in the mailbox is not ours. I don't believe that's an Outreach Team one. It's not in the complaint that we...
No.
Okay, just wanted to be...
It's just about the canvassing, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to respond to some of the other allegations if you want now about the Outreach Team.
Please.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you for accommodating my schedule. I've just got to be somewhere else shortly for another client. The Outreach Team is a large national group that, among other things, conducts voter registration drives and does quality control for other organizations for voter registration drives across the country. Before the Outreach Team ever hires anyone, they undergo extensive training. The workers undergo testing and undergo an orientation before they're ever put on the street, so to speak, to go do voter registration drives. For a sense of the scope here, and I guess this involves 3 workers with I think 3 or 4 ballots, but in 2020, the year when this was at issue, the Outreach Team collected 8,479 voter registration applications during the general election, 8,511 in the runoff registration window, for a total of 16,990 elections. The Outreach Team did not register anyone in Georgia during the 2022 midterms, and then registered 7,069 people in Georgia last year. For just understand scope of what they do in the organization, last year they registered more than 274,000 people in 9 states. They also performed third-party quality control checks on 1.5 million voter registration applications collected by more than 100 organizations across the country. They apply the same rigorous standards to their internal collection as they do to dozens of outside organizations that they work with for quality control. Again, this allegation involves 3 workers. To understand the scope here, in 2020, Outreach Team hired 1,515 people who showed up for their onboarding training and the first day quiz, and ultimately that was whittled down to 889 people who were cleared for duty and worked at least 1 shift in the field registering voters during either the general election or the runoff election. I give you that, and I'll go through the scope on each of these, that this is a large organization. There have been no complaints whatsoever since 2020 in Georgia involving the Outreach Team. These were a couple incidents and not reflective whatsoever of the organization. One of the allegations involved Broderick Green, and I think that was a registration of a deceased voter. Just by way of reference, as I said, that they're tested prior to ever working. He scored a 21 out of 21 on his test and then underwent training. He worked 23 shifts over 2.5 months, and I believe registered over 100 people. The Outreach Team has had no contact with Mr. Green since he worked in 2020. The second person is Talisha Jacobs. First, and I'd like to look at the investigator's report. And the report acknowledges that Ms. Jacobs had express authority from Amani Meadows, who was Ms. Jacobs' friend, who gave Ms. Jacobs, I'm reading from the report, who gave Ms. Jacobs permission to complete a voter registration application and did not believe she was trying to commit any type of voter fraud. Ms. Meadows, the voter, believed Ms. Jacobs may have messed up the original voter registration application, and they signed and completed the application together. Ms. Meadows, the voter, later said the handwriting on both applications looked like it was hers. So the voter acknowledged that she asked Talisha Jacobs, who was the Outreach Team's employee at the time, to in fact help on the voter registration. Ms. Jacobs had permission. The voter said that it looked like it was her handwriting, and perhaps there was just an issue of messing up the first ballot. On the testing that Ms. Jacobs undertook before she was hired, she received a 20 out of 21 on her test. She worked 31 shifts over 3 months and registered almost 200 people. This report, I think, references a couple quotas, voter registration quotas. Let me be absolutely clear. Outreach Team does not enforce, does not require. There are no quotas from the Outreach Team. So I don't know why that appears whatsoever in the report. Finally, the third person at issue is Ms. Priscilla Brown, who was involved with the registration for Joanne Smith. I'd like to, if I could, read from the investigator's report again. And here, Ms. Smith, the voter, acknowledged that she gave someone information who in turn filled out the form. Ms. Brown, the outreach team worker, claimed she only helped people fill out their registration if they had an inability to do so, and it was her understanding that if she helped the voter in any way to include reading or explaining any part of the registration, she had to sign as assisting. Ms. Brown said she thought she had to assign. Ms. Brown claimed she did not forge the applicant's signatures and said the cursive handwriting was not hers. The outreach team does extensive quality control anytime there's an issue that's flagged in the system, and to that end, their standard protocol is to have the quality control department visually review all voter registration forms, and they take the step of calling a sample of applicants within a few days of receiving the forms to verify the accuracy in the information. The outreach team's script would have asked if she completed a registration form that day and verified her personal information. According to the outreach team's internal records, on December 2nd, 2020, at 6:25 p.m., so this was, I think, a day or two after the alleged incident with Priscilla Brown occurred, on December 2nd, 2020, at 6:25 p.m., Cale Belcher of the outreach team called the phone number 334-406-1968 and spoke with Ms. Smith. That is the woman at issue. And I've provided previously to I believe to the Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General's office. If not, I can provide it again. But we've got a screenshot of the outreach team's notes documenting the call with Ms. Smith. According to the outreach team's internal records, Ms. Smith confirmed to the outreach team's caller that she did complete a voter registration form that day and never mentioned any issues, problems, or concerns during her call with the outreach team's quality control person, Cale Belcher. I say all of this to say respectfully, the outreach team registered almost 17,000 people in 2020, 7,000 people in 2024. Nationally, they did about 270,000 across 9 states in the last election. Respectfully, we request at most a letter of instruction. There have been no issues whatsoever with the outreach team in the almost 4.5 or 5 years since these incidents occurred. This is not a problem with the entity itself. As I've explained, they train people, they give an orientation, they do quality control, they test them before they put this on the street. Again, this was 5 years ago, and there's been no issue whatsoever with the entity.
Have you, does the outreach team target a certain type of voter?
I am not aware. I didn't have occasion to ask him that.
Okay. How are the team members paid?
Good question. I have no idea. Happy to ask. Are you meaning, are they paid by cash, check, or?
No, are they paid based on the number of voters they register? Are they paid hourly? Does it matter if they register one voter versus 100 voters?
I believe that they're paid per hour. And as I said, no, it's not, they do not have a quota system where their pay is based on number of people that they register.
But there must be some sort of metric. I mean, you're not going to pay somebody by the hour and put them out there and then do nothing. You pay them $15 an hour.
Track it.
I mean, there's going to be some tracking to where they register a certain number of people, right?
There is a tracking of how many people they register. Their pay is not tied to how many people they register. So they know the shift, but they don't know, you registered 17 people, therefore your pay is X. It would be you worked X hours, therefore your pay is Y.
But you have to do something to get paid. Yeah, I mean,
with most jobs, if there's a job.
If they come back every day and say, I didn't register anybody, well, why am I paying you? I mean,
Correct, understood, but I think their job is to go out and do the best they can. I don't know, if they sit in their car all day, I would assume and hope they're not getting paid, but their pay is not tied to the number of people, in fact, who they've registered.
Yeah, sometimes you have to differentiate between the company and the employee, because we all do the best we can to hire the best employees, but we still have rogue employees that do things that they're not supposed to do.
Understood.
As odd as it might seem, even that even happens at Waffle House.
Understood. And respectfully, Mr. Chair, my point is merely, there may have been a couple people who did things wrong. That's not indicative of the outreach team itself. There may have been folks who did a couple things wrong.
Right, right. And this case involves individuals and/or the outreach team, so there's different respondents to this. So this board may find that the individuals did something wrong, but not outreach team itself.
Right, and to be clear, my clients are the outreach team and Priscilla Brown. The first two I've had no, Broderick Green and Talisha Jacobs, we've had no communications with whatsoever.
Okay, okay. Dr. Johnson?
Does the outreach team do a background check on the people they hire?
I don't know, I'm happy to find out. I don't know. I would assume so, but I don't know, and I don't want to tell you anything incorrect.
And you said the outreach team provides some oversight by checking the registrations of...
Yes, they will do a quality control, and they'll actually make phone calls. They'll take a random sample and make phone calls as well.
Okay. Included in this complaint are suspicious registrations that include dead people, not found people.
I'm sorry, what was the second? The first is this.
Non-existent people.
Some are dead, some you can't find.
I thought it was one dead person. Is there one?
Multiple registrations of people that claim they did not know they were being registered a second or third time. Registration of felons.
I'm not, ma'am, respectfully, I don't think that involves the three. From the report I've got, I don't see that in the three.
Okay.
I just want to be clear. I'm not, well, that's not involving Priscilla Brown, Talisha Jacobs, or Broderick Green. There is one deceased person for Broderick Green, understood, but I'm not aware of the others that you're speaking of. It's not in this report.
And,
or if it is, maybe
yes, and registrations of people that when their data is reviewed have slight changes in identifying information.
I'm sorry, will you restate the question?
Data errors or clerical errors, I don't know.
I'm sorry, will you please restate the
So
question?
registrations of applicants that have slight changes, like a 1 year off on a birth year, or a slight change in a name, but otherwise it's the same applicant as somebody that's already on the voter registration rolls.
I'm not aware of those allegations involving these three. And I'm not being dodgy, those are not these allegations involving these three individuals. If they are, and I'm mistaken, please point them out. The report we've got from the investigator dated March 30th, 2022 from Josh Blanchard, those allegations do not involve the outreach team, Broderick Green, Talisha Jacobs, or Priscilla Brown. So this matter, I think, had multiple individuals. Those are not the three that or the one I'm representing in the outreach team. I think there were multiple, more than these three and more than the outreach team involved in this matter, from my understanding.
Sarah, would you read the potential violations for those three individuals?
Yes, Broderick Green signed as assisting on a voter registration for the deceased person. Talisha Jacobs signed as assisting for Imani Meadows. There was a second voter registration dated October 4th, 2020 for Imani Meadows, and no one signed as assisting. Both registrations had different dates of birth, social security numbers, and signatures. The investigator spoke with Imani, who reviewed the two voter registration applications and said the handwriting and signatures on each was not her own. Ms. Meadows explained that Talisha Jacobs was her friend, and she gave Ms. Jacobs permission to complete the voter registration application and did not believe she was trying to commit any type of fraud. She said she believes Ms. Jacobs may have messed up the original voter registration application and then signed another one. They completed one together. They spoke with Talisha, who confirmed she worked as a canvasser for the outreach team. She said at first she did not have a quota, but later said that if she didn't produce at least 10 voter registration applications a day, she would be fired. She was paid $25 an hour and did not want to lose the job. She was not trying to commit fraud, she was only trying to keep her job. Priscilla Brown signed as assisting on 5 voter registrations for Stacy, Michael, Ezra, Stephen, and Joanne. They were dated between November 30th and December 7th. The investigator checked current addresses but was unable to locate Stacy, Michael, Ezra, and Stephen. He spoke with Joanna Smith, who reviewed the registration application and confirmed the signature was not her own. It was Joanna Smith. Ms. Smith remembered while shopping being approached by a black female who asked if she was registered to vote. She said she was already registered, but the lady said, well, let's fill out one just to make sure. She gave the lady her information, who in turn filled out the form. She said the lady never asked her to sign the voter registration application. And then she was confirmed as an outreach team member for the 2020 election.
I mean, that's my concern with these three individuals, and not, I'm not talking about the company, but these three individuals. I mean, Broderick signed up a guy who'd been dead for over 10 years. Talisha, her comment was that she had no intention to commit fraud, but she was only trying to keep her job by raising a certain number of people. Then Priscilla, completed a voter registration app on Joanne Smith's name. I mean, it just seems to me that there's pretty strong evidence that all three of them did something that is wrong.
Again, I just want to be clear, and I'm not trying to throw Mr. Green or Ms. Jacobs under the bus. I don't represent them. We've had no dealings with them. I represent the entity and Priscilla Brown.
Okay.
And Priscilla Brown, as I said, and I sent this to the Secretary of State's office in 2024. We've got the quality control. I've got the phone number that was called on December 2nd, where they in fact spoke to Ms. Brown, and she never said anything about this as the follow-up. I mean, sorry, not Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown's called...
Joanne Smith.
Yeah, Joanne Smith. I apologize.
That's just not the same statement she gave our investigator, and then the other 4 people were unable to be located.
What was the statement she gave the investigator?
She said that she was shopping and she was approached by a black female and asked if she was registered to vote. She said yes, and the lady's like, hey, let's fill out another one just to make sure.
Did she sign that statement?
The lady never asked her to sign the voter registration application.
No,
and then the other 4 people we think never existed because we could not find them in any database. So there were 5 people,
related to Priscilla Brown?
One was Joanne, and the other 4 we could not locate. So her version
related
was
to Priscilla?
different. Do what?
Related to Priscilla Brown, right? The other 4? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Question. How do they submit daily reports at the end of the day? Is there any type of documentation that's required for your employees?
It's a good question. I don't know. I would assume so, but I don't know for sure. Right. I mean, to the chair's question,
there has to be
so they're
some
not
type of
just
tracking.
sitting in their car all day and collecting. I assume there's documentation. I don't know what it is. Happy to find out and provide that if you want.
What about, is there like a direct report person or a boss or someone or a supervisor or somebody that's on the ground?
I believe so, yes. I assume that there is a reporting structure.
Okay, because this organization is based out of New York, correct?
I think it's actually all over the country. I think there are people all over.
Where are they headquartered?
I don't know.
Where's the outreach team headquartered?
They're literally, I've talked to people in New York and I've talked to people in California. I don't know where the actual headquarters is. I think I don't know if they have a physical building or they've got people literally all over the country. I don't know.
So these people are wait. So you have employees all over the country and there's no headquarters?
Excuse me?
You have employees all over the country, but there's no headquarters? Like there's where does the mail go for the outreach committee? An outreach
I'll look
team?
it up. In this day and age, I don't know that everyone has a physical office. That's all I'm simply saying.
I mean, a company has to have a physical address, right?
No, it can have a P.O. box.
I mean, so we're just sending documents randomly? I know the address listed here is in New York, so can we use that one?
I think that it is. I don't know. I have literally talked to people all over the country. Their contact is...
So you represent this organization, correct?
In Georgia, correct.
Oh, you're a Georgia...
Yeah, I'm here in Atlanta.
Okay, so this organization hired you here in Georgia to represent this...
I'm an attorney here in town. I don't represent them nationally. So I don't know where their headquarters are. I've talked to people in New York. I've talked to people in California. Where their physical headquarters are, I don't know. Happy to find out.
So this company, the outreach team, is it outreach team? What is this called? Let's see. I want to at least make sure we know the name of the company and we don't know where it is.
The outreach team.
All right, so the outreach team.
Right
it
there,
sits-
sorry, I'm looking on their website, they have a quality control administrator that's remote. They're hiring people in North Carolina, Washington, Indianapolis, Ohio, California, Florida, and Virginia.
Okay.
But in terms of where their actual headquarters are, I don't know. It may in fact be New York.
So this address that we have here, the College Avenue, New York, you're not familiar with that because you've never been to their offices or anything like that?
Correct. I live in Atlanta. I'm a Georgia lawyer. I've never...
Okay, so they contracted you to represent this particular case?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we don't know much about this organization.
It's a large national voter registration organization.
Yeah, so it has a website, but it doesn't have an address. I mean, well, we don't know where they're actually physically located. Okay.
I will text my contact right now and ask them their physical...
Well, because my next question was going to be, if she said that she was told that if she doesn't get 10 registrations, that she will be fired, I would like to know who told her that. If there's a direct boss, if there's a supervisor, a manager, someone. I'm assuming there's someone at the top who has people, like regional people, and like it kind of trickles down, right?
Correct, and I think what happens is they engage people for, these folks worked about 6 or 8 weeks. These are not permanent employees.
They're contracted?
Correct. So some of them worked, like Broderick Green worked 23 shifts over 2.5 months. So that probably means he worked 23 days over 2.5 months, and that's it. So it's...
So shifts or days?
I believe so, yes.
So we're unsure as to what shifts mean. We're assuming it's
He worked
days.
20
Okay.
I can tell you the number of hours he worked if you're interested in that. I didn't...
Well, no, because like, if you're telling me they're contracted, so that means they're not employees, but yet the company is sending an attorney to represent them. So why are they not representing themselves?
Because
Like, why is the company choosing to represent contracted employees or contractors?
I was asked to represent the...
No, I know you were, I'm saying, but this organization is taking responsibility for these actions because they're sending an attorney to represent them, even though they're contractors.
Right, but I think that's true of any company.
Not really. Mm-mm.
I mean, I don't...
But that, I mean,
I don't know that we
what I'm
need to
saying, we can't
speculate.
detach the company from this because obviously the company feels responsible as well, correct? For these actions because they're sending an attorney to represent them.
I wouldn't read that into this. I mean, I'm an attorney. I represent all sorts of folks. You represent your employees, your contractors all the time.
Well, not all the time. There are companies that allow contractors to represent themselves because they're not actual employees. So
Understood. I can tell you my client is the outreach team, and it's Priscilla Brown. They've had no communications with Broderick Green or Talisha since
right. So,
2020.
but Priscilla is the one that registered someone who said that they were already registered, as well as a couple of other people who we can't find. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the company, the outreach team, is assuming responsibility as well. I'm assuming because they sent representation on her behalf as a contracted employee or contractor.
I don't know how else to answer you other than, yes, I'm here
Okay.
representing her.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on what, because I have a lot of questions around this, and it almost seems like this is a company that doesn't really exist. I mean, obviously they're paying people, right? So they're paying people. How are these people finding? Are they going online and applying, or how are they finding this job?
You were asking excellent questions. I don't know. This is my first time in representing outreach team. I didn't get into their,
Okay.
how they screen people.
So they left you without a lot of good information.
I'm wondering if we
I just
could,
didn't know that it was entirely what we'd be discussing today. Not that they, left me without information. I didn't think we'd be discussing sort of where their corporate headquarters.
Well, I'm
are.
asking because
I'm wondering if we can rule.
I mean,
on
I'm
the
happy if you have
individuals
written-
And then continue the case on the outreach team so we can get some more information on exactly how they operate.
Yeah, if there's specific questions, I'm happy to provide that.
What?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Okay, my last point is the reason why I'm doing this is because we need to know where do we send, like if let's say we were to say, let's send a letter of reprimand. Do we send it to Priscilla? Do we send it to the outreach team?
You would send it to me as their counsel. I mean, and they received the original notice. So I don't know, and then they engaged me.
It must be this.
The three people mentioned, though, are already sent to the AG's office, though. So this part is only for outreach. We already, you guys
Right, so this is
referred
only for the company.
Priscilla, Talisha, and Broderick Green to the AG's office in the last meeting. So it's just outreach.
So he's representing Priscilla, he's not.
But she's already to the AG's office, though.
Yep. We
So
voted
that's
last time to
the
send them
AG's
to the AG's office.
So we're ruling on the outreach team, correct?
Outreach team, yeah. Yep.
Okay, so then my questions are aligned. I mean, I need to know about this organization, since the ruling we're making is based on the outreach team. It's going to be whatever we feel the outreach team either did or didn't do. So that's what I'm trying to understand, because we have 3 individuals, or you say you're representing 1, so we have at least 1 individual that's already been sent, their information has already been sent to the Attorney General's office for some type of reprimand of some sort. However, when it comes to the outreach team, I just want to know who you are, like what this is, and to find that there is very little information as to whether there's a headquarters or where the headquarters resides. You just have a website.
I'm happy to find that. I didn't come prepared knowing where the company headquarters is. It's a large organization, as I said, that registered 275,000 people. I just literally don't know where their headquarters is. It's not some fly.
Is it a nonprofit? Is it an NGO?
I don't believe so. I think it's a for-profit.
It's a for-profit?
Correct.
And how do they make their profit? Through
There's a whole lot of
Because they get
questions.
paid, they get paid by various organizations to go register voters.
As a for-profit? They're getting paid by organizations?
I think they have other clients who they register voters on behalf of.
Okay, yeah, I think I might need to continue.
If there are a list of questions that,
yeah,
I'm happy to work with whomever and have those answered. I just candidly didn't expect to know where their headquarters were.
Well, because these individuals are going to be, they're now in trouble for decisions that was made under the guise of this organization. So yes, I would like to know, because my next question was going to be, what's the training like? How are they trained? What were they told? But I'm assuming you don't have any of those answers either.
I'm aware that they've got testing. I can provide the testing. They undergo training. I've got an orientation document, if you want to see, from 2020 that frankly focused on COVID and when to talk to people. I've got,
Okay. So you're assuming Priscilla, was she trained not to register people who are deceased or not? Well, that wasn't
Priscilla
that
didn't
case, but
register.
I'm sorry, was she trained to not register people who are non-existent, or to not register someone who already
Sure,
said they're registered?
Yes, and they're trained to follow the, people do things, you can train someone all day long not to, do X, and then sometimes they don't do X. People make mistakes. It happens.
I have questions about, more questions. I would like to continue.
So
I have a lot more questions I'd like to know the answer
I
to.
have a lot of questions, too. This is not the first complaint we've had about a TPO, a third-party organization that partakes in voter registration, and it certainly will not be the last, and it's not last on the agenda that we have today. But it's clear to me that although you claim that they provide training and education, there needs to be more to it than that. There need to be some reports or something provided to Georgia, which I hope the General Assembly might provide more regulations for TPOs to record who these employees are and who they register, and perhaps require receipts given to registrants, so that if it becomes amiss with their voter registration, they'll know who exactly filled out that form with them or helped them or for them. Obviously, we need to do more with third-party organizations, including annual registrations and monthly reports and background checks, and have some accountability. It seems to me the outreach team was organized, it hired, it coordinated, it instructed, it assigned, it paid, and it provided oversight of these workers, and we came up with greater than 10% questionable registrations. It's absolutely frightful to me if I extrapolate that to 10% of
Where's the
270,000.
2%? I think they registered 17,000. Where's 2%?
I think you said that one of these candidates registered 100 people.
That's not my matter. No.
I mean, one of these workers.
Registered over 100 people. Outreach team registered 17,000 people in 2020. We're talking about 4 or 5 registrations total. I'm trying to differentiate between, I guess I understand what you're saying on that particular worker.
These workers.
Right, and I'm looking at the entity as a whole, that they registered, whatever the number was, like 17,000.
Right.
And I'm not minimizing the importance of what's at issue, but just the bigger perspective. And there have been no complaints since 2020. The exact number that they registered in 2020 as an entity, they registered 16,990.
In Georgia?
In Georgia. And in 2024, it was 7,069. So I'm not minimizing the importance of these specific people. I'm just asking you to, from a 30,000-foot perspective, again, I'm not minimizing the 3 individuals we're talking about, but from the entity's perspective, they're at, a 99.9%, getting it correct. There will unfortunately always be human error. I mean, that is. I'm not excusing it, I'm just simply stating.
It's certainly human error when you register dead people and non-existent people. That's a big error. But somebody should be accountable, and it's the outreach group. They're the organization, they're the TPO. They hired these workers to go out and register voters, and they should be, their focus should be registering eligible, real people. And it seems to be that their workers failed, and they're the boss. The outreach team is the boss. And I think there should be, that should be looked at and addressed. And
We agree to continue this?
no,
No?
send it to AG.
Hmm?
I want to send it to AG.
Deal.
Mr. Chair, I move that we refer this to the Attorney General.
We have a motion to refer this case to the Attorney General.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending this to AG, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Yes. Why don't you go ahead and go, and we'll just continue. We still have a quorum here. Chatham County, SCB 2022-214. Chatham County? You're up next. SCB 2022-214. That is tab 45. 45. So, hang on 1 second here. We're an hour and 45, or hour and 15 minutes away. This is what we're going to try and do for the rest of the day. We can hear the Chatham County case. We have a City of Fort Valley case, 2021146, we try to hear today. 2021142 South Fulton. 2024150 Henry County, 2018104 Habersham County, and 2021118 multi-state voter registration. And I think that's going to get us past 5 o'clock today. So those are the ones we're going to try and get through today, if that's okay with y'all, okay?
What number?
That gets everybody, I think. Huh? Fairburn. Where's Fairburn? Where's Fairburn? For what?
It's 170.
You want to plead guilty, did you say? Hang on 1 second. So, you said City of Fairburn? That's you, you're Fairburn.
You said you're Clayton County. What's your case number? What's your case number? 2021-109. Ah. The deceased voter.
Okay. Are you sure you're alive?
I know.
I'm not sure about myself.
2021-109.
What is your name? Got it. We're going to take your word for it that you're alive. I don't know that we would have any questions beside the fact that she's alive.
Right.
The what? Is there any reason for her to be here? Huh? Is there any reason for her to be here? There's no reason for her to be here. You can go home, ma'am. Thank you. You should have asked me before lunch.
So we just dismiss. Do we need to do like a formal dismissal of the
No, we'll get it when we get to it.
Okay.
All right, yes.
County Attorney for Henry County, Georgia. We have a number of cases on there, and we were only going to do one today, so we were wondering, could we just come back tomorrow to do all of them?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
We'll do them all tomorrow. All right, I'll just cross that one out. You know what, yeah, we'll take your word. Are you alive too?
The Henry County.
No, I got an individual report. It's a vote that they said that when they poisoned ballot.
Okay.
And I was on your Zoom in September 21st, 2021. And then I asked 3 investigators, but 2 came together about 2-3 weeks ago. But the first one was all.
Which case is yours?
What's your case number?
Which case number?
2021-015.
Okay.
This deceased.
She's deceased.
Yeah, he did. She and I did a thing together.
Okay.
But the son came from the previous class.
Okay.
He's just notating the case. So we'll.
If I have to go back tomorrow, I'm gonna be saying, I'm gonna stay around town, so.
2 investigations into,
She's deceased, right?
yeah,
Okay.
but she was saying that the ballot was asked for on her death date, filled out on her death date, mailed on her death date. None of that makes any sense. It's all.
Okay. All right. We'll deal with that when we get a minute. Okay. Hang around for a few minutes.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Chatham County.
What's your number?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't understand, you rattled off a lot of case numbers, mine wasn't one of them, and you said something after that that I didn't understand. Was that invoking any of the ones that you didn't mention? And we should
The ones that I did not mention, we'll hear in the morning, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Maybe we should.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we had 60 cases roughly, and we try our best to get through them, but, yeah.
Why don't you just read off the ones?
These are the ones that I read off. Chatham County, the 2022214. City of Fort Valley, 2021146. South Fulton, 2021142. Habersham County, 2018104. And 2021118. You're right, you told me earlier about yours.
Are you in favor?
Which was your case number again? You were the, it was 150.
Yes.
Okay.
150.
Yeah,
It's City of that.
it's Miss Smith. Yeah,
Are you gonna do Fairburn?
where's Fairburn?
That's,
There's 2 150s.
179, 20271179.
Let's see if we can get through here. All right, Chatham County.
All right.
That's the 2022214.
Okay. So this case is a continuation case from the previous hearing in February. And this case was brought by a Mrs. Strahl, and she named individuals who had duplicate voter registration numbers and that voted twice in the 2020 general election. She also challenged some voters based on their registration and residency. So during that hearing in February, allegations 1, 3, and 4 that she made were reviewed and adjudicated. Barbara Rutledge was referred to the Attorney General's office in that complaint. Kay Etheridge and Andrew Driver, their portion of the case was dismissed, the complaints that were brought forth. So the continuation portion of this case will deal with Adriana Boatwright and Patricia Colvin.
In Chatham County? Yes. You're, all right, Ms. Boatwright?
So this case was interesting in that 214, when I presented this case in February, Adriana Boatwright was mentioned as someone who voted twice. At that point in time, we did not think we had the documents because it had been more than 2 years. However, Adriana Boatwright was investigated in a previous case of ours in which the documents we did have. And so we were able to prove with the documents that Adriana Boatwright voted in person and actually voted also via absentee ballot. So we have all the documentation as it relates to that to show that she voted twice in that election. Also, as it relates to Ms. Colvin, the board requested at that February meeting to check on her residency because she voted in North Carolina and she also voted in Georgia. And so, in looking at that case also, we found the documents based on a previous case that shows that she did in fact vote in North Carolina first and then Georgia second, which means obviously that it's a violation of Georgia law for that second vote. Also, as the investigator looked into how her voting process went down, because she was registered to vote in Georgia first, she goes to North Carolina on October 28th, 2020, and she registered to vote and she votes in North Carolina, although she's registered in Georgia. On the 29th is when her Georgia vote by absentee ballot counted. So the fact that she went and registered in North Carolina, the statute says that one of the things that make you unqualified is if you go into another state and register to vote. So her vote in Georgia, she was an unqualified voter at that point by her registration in North Carolina the day before. So both of the individuals, as I mentioned, Adriana Boatwright and Patricia Colvin, well, Adriana Boatwright, in her case, she double voted. In Georgia, yes. In Patricia Colvin's case, she voted twice in 2 different states. And in addition to that, she was cited for being an unqualified voter because of her registration in North Carolina, which made her unqualified to vote in Georgia that next day. Now, her double vote was already referred to the Chatham County District Attorney's Office, but the unqualified voter portion was not. So that's what we're bringing here before you today, is her unqualified voter violation, Patricia Colvin, and then we're bringing Adriana Boatwright's double voting in Georgia violation.
So she's already been prosecuted, Ms. Colvin?
Well, it's been referred.
Been referred
Yes,
to
to the check,
prosecution?
yes.
Ms. Colvin?
Yes.
So we're just, let's still,
Just for the double voter, not for the unqualified voter.
right. Is Ms. Colvin here? Let's deal with that case first.
Yeah.
Any questions of the investigators on Ms. Colvin's case? The chair will hear a motion on that case.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we refer the additional possible violation of illegal registration or illegal voting of Ms. Colvin to the district attorney.
We have a motion to refer Ms. Colvin to the AG. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
DA. So DA.
DA, to the DA. Okay, to the DA.
It's already been.
It's already at the DA.
So Patricia Colvin's charge would be OCGA 21-2-571, voting by unqualified elector.
Right. We have a motion to refer to the DA, and we have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Now let's deal with Ms. Boatwright's case. Ms. Boatwright, did you vote twice?
It appears to be. It was not intentional. Chatham County that year sent absentee votes to residents. We had 3 to 4 voters in our household during that time, other children that I have that are adults. I was very ill with COVID, and I did fill out the absentee vote because I did not think I would be able to make it to the polls. I did not mail it personally. I did not mail the vote. Someone in my household mailed it. I was feeling better by the time of the election. I got dressed, I was really happy, and I went and I voted. And here I am. It was not intentional. There was no malice. It was complete human error. Somebody mailed the vote. It was not me, of course, because I would have known that I had dropped it in the mailbox. That's that. That's all there's really to it.
Have you ever voted before?
Since 1996, I always vote in person. Always, always, always. And that was the 1 year that I became ill. It was the whole mess with COVID. They shipped those votes to the, the ballots to the house. And yeah, and that's it. Honestly, that's it.
How long did you have COVID for?
I'm sorry?
How long did you have COVID?
I was sick for 6 weeks. It attacked me neurologically, and it had paralyzed my left side of my body. So when I was able to move again, which was by election time, I was just so happy to go. So I went and I voted, and that's it. That's the whole story.
It always means something to me when somebody shows up and admits to doing something wrong. So I appreciate you coming and stating that today. Any other questions for the board? This board, the chair will entertain a motion. Ms. Boatright.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we refer this to the Attorney General.
Is there a second? I understand your motion. I believe Ms. Boatright. And I fully appreciate why you're doing what you're doing. But I believe Ms. Boatright, and I believe that some people deserve grace sometimes. I would much prefer to do something less than referring to the Attorney General, if possible, personally.
Yeah, this is first offense. This is the first time this has ever happened.
This has never happened to me. Like I said, I take it very seriously, and I'm really proud to be a Georgia voter.
Would you be open to a letter of reprimand? And because that way it's tracked, if it happens again, we have it on record? Dr. James? Would you be open to a letter of reprimand? Because I do understand the technical.
So I feel like our task and our duty as a board is to consider the evidence that's presented to us, and then to refer if we think there's enough evidence to suggest a violation has occurred, which has now been admitted in front of us, that it's up to the Attorney General to consider the circumstances, the COVID, the possible extenuating issues of that time period or that particular situation, and it's up to the Attorney General to handle the case.
I think I'm considering the amount of money, the taxpayers' dollars that will be spent through the Attorney General's office looking into this case, and whether or not it's well spent, considering what we've heard. That's my thought process, and that's why I think that. But I agree. I understand where you're coming and what you're saying, and I just don't know if the amount of money and time that's going to be spent on this case is worth it for this particular situation.
Yeah, I think this board has the authority to make that determination as to what the proper adjudication is for this case. I mean, if you want your motion to stand, then we'll vote on your motion, or we'll see if there's a second for your motion. You want?
Yes.
So we have a motion to refer to the AG. Is there a second? There's no second, so the motion fails. This board will entertain another motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we send a letter of reprimand that will be on file so that if it was to happen again, we now have, it's going to be up in the hands of the Attorney General.
We have a motion to send a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to send a letter of reprimand on this case. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of sending a letter of reprimand signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Boatwright. Sorry you had to stay so long, but I know that you enjoyed being here with us.
Make sure you tell your children. If they mail it again or something else happens, it's not going to be pretty. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Which case was that? It's Chatham County. Unknown caller.
It's my luck.
It's my wife wanting to know where I am.
It's the AJC.
Are you calling?
Mark, you calling us?
Mark, you calling us?
He's typing an article.
The next on the list is City of Fort Valley, SEB 2021-146. SEB 2021-146 is tab 53. Right over there.
So the county or the city involved in this is the city of Fort Valley, and the complainant is City Attorney LaRonda Patrick. Reports Talisha Moody, a 20-year resident of 105 College Court, Fort Valley, Georgia, properly qualified to run for utility commissioner for the East Ward in August of that year. Attorney Patrick states the city map shows the candidate's address is located within the East Ward. She states city elections superintendent Saskatchewan Wright, I'm not sure if I pronounced that right, was informed the county planned to remove the candidate's name from the ballot since the county map shows her address is an award other than the one she qualified for. So the investigation ultimately revealed that during the November 2nd, 2021 municipal and special election, Talisha Moody did qualify, submitted her paperwork to be a candidate. However, when she showed up to vote, apparently they told her that she did not live in the East Ward. They had her listed as living in the West Ward, and that ultimately she was not qualified to run for the seat. Ms. Ray, who works for the city and city election superintendent, Ms. Wright, informed her she was not qualified because of that. She advised Ms. Moody that she lived at College Court, and during redistricting in 2014, her address was moved from the West Ward to the East Ward. Now, ultimately, her qualifications for the candidacy were not challenged by Mrs. Wright or Mrs. Ray. During advanced voting, Mrs. Ray posted a sign in the voting booth saying, "Candidate Talisha Carter Moore is not qualified to run for office in the East Ward. Any votes cast for her will not be counted." On election day, Mrs. Ray again posted the signs in the voting booth. The candidate, Ms. Moody, was never notified in writing that her qualifications were being challenged and the reason thereof. A hearing was never set up on the matter, and Mrs. Ray took it upon herself to post notices in the voting booth during advance voting and on election day. The decisions made by Mrs. Wright, Mrs. Ray, and the City of Fort Valley deprived Mrs. Moody of the right of due process. The investigation revealed that during redistricting in 2014, College Court was moved from the West Ward to the East Ward. From the documentation provided by Ms. Wright, it appears the City of Fort Valley failed to notify the Peach County Elections Office about College Court being moved to the East Ward. During the investigation, too, as the investigator investigated this, he learned that the election supervisor, Mrs. Ray, accepted an application for an absentee ballot less than 11 days prior to the upcoming election. On October 27, 2021, Merrill Davis submitted an application to receive a mail-out absentee ballot, and it was issued on the same day. The election was November 2nd, 2021, and the ballot was mailed 6 days prior to the election. So ultimately, the violations is for the City of Fort Valley. They violated OCGA 21-2-226 sub C, maps of municipal boundaries, in that during redistricting in 2014, the City of Fort Valley failed to notify the Peach County Board of Elections and Registration that College Court was moved from the West Ward to the East Ward. And then, as it relates to the Peach County Board of Elections and Registration, Peach County Election Supervisor, absentee ballot clerk Adrian Ray, City Clerk, City Election Superintendent
I think it's Sacagawea, maybe.
What is it?
It looks like Sacagawea, maybe.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Sacagawea Wright violated OCGA 21-2-6, qualifications of candidates for county and municipal office, determination of qualifications. And finally, the Peach County Board of Elections and Registration and the Peach County Election Supervisor, Adriana Ray, there's evidence to suggest they violated 21-2-381 sub A, sub 1, sub A, making an application for absentee ballot, and that Adriana Ray accepted an application for an absentee ballot less than 11 days prior to the election. On October 21st, I already recited it with Merrill Davis, and that ballot was mailed 6 days prior to the election.
Do we have somebody from the City of Fort Valley here? Nobody from the City of Fort Valley? Some-
I'm here on behalf of the Peach County Board of Election Registration, not the City of Fort Valley.
Well, we'll let you talk then.
And Mr. Chairman and Board, my name is James Banter, again, attorney on behalf of Peach County Board of Registration and Election. And 2 points I'd like to draw the board's attention to. First, in the report from the investigation is that when Ms. Ray, who was the then election supervisor or superintendent, made the determination to disqualify the candidate, it was based on due diligence, based on the information she had at the time. She was, when she confronted the candidate, she did look at the then system eNet, which is the predecessor to Jarvis, and the system did show the candidate reside in a West District when she was trying to run for an East District. And I think that's important because, as we've heard from the investigation, there was a lack of communication from the City of Fort Valley to the Peach County Board of Elections and Registration, and that communication made it when Ms. Ray then looked at information, she did her due diligence, she did not see that the 2014 maps had switched this candidate over. So I raised that point to say there was due diligence done. This was not done in a vacuum with no information. It was relied on information. Unfortunately, the information was wrong. I think that goes to show there was no ill intent from Ms. Ray to do this. Member King, I know you asked this morning, what about ill intent and what does that mean? Well, I think the board is asked to look at the evidence presented before it, and the evidence in the report was this was done based on information presented to Ms. Ray. Unfortunately, the information was wrong. However, that gets us to point two, that although she relied on information to the best of her ability based on due diligence, she did not hold a hearing for disqualification or to challenge those qualifications. And I would say that is, based on the allegations, that appears to be correct. I would tell you I was not the attorney back then, and we also have a new election superintendent, which goes to show what the county and the County Board of Elections and Registration has done. Ms. Ray is no longer employed as a superintendent for Peach County. We have with me Mr. Anthony Sillette, who has been with us since April 2024. As you know, that's a very short timeline, 6 months to a November election, but he is certified. He has met all of his hours and trainings. He has been involved. He's a co-representative and co-leader for Region 6. So he has the full support of the county, resources are made available to him, and he is involved with his liaisons and doing the training he needs to do. So I would ask that the board review this information, that the county is taking the steps to review the allegations brought before it. I do not represent Ms. Ray here today, but to the extent the board is considering what actions to take, instructions moving forward, that we have sought to address these problems and move forward with the county. And we'll entertain any further questions.
Any questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion we send a letter of instruction just to make sure everything's clear, going forward, since you have a new fearless leader. So that's my motion.
We have a motion to send a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to send a letter of instruction. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The letter of instruction will be submitted in SCB 202-1146.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Safe travels.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify, is that for everybody, all the different?
Yes.
Okay.
The next item on the agenda is SCB 202-1142 South Fulton. That is tab 70. These are legal campaigning. Someone here for that case? Very good.
So this complaint is related to the South Fulton municipal election that occurred in November 2021. There's 3 different allegations in this complaint. The first is a campaign truck for Carmelita Gums arrived parked in the parking lot of the active early voting location at the Wolf Creek Library. The vehicle displayed pictures of Carmelita Gums and campaign information. Allegation 2, posters were found in the South Fulton voting precincts displaying the current mayor. The posters encouraged mask use, and it also had the mayor's name, and it had a message to ask for residents of the city to look for him. Then finally, a voter, Lashana Green, reports that she received a ballot without the city council race on it. Regarding allegation 1, the investigator compared photos that were given to him by the complainant to overhead photos of the polling precinct and determined that the campaign truck was well within the 150-foot buffer zone. He found out that the driver of the vehicle was a Lubert Vernat, an employee of Lex Promotions and Marketing Groups, who among other tasks provides mobile billboard services. He advised that his company was hired by Carmelita Gums for the purpose of driving a billboard truck past polling places. He advised that his instructions did not say to drive into the parking lots of the polling places, however, that he needed to turn around, so he did so in the parking lot. He advised that he was not in there for a long time and did not think he was too close or within the 150-foot buffer. The investigator asked him why one of the photos showed him standing on the running board of the truck while it was in the parking lot. She provided a copy of the flyer for the investigator. Oh, I'm sorry, that's allegation number 2, so we'll get to that in a second. He advised that instructions have now been clarified. He knows now not to drive near the building.
I think that's enough for that case. Is Carmelita Gums here? Let's
No,
deal with-
the actual respondent is Lubert Vernat.
Is
He's the
Lubert-
one that was driving the truck.
Is Mr. Bernard here? Yes, okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Attorney Veronique Renaud on behalf of the respondent. The respondent was contracted by a company, Lex Promotions Marketing Group, to drive a mobile billboard truck that did contain campaign information on the outside. He was tasked with driving around certain polling locations and was asked to take photos to provide proof that he did go into those areas. He was relatively new to driving the mobile billboard truck. He was also relatively new to participating in elections outside of exercising his constitutional right to vote. In 2021, on the date of the allegations, he did briefly stop in the parking lot of a location that was one of the designated areas by the company. As he was getting out, he did take a photo of the vehicle, and when he was returning to the vehicle to leave, he was stopped by someone in the parking lot who mentioned this 150-foot restriction that he was not previously aware of. He drove into that parking lot unaware of the 150-foot restriction. He was just doing what he was tasked with by the company. He did so unintentionally and without malice. And after he was notified of this, he immediately left and has not done this again.
How long were you in the parking lot?
Maybe just enough time, I think about 1 minute just to take a picture.
Have you campaigned for anybody else or driven the truck for anybody else?
Previously, yes, but I haven't done any of that after that incident.
Did they train you beforehand on what to do?
Yes, they did tell me to make sure that I take a picture wherever I go, to take a picture to make sure I send it to the company to make sure I was there at that day.
Did they tell you couldn't get within 150 feet?
No, I don't recall that.
Yeah. Any more questions from the board? Does the board have, the chair will entertain a motion on this particular complaint number 1?
My motion is that we send a letter of instruction so that you have documentation as to what, the rules are, because it's true that if she told him to ride past the polling places, she was probably assuming that you knew not to be within 150 feet, but there needs to be clear instructions. That's my position.
We have a motion to send a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The letter of instruction be sent on allegation 1. Allegation 2, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Safe travels to South Fulton.
It's funny, I turned the page because I thought you were just shutting the whole thing down, so let me find it again.
Oh, no, that'd be far too easy.
Okay, I was like, okay, that's enough on that one.
I think Mayor Edwards, he knows.
What's that?
Mayor Edwards knows better.
You're right.
Okay. So, all right, allegation 2, I already talked about it regarding the mayor.
So there were just posters in there saying use a mask?
Yes.
And his
yes.
picture
And they
was
were
on it?
created- Yes. and
Were they
created
campaign
all-
posters?
No.
Were they posters that were there before the election took place?
Yes, yes.
So
So
they're
that's why
just-
it's dismissed. The only violation on this case was this one.
Okay.
The other 2 were not violated.
So just somebody
allegations.
forgetting to take some posters, pre-election posters out of the place?
Okay.
Yes.
So it just said, it was up before
Yes.
any of this? Okay.
Yeah, and it related to COVID.
I was getting ready to say.
It had nothing to do with campaigning.
Yep.
Like now, Bill
The chair will
Edwards.
entertain a motion on allegation number 2.
Yeah, I make a motion we dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second? We have a second. Any discussion here? No discussion. All those in favor of dismissing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Allegations 2 dismissed.
And then the third allegation was a voter said she received a ballot without a city council race on it. And that was Mrs. Green. The investigator checked ElectionNet, finding Mrs. Green's voter page. The investigator noted an early vote cast on 10/25/2021. In her information, the investigator noted that it shows her being in City Council District 2, which did have an active race at the time of the election. The investigator reached out to the current Fulton County Elections Chief, Nadine Williams, who ultimately referred him to Elections Registration Chief Shamira Marshall. He inquired and asked if Ms. Green had been redistricted or would be showing a different district than she did before. And Mrs. Marshall indicated that the district was the same on 11/2/2021 as it is now. The investigator later spoke with Green, who stated that her ballot did not have the city council race on it, solely 2 referendum questions. She wanted to vote for Mr. Edwards, but his race was not on her ballot. She spoke with a poll worker about the race not being on her ballot, and the poll worker's explanation confused her, so she went ahead and scanned her ballot. When she finished voting, she spoke with her sister, whose ballot contained the city council race. She went back in to speak with the poll worker. However, the worker basically told her, once you scan your ballot, which of course we all know, that vote is counted, and it's done at that point. And so that's what, obviously for us, once you scan that ballot, and that's why we try to educate, voters, that the time to take care of any issue you have with your ballot is before you put it in that scanner. Because even if it's the wrong thing, you can always spoil it and get another ballot. But once you put it in that scanner, it is too late. And that's a vote that just went through. And at that point, there is nothing that can be done as it relates to...
Are we aware of any other ballots that had this issue?
No.
And no other complaints at all?
No.
Any other questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion we dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Allegation 3 is dismissed. We should have done this quick in the morning. The next item on the agenda is, I don't see Mr. Gasaway here. Is he here? He left?
Yeah, he said he'll come back
Oh,
tomorrow.
oh boy. SCB 2021-118, multi-state VR, that is, man, I don't think I can read anymore.
Like, finally.
Tab 39.
All right.
Okay. The Secretary of State received a anonymous complaint for 22 voters who had left Georgia, registered in New York, and then voted in Georgia. None of them voted in New York. So out of those 22, we researched all of them, and out of that 17 of them, one of them has been continued, so for the sake of that, 16 of them, did register, they were in Georgia, moved to New York, and then came back and voted in Georgia. But all of those out of the 16, none of them voted in New York. So I can go through each one. Some we got a hold of, some we did not. But the majority of them, it was due to COVID. So everything in New York was shutting down. They came back. Some were young, lived with their parents. They came back. There was a lot of COVID ones. One was moving back and forth. One moved with her job, but still had a house in Georgia. So there was the violation that, not too many pages, that they did violate OCGA 212217A2 for determining residence when they registered to vote in New York and then voted in Georgia. But I would like to note that none of them voted in New York, and some didn't realize that they had registered in New York when they got a license.
I'll tell you that Lucille Walk's case has been continued, and George Andrew Tegg's case has been continued.
Oh, I knew about the Andrew one. Okay, so what's
So-
15? But they're all the same though. I mean, it's all.
Yeah, we received letters, the board should have received copies of this from Kathleen McDougall, Matthew Haygood, and Tamba Ariba. Is there anybody else here to respond to these allegations on this case? I don't care. Somebody go first.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I moved to New York.
What is your name?
My name is Sivan Shoyer.
Okay.
I moved to New York and I got my driver's license there in February of 2020. Later, due to COVID, I moved back with my husband and daughter to Georgia in March of 2020. In August of 2020, I got a new Georgia driver's license to make sure my address was updated. Up until that point, we weren't sure if we were going to go back to New York or not. And that was well before the election. So, I mean, I did make an update of my return to Georgia by updating my driver's license once I got back and registering to vote again in Georgia. Prior to the election, I made sure I was registered to vote in the correct county, and when I presented my updated Georgia license, they confirmed I was able to vote in person on election day. I was not aware I was committing anything against protocol. I also want to mention that a month after the election, I discovered my identity was stolen, and I filed for an identity theft with the case of Georgia. I don't think it's related, but just in case, I wanted to be known. And that sums up what I have to say, unless you have any questions for me.
Did you vote twice?
I did not.
No.
I never voted in New York.
Okay. Any further questions from the board? And
Thank you.
please, press your button. There you go.
Hello. Okay. My name's Olivia Middleton. I am from Georgia. I moved to New York in 2018. Got a New York license in March of 2020. Great timing. Then, due to COVID, I moved home with my mom. She's here to tell you that's true. And yes, I moved back in October of 2020, and so I voted in Georgia because I checked my voter page. And I still was active on my voter page to vote in Georgia. So I thought I could vote in
Did you
Georgia.
vote twice?
No.
I bet both of y'all are going to be real particular about your registrations in the future, aren't you?
Yes.
After having to sit through this, this is your punishment for doing that. Sitting here all day long.
So did you register to vote in New York?
I don't know. I got a license, so I don't know if that registered me to vote. But when I moved back to Georgia, I still had my Georgia license that wasn't expired, so I just checked my voter page, and it was active.
And you have a New York driver's license also?
I did at the time because I just got it, and then I just moved back to Georgia.
So when you get a New York driver's license, does that mean that you're a resident of the state of New York?
Well, I guess I lived there. I got it because I lived there.
Yeah.
And I intended to stay, and then as the pandemic unfolded, I said, never mind. And I left and came back home to Georgia.
And used your same Georgia driver's license?
Yes.
Have you canceled your voter registration in New York?
No, I don't. I don't know. Is that a thing to do? Okay. I didn't know that moving out of state, I had to cancel my voter registration in the state I was moving out of.
We should probably do an education piece on that.
I don't know how to do that either, so I could Google it.
All right. So for both of you that have just spoken, are you aware that if you move to another state, you lose your residence in the prior state, and that also means you lose your eligibility to be on the voter rolls. Now, you may not be removed from the voter rolls, but you're not an eligible voter anymore because you're no longer a resident of Georgia.
I was
Yes.
not aware of that.
I agree to what you're saying, therefore I updated my driver license again when I came back to Georgia to notify the state that I was back in residency in August, which was well prior to the election. If there's a different protocol to follow, I'll be happy to do that. I'm not aware of one currently. I mean,
Well, thank you very much. That should have triggered an update on your voter registration then, or registered you to vote, because Georgia is an opt-out state. So there's an automatic voter registration. Unless you declared you did not want to be registered.
automatically you get registered to vote when you update your license in Georgia. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so, I mean, I have my 2020 license that I got in August to prove that I did that, if you need to look at the record.
Probably the question is to voter registration, if that update was accomplished.
I never opted out. I mean, to my recollection, I don't see a reason why. I wasn't able to pull from the DMV records the answer to that particular question for that year, but for prior years, I was able to pull the records, and I'm able to show the court that I have not opted out in the past. I mean, I don't see a reason why I would have opted out once we've made the decision to move back to Georgia and stay here.
Right. In addition, voter registration forms in New York state, when you sign the form and sign the oath that you're providing true and accurate information, it says, "And I am not a registered voter in any other state." Do you recall reading that on your voter registration?
I do not. I do not. I mean, it was during my application for a driver's license, and in all honesty, there is a lot of fine print when you go through that process,
And all you want is a driver's license.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I offer my sincere apology to the court, and I had no intention to, commit any offense.
Your punishment's going to be to read this book. Any other questions from the board? It appears that all of these cases are the same, right? They're all related to New York, and
And none of them voted in New York.
none of them voted. It was all just moving back and forth between COVID and that kind of mess. I think we can probably deal with them en masse unless you want to deal with them individually.
Okay.
The chair would entertain a motion to deal with them en masse, except for the ones that are continued. But I don't even know why we would need to continue them, frankly.
My suggestion is that you can only be a resident of one state, and you should only be registered to vote in one state. So I would like to entertain the motion to send a letter of instruction
I absolutely think that's appropriate, yeah.
to all of these, and to include the direction to send a written letter requesting removal from the voter registration of the prior residents,
Did you get that, Alexandra?
prior jurisdiction.
So we're going to send a letter of instruction to all these individuals with also the written instruction to send a letter to your prior state removing yourself from the registration roll. It's all New York, yeah. So we just need to put that in the letter itself. So, and the letter of instruction simply is what it says, the letter of instruction on what to do. So.
Thank you.
We have a motion to send a letter of instruction with the added language. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, sending the letter of instruction, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Motion carries 3-0.
So is it continued for any of them? Are we continuing?
No, we're not going to continue any of them. We're just
Not
going to,
continuing it, okay.
we voted them all en masse.
Gotcha.
Will you send letters, or let the continued cases know that we voted for a letter of instruction?
They're free to go, right?
Yes.
You're free to go.
Please, your time in purgatory is up.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next case is 2024-150. Where is that case? City of Edison, polling location issues?
Wait,
No, that can't be right.
we're doing Fairburn? I thought we were doing 179.
I got 179, I had a, that was a Henry County, Miss Smith, that's right.
Oh.
Yeah, Miss Smith. It's 2024-150 Henry County, voter registration signature issue, tab 66.
Oh, got it.
And then we have one more, and we're done. Tab 66.
Got it.
No, he switched. He switched.
Is he here? Ask them if they can come in the morning. Yeah, we'd rather have them here if possible. So.
I'll tell you what, she can't come. She can't come.
She can call it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, what case are we doing again?
2024-150. It is tab number 66, Henry County. That's your case, right, Ms. Smith? Yes. Ms. Smith, how old's your granddaughter? How old's your granddaughter?
Man, she said
She is the most well-behaved child I've ever been around in my life. I want to trade her for my nieces and nephews, who are both terrorists.
So this case, to break it down to brass tacks, involves a voter who signed her disabled daughter's name on the voter registration application, and that would be Namusa Smith, okay, and the daughter's name is Naya Siana, is that? Okay, Naziana. So the application was filled out, was incomplete. Ultimately, when she submitted it to the Henry County Election and Registration Office, she was called back to make corrections. The clerk reviewed the application, noticed that the signature on the application was similar to Namusa Smith, the applicant's mother. When she came into the office, she was confronted about signing her daughter's application. Mrs. Smith indicated that a clerk told her to sign her daughter's name on the application. This clerk could not be identified, and the clerk who waited on Mrs. Smith denies this. She later filled out another application for her daughter, signed in the correct location as the person assisting. The investigator went and spoke with Mrs. Smith and did confirm that the daughter does indeed have some challenges and things of that nature. So based on the facts of the case, there's evidence to suggest that Namusa Smith violated OCGA 21-2-220 sub F, application of registration aid to disabled or illiterate, which states a person registering to vote was disabled or illiterate may request assistance from any other person in completing the form of registration, but the person offering assistance shall sign the voter registration form in the space provided to identify the person offering assistance.
Ms. Smith, what disabilities does your daughter have that, and she's not able to, I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, could you speak on, press your button. Okay.
She's diagnosed with epilepsy and mental illness.
And she's not able to sign for herself?
When I read, well, she could sign for herself, yes, but when I read, I guess, the investigation from Wendy Steffens, it's a lot of discrepancies in there, so I don't know. Do you have the form there for me to see, the voters form? Registration form, do you have it available for me to look at? What took place is I went down to the Secretary of State to inquire about some information for a candidacy for myself, and I asked the lady to check myself to see if I was still registered to vote, and she said yes. So during that time frame, I met with an Andrew Kurish, where I was questioning him in regards to the forms to apply for the write-in candidacy for the President of the United States. So he tried to deter me. And after he was trying to deter me, I went over to the front desk and I asked the ladies, is it time is up or has it expired to be qualified to fill out the forms? They said no, because it was September 3rd I went. So they gave me 21-2-132, a copy, and 134 and 133, the qualifications and what is needed for me to do. I spoke to Megan Kelly that came out. She was very professional. The other people was very professional, came out and assisted me in letting me know what I needed to do. I went to do what had to be informed into the paper for circulation, which I did that, and then I brought back the information. I said, when will I find out that I'm able to be shown as made available to be a write-in candidate along with the rest of the people? She said, that they'll inform me. I went back down to the voters registration in Henry County to find out if my children, because I have 3 special needs children, to find out if they were still registered. So the lady said that my 2 sons were registered, Michael Finley and Evan Jabari Finley. My daughter, this one, she never was ever registered. And my other daughter, they said she wasn't registered. So after that, I took the forms for my daughter and my other daughter to fill out. I took them home. They filled it out. She needed assistance. She was needed assistance because she's also cognitively delayed slightly because of the epilepsy. When I went back, I gave it in. Then I went back down to the Secretary of State because when I went to the Henry County voters registration, the people there were professional as well. They didn't do anything wrong. I don't blame them for doing anything because, again, they're not seeing my daughter, they're not seeing us together. So,
well, did your daughter ask you to help her fill out the registration?
My daughter, she's special needs. I do it anyway because I'm the this is her daughter, Angel Adriana Smith. So I'm the legal guardian of.
Okay, but your daughter that you signed for, did she ask you to ask for your assistance?
Yes, because that's what I always do. I want to see the form because there's discrepancies in the.
Okay, well, that may not matter.
Okay.
Is this your daughter that you signed for?
I didn't sign for her. I signed on a line my name.
Right. Okay.
So I didn't sign for her. That's the discrepancy because in the information that was sent to me, it shows that I signed my name and they agreed that I signed my name, and then towards the end of it, it says I signed her name. That's incorrect. So Miss Wendy Steffens that came to the house to do the investigation is professional as well.
Hang on one second.
And then what took place is when I find that, I guess, with me continuously going forward in doing the candidacy for the write-in for the President of the United States, everything went awry.
So let me ask a question. So on this form, it has your daughter's name under the signature, and then it has a signature of an individual helping your
Can
daughter.
I see that, please? Because I
Yeah.
have to see these things.
Ask her which signature is hers.
Nah, this is not, this is the other one. See, when she filled out the first one, she forgot to sign it.
Who signed that one?
This is the second one that they gave because
Okay,
she had to fill out a whole, this is Nayejiana, this is hers.
Who signed that one?
She did.
Okay.
Yeah. So y'all have, I mean, things seems to be mixed up, but the people at the Henry County Voters Registration didn't do anything wrong. When he made a statement as if I was blaming the clerk. I wasn't blaming the clerk. The clerk told me to do something.
Okay.
But what they have here is the other voter registration where they told me she had to fill out another one.
Okay.
So she went down with me to the office and she filled it out. I assisted her with the address and stuff, and she signed it and she gave it in. So after that, everything was, okay. I went back down to the Secretary of State to verify that what I submitted in to be a write-in candidate was accurate and not anything fictitious, because I didn't feel good about the fact that Andrew Kurish was being deterrent with me filling out the form. So she printed out herself. Megan Kelly is somebody that is the coordinator in the Secretary of State down here. She printed it out herself and gave me the list of all the writing qualified candidates for the President of the United States. And I asked her, ma'am, where is this supposed to be displayed in the precinct? And she said it has to be made available.
That's another issue that we're going to deal with.
No, it's the same thing, because on that form and paper that they sent me, they put in there that I went up there several times in regards to asking information about the presidency.
Yeah.
And then they also put on that form that no election was involved, and that was regarding 2024 election. So I'm speaking about that because it seemed as if they were implying that I did something malicious, which I do not.
No, I don't. We don't
Okay.
think. We don't think that.
Okay.
I think we have what we need to know with that. Dr. Justin, you have any questions?
No questions.
Member King, do you have a motion you'd like to make?
Yeah, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction, just outlining the details of how this process goes again, and then that's it.
Yeah, it's just a letter of instruction that kind of details what has to happen, okay?
Okay, could I just finish one thing, please?
Yes.
I received a letter of here, and that's how I knew to come here today. What I'm kind of perplexed and kind of astonished is that
before you go, know that we haven't officially ruled on anything, so you kind of might want us to.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these things are going together because they're implied in the lettering.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the file pertaining to the presidential thing, and I'm gonna read the information you provided to
Yes,
us. That's gonna be a different issue that we'll deal with.
Are we gonna, because
I don't know. Let me go through it, and then I'll.
Okay,
Then we'll,
I want to let you know the investigator, Lillian Ornette, was the person that supposedly was investigating it. The same woman that wrote up that Wendy Stephens. I called her October 25th to let her know that they still have not made the writing qualified list available. When I went to the precinct on October 16th, Suzanne P., which is that all these people are professional. They did nothing wrong. They didn't know what was going on. She was not aware of a writing qualified candidate for the presidency. It was like 7 or 8 poll workers there. She was already in the back. So when I went in there to try to vote early voting, she was already in the back. I said, could I speak to the supervisor? Because Megan Kelly advised me. I asked her, if they're not made available, what do I do? She said, I need to promptly tell the manager and then come back down to the Secretary of State.
I'm gonna look into all that.
Okay, and
Okay.
also, to let you know, the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney General, the Solicitor General, the United District Attorney, and the Georgia Attorney General all was served several times in regards to me escalating it to the Supreme Court, and no
Yep.
reply.
All right, if you'll send those to us too, we'll look at those.
I'm sorry?
All right, if you'll send that documents to us too, then we'll look at those too, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. We have a motion on the table to issue, and we have a second to issue a letter of instruction. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0, thank you. We have two very short ones we're going to do as soon as I find my notes. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Yes. No, I'll talk to you after this.
Because we want to make sure we can.
Oh, what you need? What you need?
Would like to ensure that during this time frame, since I'm giving these information to y'all and it's been dropped all the time, that to who wants to give it must be part. I'm a woman that serves the Lord, and I don't do malicious things. And I'm hoping at this time that I'm giving everybody the information that the same way all these people have to have, these people are not malicious, but they're supposedly felony. So to me, if these are felony, and they're not doing this maliciously, and to refer these things may not amount to a certain difference. I think, we need to weigh these things out because I'm not being disrespectful, but if a president can get into the White House as a convicted felon, and it's okay, that means all of us can get cast.
Well,
But
yeah,
that's not how
this board gives due consideration to all these cases. We have these cases way beforehand to be able to look at, so we will. Thank you. 2021179, and then we'll try and get to you real quick before we finish today. Okay? Are you up next?
Up next.
All right. 2021179, which is, if I can find it, Fairburn illegal campaigning, tab 52.
We have another 150 feet.
Sit down,
Situation.
sit down. Make this quick, please.
Sarah, like, who are you talking to?
Okay. We received this complaint about some candidates in Fairburn that were within the 150 boundary of the polling location. One was using a bullhorn to campaign for another candidate. The investigator went out there. There were 3 people campaigning within the 150 feet. They all advised they thought that they weren't within the 150 feet. So all 3 of them thought that. They even pulled body cam because Fairburn PD got called out. They looked at the body cam and the people were still arguing that they thought that they weren't within the 150 feet. But they were. Once they were, they all moved. There was a potential violation for OCGA 213214, but it is noted that they moved.
Did they pull the tape out and measure it? Is that how they determined? That's how they determined that they were within the 150
They
feet?
were within the 150 feet, but I think the communication part was what they thought where it began was different.
Okay.
So, but all of them thought that. So
Yeah.
it was a violation, but they did move once they realized it was wrong.
Okay. Guessing it's
All right, ma'am.
Whatever y'all
please,
say,
please.
I'ma take it.
You take as much time as you want.
Since this has happened, though,
Would you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Samantha Hudson from
Okay.
the city of Fairburn. Since this has happened, I've been elected to city council so far, so now, great. But I've learned a lot from this. Never intentionally did I want to do that. I read the complaint and it said that I violated by voice from the audio of the bullhorn. I think I irritated the candidates more than anything because that was a new form of method. Grew up in Chicago, grew up campaigning and canvassing, and we just do it loud and big. So, but in 2020...
Let me ask a question. They said you violated by your voice
on the complaint
being
I
heard
saw,
within 150 feet?
Yeah, I guess that's a part, because it said that I was inside of the 150 feet. Then it said I was within the 150 feet. And then it said again that by voice audio. And I was just confused at that point.
What is the allegation?
I'm guessing she was the one with the bullhorn. But
Yes.
they were all within the 150 150 feet.
They're also within the 150
So
feet.
you were within the 150.
Okay.
So since then, what I want the board to know is that I take voting very seriously. In 2023, my nonprofit received a grant called the Black Georgia Vote Project to encourage voter participation and access to voters who are disenfranchised south of I-20. And in that year, we did all kind of lunch and learns. And in the process of this, I actually learned more about the campaigning aspect outside in Georgia. So that helped me a lot. But with all the yard signs that was out there, you really couldn't tell. I've gone on to continuously engage disenfranchised voters. I'm a mom with a child that has a disability. She goes to the poll with me all the time. Former Georgia educator. We used the 2023 grant to go into the South Fulton schools and get high school students registered to vote that year. And 2023, we increased the voter participation in Palmetto, Fairburn, Union City, and as well as College Park by 6%. So at least the project worked. But I just want the board to know today, aside from that, I had no ill will from that. But I've learned a lot here today, and I'm kind of a little inspired from some of the cases that I've heard, giving a more vast perspective of what the state level issues are, because sometimes at the lower level, it's a lot of rhetoric, and the competition gets really nasty, and people don't really understand the value behind this process. Coming in here today was belly aching, being here all day, but I got a great sense of value for what you guys do, me as a now elected official, what this process looks like in Georgia, and how I can begin to channel some of the things she talked about with the volunteers and the different organizations that come into your community. We did run into some challenges with organizations telling people the wrong thing in the community, and sometimes it's just about that grant or those individuals getting paid for that day. So I want to follow back up with that with you guys, but I'm at the mercy of y'all. I'm not complaining. Whatever y'all give me, I'm going to accept it and move on.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
Any questions from the board on this?
No, I just like to say it's not unusual for people to think they're outside of the 150-foot mark, and it just depends on where it's measured sometimes. And we've all seen this with polling places, and you get the roller thing out, and you go, oh, you're outside of it, or oh, no, you're inside a little bit. Everybody tries to follow that 150-foot rule, but, some devil in the details, I guess. But if everyone responded and moved outside of the 150-foot mark, that's a fair thing to do, to consider with this case. I would ask Ms. Hudson to maybe on election day, like in aviation, in flying, when one's getting ready to land the airplane, they enforce what's called a sterile cockpit. Means that nobody talks or does anything except what it takes to land that plane. And it's just quiet. You want it quiet so everybody can do their job and concentrate. So when there's an election going on at a polling place, we also want there to be the sterile cockpit. So we want people to be able to think on their own and vote without auditory, whatever, bullhorns or DJs or flashing signs, right outside the door. So be respectful of the polling place and the voters, but campaign all you want anywhere else up until the day of, or,
I retired the bullhorn.
Retired the bullhorn.
all right.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to dismiss this case.
We have motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion to dismiss. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this complaint signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This case is dismissed. All right, I want to do one more. I know y'all I know this gentleman sitting right in front of me that's been so patient all day long, and I don't want him to have to get a motel room tonight, or hotel room tonight. Now, I think your case is 2021015, Dorothy Bell, and are you then, you are Mr. Freddie Lee Scott? Okay. It will be in just a second. Now it is.
Okay.
2021015. It is number 55 in your book.
I don't have it. You said, what's the code? The
2021015. It's on the next page. Number 55 in the book again.
I'll find it.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
1 second.
Okay, this case involves a respondent, Mr. Freddie Scott, and this involves the Fulton County general election, November 2020. On January 4, 2021, we received a complaint from a citizen informing that two unrelated deceased voters named Dorothy Scott Bell and Dorothy Mae Harper allegedly voted by absentee ballot in the November 3rd, 2020 general election. The investigation found that Dorothy Mae Harper died on October 12th, 2020. The SOS, Secretary of State E-Net report for Mrs. Dorothy Harper indicated an absentee ballot was requested on September 23rd, 2020 and received on October 13th, 2020. The oath of person assisting an elector affidavit was signed by Mrs. Sean Elisa Chavis as assisting her. This was on October 8th, which was 4 days before her death. So that's the first individual. Secondly,
The first one you found was unsubstantiated?
exactly. So the one that was substantiated is.
Well, let's deal with the first one.
Oh, okay.
First one's unsubstantiated?
Yes.
You weren't able to find any evidence?
No, we didn't find any evidence that it was filled out by a relative or anyone else.
Any questions by the board?
She was deceased. It was sent off before she passed.
Okay, any questions from the board? Dr. Jan?
No.
The chair will entertain a motion on that, complaint number 1.
I make a motion, we dismiss.
Motion made to
complaint number
dismiss. Is there a second?
And she wasn't listed as a respondent anyway, so
Okay.
just to let you know.
one. Okay.
Second.
Second, we have motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. That's the first one. Okay, the second one.
The investigation found that Dorothy Bell Scott died on September 23rd, 2020. The Secretary of State E-Net report for her indicated an absentee ballot was requested and mailed on September 23rd, 2020. The absentee ballot was delivered to her residence on September 26th, 2020 at 2:33 p.m. This was 3 days after the death of Dorothy Bell Scott. The investigator interviewed and received a notarized statement from her son, Mr. Freddie Lee Scott. Mr. Scott stated he was the primary caretaker and that no one else basically would have signed, et cetera, et cetera. He indicated that he assisted his mother in signing the absentee ballot envelope. The evidence suggests that the absentee ballot submitted to the Fulton County Board of Registration and Election was completed after his mother's death. Our investigator met with Mr. Scott and confronted him with the fact that his mother's ballot was not delivered until 3 days after she had passed, and so it was impossible that she filled it out. However, he was adamant that she filled it out prior to her death. He also further denied that any other family member would have filled this out, etc. And then there are also similarities on the signature of Scott between his signature and the signature that was on the ballot. So based on that, we find evidence to suggest that Freddie Lee Scott violated OCGA 21-2-573 in that while he did while conducting the affairs of his deceased mother, Dorothy Bell Scott, completed an elector absentee ballot, signed his deceased mother's name on it, mailed it in.
Mr. Scott, I'm sorry about your loss of your mother.
Thank
So,
you.
would you like to respond?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I did before. I don't know who compiled that. I had a pretty decent meeting with Mr. Paul Kane back in 2021. But for anybody to say that, I mean, my character and my integrity, I know is only important to me. But for anybody to say that I filled out or I requested a ballot on my mother's death day, filled it out, mailed it out, and, you know, it was received somewhere 3 days later. Okay, when I met just recently with this Miss Wendy Stevenson, she wanted to say that a ballot, see, all this is, I've never been involved in anything like this before. She said that a ballot for my mother was received in October after my mom's passing. My mother passed September 23rd, 2020. Well, she was 91, and when the ballot came in August to the residents, she said, I normally vote at the school that's less than a half a mile from her home, around the corner. I said, Mom, it's going to be done this way this time because of the COVID pandemic. And we sat at her dining room table and filled this out, and it was mailed probably 2 weeks and some days before her 2023 death. And I don't know who's making this stuff up. I don't have any
So
reason.
you say you got the ballot in August and filled it out and sent it in?
Yeah.
With your mother?
Yeah, it was sent in, the first part of September, but nothing was requested on her death. What type of person I would be to do something like that? I mean, I just lost my mother, somebody that I had came through her womb 65 years. And I mean, like I say, like the gentleman before me that had some written documents on him, man, I mean, I could probably get about 15 different people to write about my character and everything.
Did you vote during that election?
Did I vote? Yes, I did.
Did you vote in person?
No, I voted absentee as well.
When did you vote?
Mine came to my residence at a different time. I can't give you an exact date.
Okay.
But like I say, I retired in 2017 with 42 years and 4 months of service with the government aligned, Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, I'm just going to say. And I know it's 3 presidents of that bank would speak on my behalf, several different senior vice presidents. I would never do anything like that. Matter of fact, the home my mother lived in, because of where I grew up at in Vine City, the old Vine City, once I started working and I just invested my money in my 401k, I actually bought the house, the little house over in Lakewood for my mother. I would never do. That's just, it's kind of ludicrous. You know, for anybody, I'm grieving my mother. What I look like doing that on her death day, you know? I mean, that's just, it's all uncalled for, you know? And it just doesn't make any sense. And I've asked that. Mr. Kane, he wanted me to do the affidavit, you know, in front, and I wrote it out, I'm sorry. And when I met with this new person, Miss Wendy, and she brought an extra person with her, it was 2 females, and she wanted to meet we met actually at the same place. I didn't suggest it. I told her I'll come to the Floyd building. I need to get this. This has been stressful, it's been harassing, you know. I would never, you know, God be my witness, and He is the Almighty in my life, you know. And I mean, if He could, and if my mother's spirit was in here right now, and if I could have went to Southview Cemetery and dug her up, she'd be right here with me. We sat at her dining room table, did that ballot together, because she said, you know, you're gonna have to help me with this. She didn't even ask me, would you help me? She said, because she had never seen an absentee ballot, and I hadn't either before 2020.
Did she sign the ballot herself?
Yeah, she signed the ballot.
Okay. Did you sign as assisting her?
No.
Okay.
Is her signature on the ballot?
I have her, what I showed you.
Yeah, it's all right. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, her signature is on the ballot.
Her signature's on the ballot?
Yeah, we're saying that it was her name on there.
Can you show us the ballot?
Okay, so I was gonna.
Let me see that.
This was renewed in 2020 in June, but it was being said that my mom was, what you call it? Dementia. and all that.
Dementia, Alzheimer's.
But her whole health team is at Grady Healthcare. 7 different clinics that she went to, and all those people tell you she was in her right mind. And everybody's saying, we got 5 letters in our last name, so that's not any kind of fancy name that you couldn't, I don't know who made that up about the ballot being requested.
And this says that the ballot was requested and mailed on 2023?
Yeah, see, all of that, that doesn't make any sense.
So, what I believe it was, before I even look at this, is his mom was probably on the rollover list. So, he didn't request it, she was on the rollover list.
Okay.
So it automatically came.
Okay,
So that's why.
okay.
No, I requesed it. I went online to request
You requested the first, you're talking about in August?
Yeah.
Right, but we're talking about something.
It was, I don't know if it was the first part of August or whatever, but when they first sent it out. She wasn't on no rollover list, unless something rolled over later on and came for her, but.
Yeah.
You ready for lunch?
I know.
Any more questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion at this time.
Yeah, looking at that, the signatures, it does like the signatures match that she actually signed the ballot and according to her ID. So I would like to make a motion that we dismiss this case.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss SEB 2021-015, Fulton County deceased voters. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any dissent? Hearing no dissent, so moved. The case is dismissed. Thank you. The case has been dismissed.
I am grateful, and I am grateful to the Almighty God, because I would never do that on any level of government as well as anybody else. I just wouldn't do anything like that.
We appreciate that.
So I appreciate you all. And thanks for not embarrassing me when I first stepped up to your podium, early on, and asked you if I could just stay, with the rest.
We're happy to oblige as much as we can. I apologize for everybody having to stay so long, although we're only 20 minutes overdue, so. At this time, this board will continue to meet tomorrow morning. Is 9:30 sufficient for the board?
Yes.
Janice? So this board will adjourn this evening, and we'll continue tomorrow at 9:30 to finish hearing the rest of the cases. I imagine it'll be at least a half a day for us to get through those. 9:30 in this room. The chair will consider a motion to adjourn.
Recess.
Recess. We have a motion to recess. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion to second to recess. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no opposition, so moved. We'll recess till 9:30 in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you.